Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Vezet slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? The room around him was nothing like the place he remembered. The ceiling had collapsed, the walls were torn apart, and rubble covered the floor. A fireplace nearby had been blown open, and ash still drifted through the air. This was clearly not his room. It was a ruin. Just moments ago he had been studying for an exam, yet somehow he had woken up here. Before he could make sense of it, a flood of unfamiliar memories rushed into his mind. The body he now occupied had once been a test subject for a dark wizard. Forced into countless cruel experiments, the boy had endured unbearable pain. Over time, the fear and suffering awakened a terrifying magical phenomenon known as the Obscurus. The dark wizard's goal had been simple: create a controllable Obscurial, but he had underestimated the danger. The power suddenly erupted, destroying the entire building and tearing the wizard apart. After absorbing the memories, Vezet understood the truth. He had transmigrated, and not just anywhere. He had arrived in the wizarding world. Unfortunately, he barely knew anything about it. He had never read the novels and only recognized a few names like Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, Luna Lovegood, Voldemort, and Albus Dumbledore from short clips online. The only film he had actually watched was Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, which explained the terrifying nature of the Obscurus. And now he possessed one. The moment that thought crossed his mind, a violent surge of energy exploded from his body. Dark mist filled the air, smashing into the wall and sending dust everywhere. So powerful, but along with that power came something worse: rage, an overwhelming desire to destroy everything. Vezet immediately realized the problem. Those who carried an Obscurus were called Obscurials. Most of them lost control completely, becoming monsters driven only by destruction. Very few even survived childhood. If he couldn't control it soon, the Obscurus would devour his mind. Then he remembered something from the memories: a notebook. The Dark Wizard had recorded methods to restrain the Obscurus inside a cowhide notebook. If Vezet could find it, he might survive. Floating amid the black mist, he searched through the rubble while trying to suppress the violent power inside him. Just then, crack. The air twisted as several magical vortices appeared. Apparition. Wizards stepped out of the spinning portals and stared at the destruction around them. "It's an Obscurus," one of them shouted. Another wizard immediately disappeared to call reinforcements from the Auror office. The remaining three raised their wands, forming layers of magical barriers that trapped Vezet in the center. Hold it here, wait for the Aurors before attacking. Their intention was obvious. Once enough wizards arrived, they would eliminate the Obscurus completely. Vezet tried to speak, but only a hollow wind-like whistle escaped from the black mist. Breaking out by force would only destroy the notebook and accelerate the Obscurus, consuming him. He had only one option: find the notebook. After a frantic search through the ruins, he finally spotted it, an old cowhide notebook lying beneath the debris. But something strange hovered above it, a silver-blue cyclone spinning slowly in the air. The moment Vezet looked at it, the cyclone shot toward him. The notebook instantly turned to dust. Before he could react, the spinning light rushed into his mind. Words appeared in his consciousness. The wizard's field guide. The first page unfolded and a torrent of knowledge poured into his thoughts. Guardian meditation, a technique to gather negative emotions, seal them, and transform them into ancient magical power. Without hesitation, Vezet began meditating. His mind became calm like a deep whirlpool, drawing in the raging Obscurus energy, purifying it, and turning it into something he could control. For the first time, the destructive power began to stabilize. Everything seemed to be improving, until more cracks echoed through the air. Dozens of wizards appeared through apparition, surrounding him from every direction. "It's really an Obscurus. Why does this still exist after the Statute of Secrecy?" "Doesn't matter, eliminate it before it causes more damage." Wands were raised. Magic gathered at their tips. The attack was seconds away, and Vezet was still meditating. Just as the tension reached its peak, a sudden flame burst into existence in the air. From the fire stepped an elderly wizard wearing a purple robe trimmed with gold. His long silver hair and beard flowed down his chest, and his sharp blue eyes gleamed behind half-moon glasses. The wizards froze in shock. "Professor, Headmaster Dumbledore." Dumbledore stepped into the ruined room and immediately noticed the swirling black mist trapped inside layers of magical barriers. At the center of it floated a thin boy Vezet. A hint of surprise crossed Dumbledore's face. With a gentle flick of his wand, he strengthened the barrier. A new magical field formed around Vezet, far more stable and powerful than the ones cast by the other wizards. "I suppose I have arrived at a rather inconvenient moment," Dumbledore said calmly as he glanced at the destroyed walls and scattered debris. "The Book of Admission recorded a new student's name and address," he continued. "Professor McGonagall asked me to come confirm it." A tall, bald wizard stepped forward. "Headmaster Dumbledore, are you saying you came here to find the new student?" "Yes," Dumbledore replied. "If the Book of Admission is correct, the student should be the child standing before us." Inside the barrier, Vezet heard every word while remaining in deep meditation. Dumbledore had arrived at the perfect moment. His presence bought Vezet precious time to continue absorbing the Obscurus, and it brought even better news. He could attend Hogwarts. Vezet barely knew the wizarding world, but even he knew the name of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. In the film Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Newt Scamander had once called it the best magical school in the world. If Vezet wanted to survive and learn to control his power, there was no better place. The bald wizard frowned. "Headmaster, if he is a new student, that means he is over 10 years old," he said cautiously. "But Obscurials rarely live past that age. This one is clearly out of control." Dumbledore understood their concern. Wizards feared the Obscurus above almost everything else. "Kingsley," Dumbledore said gently, "there are always exceptions. I have seen Obscurials older than 10 before." He paused before adding quietly, "Give the child a few minutes. If he loses control, I will take responsibility and explain everything to Cornelius myself." Kingsley hesitated but finally nodded. "Very well. We'll repair the damage and erase the memories of nearby muggles. You have 10 minutes. "Excellent," Dumbledore said with a warm smile. Soon the other wizards began repairing the ruined building. Broken stones floated through the air, walls rebuilt themselves, and the shattered ceiling slowly restored. Meanwhile, Dumbledore watched the magical barrier thoughtfully. "How fascinating," he murmured. "The boy is actually absorbing the Obscurus. To accomplish such a feat at 11 years old, perhaps it is no surprise that the Book of Admission reacted." Inside the barrier, Vezet focused entirely on the storm of dark magic within him. Gradually, the violent Obscurus energy began to calm. Its power condensed into a black-red core inside his chest, wrapped in silver-blue chains that pulsed like a beating heart. Finally, the last traces of the Obscurus were absorbed. The swirling black mist vanished. Vizet's body suddenly fell from the air. Dumbledore instantly waved his wand. The barrier disappeared, and a magnificent phoenix appeared out of flames, catching the boy before he hit the ground. Warm feathers cushioned Vizet's fall. "It worked," he whispered weakly. Blinking his eyes, he realized the destroyed house had somehow been completely restored. "Is this magic?" he muttered in awe. A gentle voice answered him. "You did remarkably well, my boy." Vezet looked up and saw an elderly wizard with silver hair and half-moon glasses smiling kindly. "You managed to break free from such a dangerous force," the man continued. "Very few children could do that." Vezet stared at him. "Are you Albus Dumbledore?" Dumbledore looked slightly amused. "You know my name?" Vezet nodded weakly. "The man who experimented on me used to curse your name sometimes." Dumbledore's expression darkened. "Experiments?" he repeated quietly. A flicker of anger appeared in his eyes. "It seems you have endured far more than any child should," he said gently. "Your fear of magic is understandable. None of this was your fault." He knelt beside the boy. "But you must understand something important. You are an Obscurial. What happened today could happen again unless you learn to control the power within you." Vezet looked at him. "So what should I do?" "You must study at Hogwarts," Dumbledore replied softly. For a brief moment his eyes grew distant, as if recalling an old and painful memory. "We cannot allow another innocent child to suffer because of fear and misunderstanding," he said firmly. "You need guidance. And Hogwarts will give it to you." Vezet had just crossed into a new world and survived a near-death experience. Exhaustion suddenly overwhelmed him. His vision blurred. Dumbledore noticed immediately. "Rest now," he said kindly. "You are safe tonight." Vezet nodded faintly before slipping into deep sleep. Dumbledore carefully lifted the unconscious boy into his arms. "Poor child," he murmured, noticing the scars left by the dark magic experiments. A phoenix named Fawkes fluttered down beside them. Seeing the wounds on Vizet's body, the bird let out a soft cry. Tears fell from its eyes. The glowing drops landed on Vizet's skin, and his injuries began healing instantly. The scars vanished as if they had never existed. The boy's face slowly regained color. A peaceful smile appeared on his lips. Just then Kingsley returned with the other wizards. "Headmaster, has the Obscurus really been contained?" he asked in disbelief. Dumbledore smiled calmly. "Yes," he replied, "the child is stronger than anyone expected. He looked down at Vezet. He will need treatment at St. Mungo's. After that, we will discuss his future at Hogwarts. Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge returned to his office, now in a bad mood. Whether it was because of tonight's accident, which caused him to miss the sumptuous French dinner, or the content of the latest episode of The Quibbler, it was the reason why he was in a bad mood. Facing Dumbledore, his tone was also a little stiff. Principal Dumbledore, you said so much just to allow an Obscurial to enroll, right? Dumbledore said calmly, yes, his name appears in the Book of Admission. According to traditional practice, admission is an inevitable result. Heh. Lucius Malfoy sneered and said in a low, drawling voice, that's an Obscurial who just caused a major accident. As a member of the Hogwarts Board of Directors, I have to remind Headmaster Dumbledore, Hogwarts is not your backyard. Of course I understand. I will ensure the safety of this child. Dumbledore smiled. He is very talented. This talent cannot be stifled just because he is an Obscurial. Really? Lucius' voice turned cold. That's amazing. How kind. You can't kill a child's talent. Do you want some sugar in the tea? Hearing Lucius's sarcastic tone, Fudge spoke up to ease the atmosphere. If the Ministry of Magic wants to deal with this matter, it may face protests from parents. Dumbledore responded, I can help issue a statement here. I will ensure the safety of the child. That's all. Lucius raised his eyebrows. As an adult, if you can't fulfill your promise, you have to pay a price, right? Dumbledore kept smiling. If anything happens to the child, I am willing to accept an investigation by the Ministry of Magic. Aha, you are as loving as ever. Lucius' tone was still sarcastic. That big fool who was expelled for murder, you are also hiding in Hogwarts. Dumbledore, do you always like to find dangerous individuals and hide them in the school? Do you really care about other students? Are you really qualified to continue to be the headmaster? Dumbledore still kept smiling. Perhaps you can hold another vote, see if you can fire me. Last time your reason was a fairy tale. What reason are you going to use this time? Hearing this, Lucius pursed his lips and his face looked even colder. Facing the still grim atmosphere, Fudge wiped the sweat from his forehead. On one side is the financial backer of the Ministry of Magic, and on the other side is the prestigious headmaster, and he doesn't want to offend either side. He could only speak again, Principal Dumbledore, for a tortured Obscurial. Whether he can integrate into the life of the wizarding world is actually a question. How about this? Before school starts, the Ministry of Magic will evaluate this Obscurial. If he can integrate into a wizard family, then he will be admitted. Of course, this is a very necessary measure, and I believe in this child. Dumbledore nodded. I can arrange it. Shouldn't this matter be arranged by the Ministry of Magic? Lucius interrupted Dumbledore abruptly. Do you think the entire wizarding world is your backyard, or has the speculation of the Quibbler really come true? Are you the uncrowned king, the invisible minister of the English Ministry of Magic? You are unwilling to listen to the decisions of Minister Fudge. Lucius's words made Fudge blush. Fudge shifted his gaze to the copy of the Quibbler on his desk and thought of the outrageous article in the magazine. He didn't want to have to consult Dumbledore every time he had to make a decision. After serving as minister for a full year, he felt it was time to show his talents and not be bound by Dumbledore. He already had an idea in mind and said, Principal Dumbledore, let the Ministry of Magic handle the task of finding wizard families. After seeing Lucius and Dumbledore off, Fudge sat alone in a chair, chewing some candy to relieve his hunger. 1 year after taking office, when will Puppet Minister Fudge gain real power? When he saw this episode of The Quibbler, he felt that the sweet gummy bears were like chewing erasers. When he first took office, he did not have much confidence and often wrote to Dumbledore for advice to ensure that his decisions and execution methods were correct. But this kind of thing can't be said out loud. It's enough for everyone to know it. Isn't it a slap in his face that the Quibbler brought this matter to the table? I don't have the ability, right? The owls that sent the message to Hogwarts are exhausted. If their bodies were pieced together, they could circle England twice, right? Since you've caused me trouble, don't blame me. The Obscure will go to your house. Let's see if you still have the energy to slander me. Fudge was chewing the candy with a crunch-crunch sound, as if he was gnawing on the flesh of the editor-in-chief of the Quibbler. Pulling out a piece of parchment, he wrote out a letter of appointment, appointing Xenophilius Lovegood as the guardian of the Obscurial. After watching the letter of authorization turn into a paper airplane and leave the office, Fudge rubbed his stomach and slumped in his chair. I wonder when Lucius will treat me to a feast next time. That French fish soup is so delicious. Vezet opened her eyes and found herself in a sunny ward. There are candles on the ceiling. The candles are placed in crystal bubbles and float up and down along the ceiling. He supported himself on the bed and slowly sat up, recalling everything that had happened before. I have traveled through time and space and possess the power of silence. Because of this dangerous black magic power, he was almost destroyed by the wizard. With the help of the note-taking meditation method, he successfully imprisoned the Obscurus and received an invitation from Dumbledore. So what's up with that notebook? Just as he was about to dive into his mind to find out what was going on, he heard a rustling sound. There is a girl not far away. The girl was sitting by the window. Her profile was very pretty, with a long strand of light golden hair caressing her ears. The sunlight shines through the window, casting a warm glow on her face. For some reason, when Vezet saw the girl, the world seemed to become completely quiet. The girl stretched out her palms towards the sun and her palms overlapped to form a shadow. It was a hand shadow of a rabbit, and she just looked at it with a faint smile. Vezet didn't know how long she had been watching. She only remembered that the girl had arranged many kinds of animals, including rabbits, puppies, ducklings, swans, pigeons. It took so long that the girl noticed him, came to the bed and whispered, "You're awake." The girl's voice was very strange, ethereal and vague, as if she was sleepwalking, but her enunciation was exceptionally clear. She introduced herself with a smile. "Hello, my name is Luna Lovegood." Luna has fair skin and fluffy, light blonde hair that reaches her waist. The faint eyebrows and light silver-white eyes are very special, and the mini carrot-like earrings are still shaking gently. "Hello, my name is Vezet." Vezet looked around. There were 2 beds next to her, but they were blocked by curtains, so she couldn't tell whether there was anyone there. He slowly said, "Which hospital am I in?" "St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries." Luna blinked as if recalling something. "The healer has checked you out. As long as you wake up, you can go home." "Go home? I seem to have no home." "And no family." Vezet thought about her past and present lives and felt an unexpected sense of unity. They were all orphans. In his previous life, he was a student who grew up in an orphanage, and his only wish was to do his duty as a student. This life, the current goal seems to be somewhat similar, to enter Hogwarts to study, which is something that must be done. "Of course you have a family." Luna's lips curled up into a beautiful arc. "I am your family." Vezet was discharged from the hospital smoothly and accepted her new identity as a member of the Lovegood family. This is the family that Luna mentioned. Luna lived in the village of Ottery St. Catchpole, a semi-wizarding settlement. The so-called semi-wizard settlements are where wizards and muggles live together. It's just that wizards need to restrain themselves and try not to perform magic in front of muggles to avoid violating the statute of secrecy. Perhaps for this reason, Luna seldom goes to the muggle village, and this home is her only activity space. Even Luna was not very clear about the specific content of the confidentiality law. She only knew that after entering Hogwarts, she could get corresponding explanations from the relevant courses in the history of magic. In addition, Luna has a lot of common sense about the magical world, which is exactly what Vezet needs. There is no doubt that Vezet is a good listener. After spending these few days together, Luna can talk to him about anything. Luna's house is located in a black castle next to the village. It is shaped like a cylinder and looks like a rook in chess. Outside the castle, there is a lush garden where various strange magical plants are grown. This is Luna's important entertainment place. She is like a fluttering butterfly, collecting dew, loosening the soil, watering, fertilizing, and playing happily in the garden. She has many playmates, and her favorite is an owl. When Vezet first moved in, Luna introduced him to this owl. Its name is Diana, and she's a very good postman. Postman, does the wizarding world use owls to deliver mail? Luna stroked the owl's fluffy feathers and said, "Yes, whether it's delivering letters or packages, you can ask Diana for help." Using owls to communicate and deliver packages is common knowledge in the magical world, and there is a kind of romance that belongs only to wizards. Apart from the palm-sized owl, the most active creatures in the garden are the goblins. A goblin is a small magical creature that looks like a potato with legs. Luna has a good relationship with the goblins. When she is planting plants, the goblins will come out of their holes and help her dig the soil. The goblin was only friendly to Luna and was rather rude to Vezet, even biting his finger. Luna bandaged his wound carefully and said lightly, "Dad said that the gnomes in the garden are a blessing. If you feel that you have some talent emerging today, don't suppress it. This is a blessing from the goblins." Vezet had just started living in the magical world, but Luna grew up in a wizarding family, so he chose to believe what Luna said. He did feel that something was emerging in his mind. The Wizard's Field Guide opened to the second page, revealing new content. Ancient Magic Shield. Through meditation and hand gestures, ancient magic power is condensed and spread into a magic barrier. This is a magic that does not require the use of a wand. Luna once told him that wizards usually need the help of a wand to cast spells. And if Vezet wants to get the wand, she also needs an admission letter from Hogwarts. Even though Dumbledore had told him he had to go to Hogwarts. But it has been almost half a month and the so-called admission notice has not appeared. He was very excited to be able to obtain magic from the Wizard's Field Guide, magic that did not require a wand. Vezet walked out of the garden and came to a stream to practice this magic. First, he needs to master the gestures that will be used. The first movement is to put your hands together, and after a few movements like making a seal, open your hands, with your index finger and thumb against each other. The casting gestures were not complicated, and after practicing them several times, Vezet memorized the gestures in her mind. Practicing hand gestures was only the first step. He also needed to channel the power of ancient magic and integrate it into the hand gestures. This process is obviously much more difficult, and every contact between the hands is a collision of power. The hands will be separated like mutually repelling magnets, and the gestures required to cast spells will be awkward. Is it because my power comes from the Obscurus? Try using meditation to combine it with the other methods. As a student, Vezet is good at thinking about problems and solving them. Entering the state of guardian meditation, everything around becomes clear. Even the process of guiding the power became smoother. When he completed the last gesture, the silver-blue ancient magic power appeared and gathered into a ball of light between his hands. Immediately, the ball of light disappeared and the power returned to Vizet's body. According to the description in the Wizard's Field Guide, when all the steps are completed, the power should spread out and form a magical barrier. However, the power returned to his body, and it was obvious that the magic had not been successfully completed. However, the appearance of the ball of light was inspiring enough to motivate him to continue practicing this magic. After practicing over and over again, Vizet's hand gestures had become very smooth, but she still couldn't complete the last step. Whenever the ball of light gathers between the hands and is about to spread, the power will return to the body. After continuous practice, he felt that he seemed to be lacking something in the process of casting spells. Vezet, are you practicing magic? A light voice came from the side. Diana stood on Luna's shoulder, her eyes half closed as if she was dozing off. It looks like magic that only wizards could do in the past. Can I watch it again? Of course, no problem. Vezet maintained her meditation method with her gestures and power flowing smoothly. However, at the last moment, the power still failed to be transformed into a barrier. Perhaps you lack a strong desire. Luna tilted her head. I once read an ancient notebook that contained all the wizard's experiences in casting spells. The wizard who left the notes mentioned that when a wizard casts a spell, he always needs to have a wish, which can make the magic become docile, just like Diana. There is such a notebook. Vezet was a little curious. Is the notebook still there? Can I borrow it to take a look? Gone. Luna shook her head slightly. Her voice seemed to become more solid. Something happened and many notes are gone. Something happened. Can't magic fix it? Vezet knew a magic called the repairing charm, which could even repair a house quickly. Luna shook her head again. It was a magical accident. My mother was a great witch who loved to experiment. A spell went wrong. I was there at the time. The spell that went wrong was very powerful. My mother disappeared and the same happened to the notes. Vezet looked at Luna's expression and felt her heart tighten. She murmured, I'm sorry, I didn't know. He only knew that Luna's mother was gone, but he never considered that Luna witnessed her mother's death. This is indeed a sad thing. Luna's voice became light again, but I still have family. It's not like I can't see my mom again. There will be opportunities in the future, right? Vezet now somewhat understood why Luna had mentioned her family so seriously when she was at St. Mungo's. Cuckoo! The owl on Luna's shoulder woke up, flapped its wings and screamed in shock. The peaceful stream became agitated, and large pieces of water splashed onto Vezet and Luna. Just as Luna was about to comfort the owl, the stream not far away suddenly rolled over and a huge figure emerged from the stream. Thanks to the help of meditation, the sudden change did not affect Vezet. He sensed that figure extending its tail and sweeping towards the two of them. At the critical moment, fear did not affect his decision. Vezet pulled Luna's arm and they both lunged forward at the same time, narrowly avoiding the attack. Bang! The figure's tail brushed Vizet's shoulder and stabbed fiercely into the grass. The ground shook violently and the figure pulled back its tail, stirring up a cloud of dust and grass. Hiss. More water splashed out and the figure made a cold sound, emerged from the water and landed on the shore. This was a strange snake that Vezet had never seen before. Its erected body was at least 2 meters tall. What surprised him most was that this strange snake had 3 heads. The 3-headed snake is not only huge in size and strange in appearance, but also covered with a layer of orange-red thorn-like scales. The orange-red color of this layer of scales is not particularly bright, but reveals a deathly gray color, giving a feeling of being very old. As the three-headed snake hissed, Vezet could clearly see that in the right head of the snake there was a pair of fangs with a faint green luster. The three-headed snake was as thick as a wheel. It twisted its body and pounced towards them. Hiss. The three-headed snake attacked again. The head on the right suddenly jumped out, opened its bloody mouth, and revealed its sharp fangs. Although the snake's attack was unexpected, it was restrained by the other two snakes and failed to bite Vezet in the first place. Vezet took advantage of this opportunity and took Luna back again, narrowly avoiding the snake's bite. The snake's head dove into the grass, raising another cloud of dust and grass clippings. Vezet, this is a rune snake. It may be old and not very flexible. Luna's voice was not panicked at all. Its three heads have their own thoughts and are prone to internal conflicts. At this time, the snake head in the middle opened its eyes and made a hissing sound, as if saying something. The snake head on the left was also flicking its tongue and shaking its head, as if it was scolding the other two snake heads. The three snake heads looked at each other, bared their teeth, and actually started attacking each other. As Luna had said, the runespurs were fighting among themselves. This is a magical animal of XXXX level. Why does it appear here? Luna got up from the ground. You're hurt. Her voice was filled with panic when she saw the blood oozing from Vizet's shoulder. Luna quickly pulled Vezet up and supported him as they ran towards home. As if realizing that they were about to be thrown off by their prey, the runes stopped fighting among themselves and chased after Vezet and the others at an extremely fast speed. Through meditation, Vezet can sense the movements behind her. The runespur was extremely fast, like a motorcycle running at full speed. It would probably only take a few seconds for it to attack again. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with it, Luna took the lead and pushed him forward, saying in an extremely firm tone, "Vezet, you are injured, I will lead it away." Vezet was extremely surprised. He never expected that Luna would do this at such a critical moment. In my previous life, no one had ever treated me like this. He turned back suddenly, and everything around him seemed to slow down. The three snake heads were getting closer and closer to Luna, and Luna's long light golden hair was flying. Through Luna's eyes, Vezet did not see any panic, only calmness and determination. Protect your family, Vezet recalled his past life. After he realized that he was in an orphanage, he desperately wanted his family to take him away. Any kind of family will do, no matter what the cost. At this moment, he understood Luna and understood why she made such a decision. Back then, Luna had no power and lost her family. Now she doesn't want to repeat the same mistake. The same is true for Vezet. He finally has a family and doesn't want to see anything happen to them, especially if it happens because of protecting him. The details of ancient magic, shield, emerged in his mind. Every detail was so clear. He now has the confidence to complete this magic. His wish now was extremely strong. The runespur must not hurt Luna. Vezet put his hands together and silently squeezed out the powerful ancient magic power which surged in his body. The runespur's fangs were so close that they almost touched Luna's slender neck. The gesture was completed in one go, and the power gathered into a ball of light between the hands, which continued to spread outwards. The ball of light dissipated again, but this time, the power did not return to Vizet's body. The next moment, silver blue light permeated Luna's entire body, and the light quickly expanded outwards, turning into a spherical barrier. The barrier glowed with a dazzling silver blue light. When the fangs of the runespur hit the barrier, it immediately shattered into stars. Vezet suddenly had an idea and pulled apart her index finger and thumb that were originally touching each other. The barrier immediately spread outward, and the runespur were pushed back into the stream. This was Vizet's first time using shield magic, but the scale of the barrier was unexpectedly huge. In order to maintain such a huge barrier, he constantly squeezed the power of Obscurus. Morin became restless because of this, and the chains that blocked it kept shaking as if they might break at any time. Hiss! The runespur returned, and the three snake heads roared in unison. After all, this is just a shield magic. At least it is not offensive at the moment and cannot cause enough damage to the runespur. Just then, a tabby cat suddenly jumped out from the distance. The tabby cat leaped up and quickly transformed into a human form in midair. An older witch wearing glasses appeared. She was wearing a dark green robe and holding a magic wand in her hand. She pointed her wand at the runespur and flicked it lightly. The stream around the runespur turned into an iron cage, imprisoning the furious runespur. Merlin's beard. Fortunately, you are all safe. It has healed as before. The witch walked quickly to Vezet, and an emerald green light appeared at the tip of her wand. Vezet felt a tingling sensation on her shoulder, and within a breath, all the blood and wounds on her shoulder disappeared. Is this magic too? Vezet grabbed Luna's outstretched hand and suddenly got up from the ground. Yes. The witch pursed her lips and spoke with almost no teeth showing, seeming a little serious. You will learn all these magics in Hogwarts in the future. Fortunately, I arrived in time. If you were bitten by the runes, I'm afraid you would have to go to St. Mungo's for treatment. Thank you. Vezet thanked him repeatedly. Ma'am, what is your name? The witch smiled faintly. I forgot to introduce myself. Minerva McGonagall, Professor of Transfiguration at Hogwarts. The admission letter from Hogwarts. The purpose of my trip is to deliver it to you. She took out a parchment envelope from her pocket and handed it to Vezet. Vezet took the parchment envelope with both hands. There was a wax seal on the seal of the envelope, which was a shield-shaped emblem. The center of the coat of arms is a capital H, surrounded by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake. Vezet opened the letter and saw the admission letter with her name on it. Having just experienced the magic of magic, he was filled with uncontrollable excitement. During this period, he had been looking forward to the arrival of the admission notice. In addition to the admission letter, there was another thick piece of parchment with a list of books and items required for admission. To study at Hogwarts, you do not need to pay admission fees, you only need to buy the necessary items by yourself. Vezet lived in an orphanage in his previous life. This special life experience made him particularly sensitive in some aspects. He became extremely cautious when it came to money. But he had a more important question. Professor McGonagall, didn't you deliver Luna's admission letter? McGonagall explained, she is not yet of school age. She will be able to join Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry as a new student next year. Vezet turned to look at Luna. Then why do you want me to call you sister? I've always wanted a little brother who could take care of me. Luna smiled with a hint of playfulness in her tone. I have fulfilled my responsibilities as a sister, haven't I? McGonagall pointed her wand at the iron cage which floated into the air and swung to her side. I need to investigate why this snake appeared here. Investigation? Vezet thought of something. Professor McGonagall, are you saying this was a deliberate attack? McGonagall sighed. Vezet, you are an obscurial. Other wizards will look at you differently. You should understand that, right? Now that I put it that way, I understand. Vezet thought of many things. They think I'm different and they instinctively want to exclude me. In their eyes, I am a bomb that could explode at any time. If I were a parent, I would also have to consider the safety of my child. You understand it, right? McGonagall adjusted his glasses, revealing surprise and admiration under the transparent lenses. I have the same confidence in you as Headmaster Dumbledore. You are definitely a talented child. I look forward to your performance in Hogwarts. You don't have to worry about the rest. We will take care of it for you. Oh, right. A letter will be delivered here in a while, and someone will take you to Diagon Alley to buy the items on the list. Leaving these instructions, she and the iron cage disappeared into the vortex. At night, just as Vezet was about to mend her clothes, there was a sudden knock on the door. Come in. The person who walked into the room was Xenophilius, Luna's father, a middle-aged man who looked unkempt. His long, light blonde hair hung down around his shoulders, looking sticky. There were deep dark circles around his eyes, making him look a little decadent. He pulled up a chair and sat across from Vezet. This seems to be our first face-to-face communication. Are you mending clothes? My clothes were accidentally torn. Vezet put down the needle and thread in her hand. As Xenophilius had said, this was indeed their first face-to-face communication. Xenophilius was the editor-in-chief of the Quibbler and usually worked on the second floor. He is also responsible for 3 meals a day and telling Luna bedtime stories, barely managing to balance his career and life. Luna told me everything. Xenophilius's expression was serious. You protected her. I have to say thank you. She protected me. Vezet waved her hand. She pushed me away at the first moment. It was Professor McGonagall who saved us in the end. Compared to the usually slightly decadent middle-aged man, the serious Xenophilius now seemed a little unfamiliar to him. No, Xenophilius shook his head. I can't spend too much time with her because of work. She plays alone most of the time. Besides watching the Quibbler, she also waters the garden. She's been smiling more since you came. Even the ball fish she catches are much bigger. Vezet laughed. I learned a lot from Luna. In short, although I still don't understand why the Ministry of Magic sent you to my house. Xenophilius stood up. He placed his hand on Vizet's shoulder like a king crowning a knight, but I recognize you now. Seeing Xenophilius like this, Vezet didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But he also understood one thing. Today, he and the Luna family have achieved true mutual acceptance. Late at night, the fireplace in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts crackled, the burning flames turned emerald green, and McGonagall walked out. Dumbledore put down the documents in his hand, stood up and asked, Minerva, why are you back so late? Did something happen? there was indeed some trouble. McGonagall adjusted his glasses. When I went to deliver the admission letter, I encountered a Runespur snake. Dumbledore frowned. Runespur, is Vezet okay? He's fine, McGonagall nodded. I've asked Kingsley to help investigate. I'm sure there will be results soon. That Runespur snake was very old. When I brought it to Kingsley, it had no vital signs. The person who can feed a Runespur snake must be very talented. I guess the person who released the Runespur hoped that this attack would cause the Obscurus to go berserk and thus attract more criticism. As expected, Dumbledore sighed, but I think Vezet should have some unexpected performance. Yes, Vezet is a gifted child. McGonagall smiled. Not only was he not attacked by the Runespur, he also protected Luna Lovegood. Luna Lovegood, things seem to be more complicated than I thought. Dumbledore walked to a cabinet and took out an antique stone basin. There are countless mysterious inscriptions engraved on the mouth of the stone basin, and it is filled with silver substances that are like smoke and give a dazzling and blurry feeling. Penny. McGonagall drew out his wand, placed the tip of the wand against his temple, and pulled out a thread that shone with silver light. The thread fell into the pensive and dissolved. Dumbledore leaned over and buried his face deep in the basin. Dumbledore put the pensive back, crossed his fingers, and sat on the chair, looking somewhat sentimental. Wandless casting. No, it's much older, a method used by wizards before wands became popular. It's amazing. Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement. I sensed a very pure obsession of protection in that shield magic. Does he learn this by himself? Perhaps guidance from others is also important. Dumbledore smiled. Cornely was lucky enough to find the most suitable wizard family for Vezet. Professor McGonagall's tone was a little helpless. If it's just to cultivate imagination, the Quibbler can indeed be effective. Yes, Dumbledore's smile became more and more obvious. Minerva, which house do you think Vezet will be sorted into? Gryffindor, McGonagall said without hesitation. I see extraordinary courage in him. As the head of Gryffindor, I naturally hope that he can enter Gryffindor. I thought so too. Dumbledore nodded, and the two Gryffindors reached a consensus at this moment. But he changed the subject. Perhaps he is also suitable for Ravenclaw. The calmness he showed when encountering the Runespur is in line with the requirements of Ravenclaw. That's right, McGonagall nodded subconsciously. I think it won't be easy for the Sorting Hat to sort Vezet. The Sorting Hat is embarrassed. Dumbledore stroked his beard with interest. I remember that when the Sorting Hat sorted you, it hesitated for a long time between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. School will start in less than 2 months. McGonagall's tone was full of anticipation. I remember Harry Potter. Will also start school this year, right? Almost there. Dumbledore picked up the file again. Harry's birthday is at the end of July. I will arrange for someone to send him a letter then. Time flies. McGonagall said with emotion, have you found a suitable candidate for the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts class? This is not an easy task, Dumbledore sighed. Fortunately, Quirinus sent me a transfer application. Application for transfer? McGonagall adjusted his glasses. He was teaching Muggle studies before, transferring to the Defense against the Dark Arts class. Will it be too much pressure for him? Since he is willing to try, he should be given this opportunity. Dumbledore picked up the quill and annotated the document. I will interview him in 2 days. After Vezet and Luna's family accepted each other, he realized that the family's financial situation was worse than he had imagined. Xenophilius could only make ends meet with Luna thanks to the sales of the Quibbler. Vizet's arrival made Xenophilius' financial situation even worse. Xenophilius searched through the drawers and could only find some change, all silver sickles and copper nuts. Fortunately, Hogwarts has set up a scholarship that allows Vezet to get 30 gold galleons to buy school supplies. Gold galleons, silver sickles, and copper nuts are wizard currencies, and they are required to buy various magical items in the wizarding world. In the early morning, when the sun was just rising, Vezet had already finished washing up and went to the first floor to wait quietly. A commercial street that belongs exclusively to wizards is something to look forward to no matter how you think about it. Luna had also stood up, holding a goblin sculpture in her hand, which was a piggy bank she made. Take this with you. I know you may not have enough money to buy the items on the list. Vezet looked into Luna's silver eyes and was lost in thought for a moment. After all, having experienced the separation from her mother, Luna was undoubtedly a precocious child, at least more precocious than the Luna that Xenophilius had imagined. I applied for a scholarship and will go to Diagon Alley to get the money today. Vezet shook her head slightly. I heard that Diagon Alley is very interesting. What gift do you want? I don't lack anything. Luna looked at Vezet and smiled, also shaking her head slightly. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous knocks on the door rang out. breaking the silence of the early morning. Standing outside the door was a giant more than 3 meters tall, wearing a fur coat with several pockets sewn on it. The giant had thick hair and beard, and his dark, shiny eyes were like a black beetle. "You are Vezet, right?" The giant's beard twitched and his voice was full of kindness. "I'm Hagrid, the gamekeeper at Hogwarts, and I'll be taking you to Diagon Alley today." "I think that's what's written in the letter." Vezet nodded. "Hello, Mr. Hagrid, I didn't expect you to come so early." "Mr. Hagrid," Luna rubbed her eyes and appeared next to Vezet. "Please come in, this is a magical world." As Hagrid approached the door frame, the 2-meter-high door frame suddenly widened and lengthened, and the size was just enough to accommodate Hagrid's body. "Would you like some cookies?" Luna said, bringing a box of snacks. "I'll go wake up Dad." "No, no." Hagrid waved his hands repeatedly, and a gust of wind almost blew Luna down. "I'm here to take Mr. Vezet to Diagon Alley. As first-year students, we have a lot to buy, we have to hurry. Is there a flu network here?" "No." Luna shook her head gently. "Dad said that we don't need it normally, so he didn't ask the Ministry of Magic to set up the flu network. However, the fundamental reason was that setting up a flu network was not cheap and Xenophilius could not afford it." "That can't be helped," Hagrid shook his head. "Fortunately, I arrived early and had time to find another way to get to Diagon Alley. Then bring the cookies." Luna stuffed the snack into Vizet's arms. "You haven't had breakfast yet." Carrying the biscuits, Hagrid took Vezet forward and came to a dirt path. Vezet saw Hagrid holding an umbrella and raising his arms high and asked tentatively, "Should we wait for the bus?" "That's right, this is why I don't eat cookies and you shouldn't." Before Hagrid could finish his words, a 3-story purple bus suddenly appeared and stopped in front of the two of them with its body shaking. "Welcome aboard the night bus. I'm your conductor. Just hold out your wand and step on board. We'll take you wherever you want to go." This is an old ticket seller with drooping eyelids and a listless look, as if he has no hope for the future. Like the door frame of Luna's house, the narrow door instantly widened enough for Hagrid to walk into the car smoothly. Vezet seemed to have entered an old, dim dormitory with no seats or windows, only 6 copper-framed beds, and the lighting came entirely from small candles on both sides. The conductor asked weakly, "Where are you going?" "Diagon Alley, London." Hagrid found a bed and sat down. The bed immediately groaned and seemed like it would collapse at any moment. 34 silver sickles. If you want to give 2 gold galleons, that's fine too." When the ticket seller stretched out his hand, he finally showed a little more spirit. "The conversion of wizard currency is more complicated. 1 galleon is equal to 17 silver sickles, or 493 copper nuts." Hagrid reached into one of the smock pockets, pulled out 2 gold coins and stuffed them into the conductor's arms. Vezet sat on the bed across from Hagrid. "I'll give you the money for the ride when we get to Diagon Alley." Hagrid covered his mouth, his voice sounding unusually dull. "Remember to hold on to the railing, this car will be very bumpy. If you have anything to say, get off the car first, we're about to start." Before he could finish his words, the night bus started and rushed out like an arrow. Vezet quickly grabbed the railing to avoid being carried away by the huge inertia. Hagrid retched and his bright eyes closed as if he was carsick. Vizet's reaction was much better, and she looked out the front windshield with curiosity. The scenery outside the windshield passed by quickly, constantly switching between fields, rivers, ponds, villages, etc. with the help of magic, obstacles such as trash cans, lamp posts, mailboxes, etc. "We'll jump out of the way when the night bus passes by." About 20 minutes later, the night bus finally stopped in this alley. The spacious bus was shrunk to the size of a wooden box and parked in the narrow alley. This can only be done in a world where magic exists. Hagrid staggered out of the car, holding onto the wall at the corner of the alley and retching. Beyond the alley is a commercial street lined with signs. However, they arrived too early, all shops were closed, and there were only pedestrians hurrying back and forth on the street. "It's so uncomfortable." Hagrid looked very bad and still walked shakily. "Vezet, please help me find a place called the Leaky Cauldron." All kinds of shops can be seen on the commercial street, including fast food restaurants, clothing stores, jewelry stores, and cinemas, but there is no Leaky Cauldron that Hagrid mentioned, until Vezet passed by a bookstore and a sign appeared out of nowhere. The sign is very old, in stark contrast to the shiny signs around it. The sign was full of traces of smoke and fire and had a pattern of a broken black crucible. "Hagrid, is that it?" Vezet asked, pointing at the sign. Hagrid retched and nodded, "Right. You would never guess when this bar was built." "When was it?" Vezet showed a strong curiosity about everything in the magical world. "I remember it was the early 16th century. Hagrid frowned and thought, at least it was earlier than the time when the Statute of Secrecy was enacted. "Let's go in." The 4 centuries of its establishment did not bring much historical accumulation to the leaky cauldron, but it did allow the walls and floors here to accumulate enough stains. Hagrid should be a regular here. When he entered the leaky cauldron, the place immediately became noisy and the guests waved and smiled at him. Compared to the deserted commercial street in the morning, the dimly lit leaky cauldron seemed particularly lively. Is it still the same as before? A bald old man came to the bar, took out 2 beer glasses and knocked them together with pleasant sounds. Hagrid waved his hands. Tom, not today, I have something to do. Give me a motion sickness potion. Vezet, what would you like to eat? Vezet thought about Luna's family's financial situation and raised the snack in her hand. No need, Luna gave me this. The bar suddenly became quiet and the guests looked a little embarrassed and even a little wary. Tom stepped back and asked cautiously, is he Vezet, the Obscurial? Blame me? Hagrid understood what these guests were on guard against, slapped his forehead hard and burst out with a thunderous roar. He's a good boy, why didn't you react like this just now? Sorry. Tom looked a little embarrassed. It's true, I overreacted. Okay, it's time for us to go. Hagrid threw down a silver coin and drank the motion sickness potion in one gulp. He led Vezet across the bar and out to the small patio in the back. It was much cleaner here than the inside of the leaky cauldron, with only a few weeds and a trash can. Vezet, you have to remember this. Hagrid held up the umbrella he was carrying, count 3 up from the trash can and then count 2 horizontally. The umbrella hit the wall tiles with a crisp sound, and the entire wall was vibrating and reorganizing until a wide arch appeared. Welcome to Diagon Alley. The morning sunlight was very soft, shining on the signs in Diagon Alley and illuminating the names of the shops. There were many wizards in Diagon Alley, and the shops displayed all kinds of novel items, giving Vezet the illusion that she had attended a fair in her previous life. Hagrid pointed to a snow-white marble building and said, "This is Gringotts Bank, we need to withdraw your bursary." In the middle of a row of shops stands a tall building which is particularly eye-catching because of its snow-white color. Vezet looked towards Gringotts and asked, Hagrid, that guard is a goblin? That's right. Hagrid nodded with a smile. The currency made by goblins cannot be counterfeited, so Gringotts is opened by them. The decoration of Gringotts was very grand. The 2 outermost bronze doors were open, and there were 2 gleaming silver doors inside. When Vezet and the others approached, the welcoming fairy immediately bowed and motioned for them to continue inside. A long string of words was engraved on the silver door. Enter, stranger, but beware. Thief, you have been warned, beware of attracting evil instead of treasure. The text was full of warnings, which reminded Vezet of a famous warning from her past life, the warning in Tutankhamun's tomb. It is said that the first people to enter Tutankhamun's tomb were killed by the curse contained within. Vezet was curious about the so-called bad karma. Hagrid, if a thief really broke in, how would the goblins deal with them? There are so many ways. Hagrid lowered his voice and took Vezet a few steps inside. Except for Hogwarts, this is the safest place in the wizarding world. If a thief touches the door, he will be sucked in and unable to get out. As for the vaults hidden deep underground, the goblins have trained trolls and fire dragons to protect the safety of these vaults. Vezet asked curiously, Fire dragon? Are there fire dragons here too? Of course, it's legal to raise dragons here, that's great. Hagrid's eyes lit up. I also want to raise a dragon. Those little cuties are so charming. Hagrid has done in-depth research on fire dragons and can describe the characteristics of each species of fire dragon. However, it was hard for Vezet to imagine why those dangerous magical creatures that were at least 5 meters long could be called little cuties. Along the way, Hagrid talked a lot and showed his extreme enthusiasm for fire dragons. They walked all the way to the far end of the hall, and Hagrid handed the application to the reception goblin. We are here to claim the scholarship. Okay. The reception fairy stretched out a finger, a wisp of flame emerged from the sharp long nails, and the application form was directly ignited. After burning, no ash was left on the application form, only a beautiful cursive signature floating in the air. Please wait. After confirming that everything was correct, the receptionist jumped off the front desk and disappeared into the shadows. Vezet asked, Hagrid, if I have Muggle currency, can I convert it into wizarding currency? Of course. Hagrid continued to search his pockets. Underage wizards can only exchange 50 galleons a year, and adult wizards can exchange 100 galleons a year. Why is there still a limit? Because Muggle currency is too easy to obtain, their banks are not safe at all. So there must be a limit to avoid affecting the wizarding world. Finally found it, these are good stuff. Hagrid suddenly laughed and stretched his hand in front of Vezet. In Hagrid's hand lay more than a dozen handball-sized eggs, the surface of which was covered with orange-red patterns. Vezet looked at the eggs in front of her and they looked familiar. Could these be runespur eggs? You know so much. There are not many young wizards who can recognize this nowadays. Hagrid's eyes lit up. It's a runespur egg. You remember what happened last time, right? That little cutie was a lady, so she was so big. Professor McGonagall told me that these are all compensations for you. In short, it's just to let you not worry and no one will attack you again. Hagrid continued talking. The runespur is the only magical beast known to lay eggs in its mouth. In addition to the special way of laying eggs, runespur eggs also have special effects. Using them as raw materials to make potions can make the person who takes them think more quickly. Wizards also desired a potion that would make them smarter, and runespurs were hunted in large numbers. Just when the runespur was on the verge of extinction, wizards finally woke up and established a protected area in its native country of Burkina Faso, allowing the species to reproduce. Despite this, trade in runespur eggs continues, though generally only on the black market. However, Vezet also had an impression of the snake. It was clearly a very old snake, so why did it become a lovely lady in Hagrid's mouth? The quality is very good and very fresh. According to the current market price, I can sell these 20 eggs for 300 galleons. In a dim corner of the drugstore, the potion master put away his magnifying glass and lowered his voice to quote the price. 300 galleons. Vezet was a little surprised. The value of this egg was really high. He strolled around Diagon Alley, bought a lot of things, and gained a basic understanding of wizarding prices. If converted into the currency of the previous life, 300 galleons would be worth at least tens of thousands of yuan. As long as he spends carefully, the money will be enough for him to leave the welfare home and live on his own for a year. Don't think it's too little. The potion master must have conducted many similar transactions before, so he habitually explained, "It will take a lot of time for us to clean up these things." At this moment, Hagrid came to Vezet with the crucible in his hand. "We have Mr. Scamander's certified signature." "This is not black stuff." "Hagrid," the potion master obviously knew the gamekeeper. "Can you show me the authentication signature?" "Of course." Hagrid put down the crucible and took out an envelope. Lumos. Instead of lighting the envelope, the potion master lit the tip of his wand to check it. After confirming that everything was correct, he handed over a cloth bag with exquisite embroidery. "No problem. Here are 500 galleons. Who of you will keep the money?" "Don't worry." Hagrid shook his head. "Help us prepare the things the new students will need and the money will be deducted from it." New student? The potion master was stunned for a moment and curiously moved the lit wand towards Vezet. "Are you Vezet the Obscure?" "It's me." Vezet noticed that the potion master's face turned pale, almost the same color as the light at the tip of the wand. Vezet was pulling a small trailer and would look back from time to time. In addition to the crucible, the scales and medicine bottles hidden in the crucible, the small trailer was also tied with school uniforms and various stationery. He suddenly saw a familiar figure passing by and walked into the Florin ice cream shop not far away. "Hagrid, have you seen Headmaster Dumbledore?" "Number." Hagrid looked around quickly. "Are you still thinking about what happened just now?" he said gently. "Vezet, don't worry about their opinions. You are a good child." "I didn't care." Vezet shook her head. "I knew the dangers of the Obscurial, but I didn't expect that they all knew I was one. It's all because of the Daily Prophet. They report this every day." Hagrid suddenly became emotional. That Rita Skeeter loves to spread rumors and exaggerate the facts. The Daily Prophet, Rita Skeeter. Vezet was very curious about these two new words. "Yes, it is the most influential newspaper in the English wizarding world," Hagrid pointed forward. "You'll know once you take a look. You'd better not look at it. That woman's words are so vicious. Flourish and Blott's bookstore is an ocean of knowledge. The shelves were filled to the ceiling with books of all kinds. The books come in various styles, ranging from hardcover books the size of floor tiles to palm-sized pocket books. These magical books are like living things. For some books, not only do the characters on the cover jump, but the entire book seems to be restless, wanting to leave the shelf that binds it." The two shop assistants waved their wands repeatedly to keep the books in place, so that the shelves would not collapse. The only reading material Vezet had access to at Luna's house was the Quibbler. There were originally quite a few books left in the house, but unfortunately Luna's mother had an accident and these books disappeared along with the accident. It's still early, so there aren't many wizards staying in the bookstore. Vezet walked into the store and noticed the Daily Prophet in the newspaper section. Vezet the Obscurial repelled XXXXX-level magical creatures. How much did he hide? What is Dumbledore planning? This is the front page report of the newspaper. Vezet glanced at the report briefly before he finally understood why the wizard who knew his name had such an expression. The feeling is to regard him as a natural dark wizard, a walking powder keg, and an extremely dangerous person. These adjectives are all from the report, and the XXXXX level magical creatures mentioned in the title are only mentioned in the title, probably as a means of attracting attention. Running Gorgon, Rita Skeeter is so scary. Hagrid was furious. Principal Dumbledore clearly blocked the news. How could she know so much information? Hey, here I come. A wizard in a black robe with his head lowered appeared at the door. Vezet, I still have some things to do. Hearing the wizard's voice, Hagrid became excited and his voice became louder, like beating a gong or a drum. Then go get busy. Vezet was attracted by the huge amount of books and nodded. How should I find you later? If you don't see me, you can go to Ollivander's wand shop first. It takes a long time to buy a wand. Hagrid took a step and walked towards the wizard. I will be back soon. Vezet didn't pay much attention to it, picked up a copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and started reading while leaning against the cauldron. The content of this book is very rich, introducing hundreds of magical animals from all over the world. There are also hand-drawn pictures attached, which are all animated and vividly depict the habits of magical animals. Before she knew it, Vezet had finished reading the entire book and had a deeper understanding of magical creatures. Hagrid hasn't come back yet. He looked around, but there was no sign of Hagrid inside or outside the bookstore. At this moment, subtle changes occurred in his mind. A book appeared next to the wizard's field guide, titled Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Vezet immersed herself in it and opened the newly appeared copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. It's exactly the same content. How could such a miraculous thing happen? Vezet was delighted and opened another book. He did not try to understand the meaning of every sentence, but just flipped through the book quickly, trying to finish it as quickly as possible. Sure enough, a new book appeared in my mind, Preventing Invasion, a rough discussion of defensive magic. Vizet's expression changed. I just need to flip through the books to remember them in my mind. Vezet lived in an orphanage in her previous life and lacked a sense of security. The easiest way to feel secure is to fill your wallet. Although he now has 500 galleons, he must consider increasing income and reducing expenditure for the sake of the future. He has not yet found an opportunity to increase revenue, but he can cut costs immediately. In the wizarding world, books are expensive, and the unit price is never less than 1 galleon. If he only had a scholarship, he would have to spend nearly half of it on purchasing textbooks. Vezet checked the list and found all the teaching materials she needed for school. He swam in the sea of books and ate 2 biscuits when he was hungry. The bookstore clerk stood at a distance and observed for a long time. He curled his lips as he watched the boy taking books back and forth, with impatience almost overflowing on his face. She has seen too many guests who come to buy books for free, and has mastered the skills of applying the right dish to the right customer. Old wizards who are dressed in shabby clothes and have experienced many vicissitudes of life are usually thick-skinned and difficult to drive away with a few words. The Vezet in front of him was different. She carried a cauldron with her, and the books she was reading were all first-year textbooks at Hogwarts. She was definitely a freshman who was about to enter school. The incoming freshmen are definitely thin-skinned. His clothes were not fancy enough, so he couldn't be the child of a rich and powerful pureblood family. I flipped through the textbooks back and forth, probably because I wanted to try out new books. If I really wanted to buy one, I would definitely choose a second-hand bookstore. A combination of factors led the clerk to Vezet. My dear guest, you have been here for most of the day. Do you need a cup of black tea? Vezet asked subconsciously, black tea, how much? In his previous life, he would also borrow books for free. In addition to selling books, the bookstore also opened a small cafe that sold drinks and desserts. Then you have to go next door. The clerk pointed outside the door impatiently. There's a cold drink shop over there, you can go there. Wait a minute. The clerk's eyes suddenly widened and cold sweat broke out. Are you the silent one? Vezet was used to these people's reactions and put the book back on the shelf. Excuse me, I'll leave now. He had already exceeded his goal and had a large pile of books recorded in his mind. Since the clerk has ordered us to leave, there is no need to stay here any longer. Hagrid hadn't come back yet, so he planned to go to Ollivander's wand shop first to get the most important wand. Don't say that. The clerk waved his hands repeatedly. Go on. I didn't say anything just now. Go on. What happened? A middle-aged man in bright clothes and elegant manners came over and stood between the two of them. Boss. The clerk wiped the sweat from his forehead. I just saw that this customer had been here for a long time, so I told him to go to the cold drink shop next door. Is that so? The bookstore owner murmured, Sir, why don't we go upstairs and sit down? Although Vezet was full of doubts, she still followed the bookstore owner to the second floor. The moment you step onto the second floor, the hustle and bustle of the first floor disappears instantly, replaced by a sense of tranquility. Obviously, magic has been cast here to create an atmosphere different from that on the first floor. The layout of the second floor is very exquisite, and all the furnishings look very old and full of classical beauty. Vezet couldn't help but sigh, "What a great place to study, thank you." The bookstore owner waved his hand and asked Vezet to sit down. "What would you like to drink? Is black tea okay?" Vezet was a little embarrassed and nodded slightly. "Of course." The bookstore owner spoke again. "I am the owner of Flourish and Blots, Clothar Bagshot. What is your name?" "Hello, Mr. Bagshot, my name is Vezet." Their income is related to the sales of the bookstore, and sometimes they take inappropriate actions. I hope you can forgive them. Vezet was full of doubts. Why was the bookstore owner so nice to him? Of course I can understand that. But he also knew the hardship of the workers, so he waved his hand and said, "The clerk was actually right. He really asked me if I needed some black tea." Bagshot took a sip of his tea. "Oh, do you really think?" This sentence is meant literally. "Yes, I thought there was a tea house or coffee shop here for the convenience of readers." "A tea house in a bookstore? I'm very interested in this idea. Can you tell me more about it?" Seeing Bagshot's sincere attitude, Vezet nodded and told him his opinion about bookstores in his previous life. Bagshot was indeed listening attentively and even waved his wand, producing a quill and parchment to write down what he said. "Mr. Bagshot, I must say this sincerely, the environment on the second floor is really great, very suitable for holding various book clubs. Since you pay more attention to the influence of the bookstore, letting the staff take the initiative to provide service will undoubtedly improve the overall evaluation of the bookstore. Even if they don't buy books, they will order a cup of black tea and a dessert. With the service of the staff and the elegant environment, the style of the bookstore itself is also improved." "Very exciting," Bagshot smiled brightly. "Actually, this bookstore is my family business. I want to take it a step further and give it some personal characteristics. It's a pity that I haven't found a better way, so I can only stay where I am. Today, from your mouth, I found a brand new path. It's a wonderful idea to let the staff serve customers well and let customers realize that Flourish and Blots is a special place. I have benefited a lot from it." Vezet waved her hands repeatedly. "I'm glad I can help you. After all, I've been reading here all morning." He was actually just a porter of ideas, and this model was quite common in bookstores in his previous life. Bagshot thanked him anyway, not only covering all his future textbook expenses, but also reserving a private seat on the second floor permanently for him. As long as Vezet comes to Flourish and Blots bookstore to read, tea and desserts will all be provided for free. Bagshot brought Vezet to a small, shabby store and said, "Vezet, this is Ollivander's wand shop. Remember to come to the bookstore often, if there's a chance." Vezet nodded repeatedly. "Thank you for sending me here." Watching Vezet walk into the store, Bagshot did not return to Flourish and Blots bookstore, but turned into the Florin's ice cream shop nearby. He walked briskly to the deepest part where an old man with silver hair sat. Dumbledore was eating candy with a pile of lemon sherbet in front of him. "Clothar, you're here. What's your impression of Vezet?" "A very smart kid." Bagshot sat down with a flushed face. "If it weren't for those reports, I would never have seen any sense of the obscure in him. He has a maturity far beyond his peers, and so does his thinking. Merlin's beard, you may not believe it, but I was actually inspired by him. He gave me a brilliant idea that will allow me to leave my name in the family history. Maybe Bathelda will even remember this and write it in a history of magic. Oh, there is such a thing." Dumbledore asked with some surprise in his tone, "Can you tell me in detail?" After listening to Bagshot's story, Dumbledore had a faint smile on his face. "What a good boy." Bagshot asked, "Principal Dumbledore, is Vezet really an obscure?" "I don't get the feeling from her words or actions. This child has a kind of affinity, to be honest. Even if you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have been wary of him. It's really amazing." "That depends on whether you believe it or not." Dumbledore took a sip of tea. "Vezet is indeed an obscurial. I saw it with my own eyes. It was an emergency and the Ministry of Magic got there before me. He was able to get out of the Obscurus without my help. He actually recovered by his own perseverance. He is just the age for freshmen to enter school, right?" Bagshot said in disbelief. "This morning, I thought you were worried that he wasn't stable enough, so you asked me to pay more attention to him and find a chance to chat with him. I'm sure you misunderstood me." Dumbledore shook his head. "I just saw Vezet wandering around the bookstore for a long time. She was worried that she rarely communicated with people, so she didn't dare to ask to buy books. That's why I asked you to help take care of him. If he needs anything, please try to help him. You really helped me a lot this time, I will remember it." No, 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 Principal Dumbledore, you are joking. Bagshot waved his hands repeatedly. I am the one who has gained a lot, and I should thank you. If you keep being so polite, maybe we can think about what to eat tonight. Dumbledore glanced at the time. I have an interview this afternoon and need to go back to the leaky cauldron later. Okay, I should go back to the bookstore. Bagshot had already stood up. I'll take my leave first. Looking at Bagshot's brisk steps, Dumbledore was a little absent-minded. Ariana, at least this time I won't make the same mistake again. For modern wizards, the wand is a necessity that is related to every aspect of life. As one of the oldest buildings in Diagon Alley, Ollivander's wand shop is quite inconspicuous. The shop's facade was small and shabby, and the gold sign on the door was mottled, with faint embossed words visible, Ollivander's, making fine wands since 382 BC. The glass display case was gray, and an old wand lay on a faded purple cushion. Vezet pushed the door and walked into the store. It was quiet here, with only a narrow aisle leading to the store. This is more of a wand warehouse than a store. There were shelves on both sides of the aisle, filled with wooden boxes like bricks stacked from the ground to the ceiling. The space in the store is also very small, with a patinated bench in the corner. Ring, ring, ring. The pleasant sound of wind chimes echoed in the store, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of Vezet like the wind. Ollivander is an old man with silver hair and no beard, and his extremely light silver-white eyes are eye-catching. In the dim shop, these eyes are like two bright moons emitting light. Ollivander said softly, "Good afternoon. Since the statute of secrecy came into effect, obscures are rare. You are a special guest. Vezet, it is a pleasure to serve you." There was a sense of joy in his tone. It's unprecedented for an obscurial to have the opportunity to touch a wand. Which hand do you usually use? Right hand. Okay, please raise your arms and relax, I'm just measuring you. As he spoke, a tape measure jumped out of Ollivander's coat pocket. The tape measure stayed on Vizet's shoulder, slowly rolled to her fingertips, then from her wrist to her elbow, from her shoulder to the ground, and circled along her forehead. The store seemed to come alive at this moment. Ollivander shuttled between the shelves and waved his hand, and 3 wooden boxes went into his arms. Here, there are differences in wood, core length, every aspect. Every wand is unique. Of course, there is always a wand that suits you. Try this one, acacia wood, dragon heartstring, 13 inches and tough. This is a magic wand that looks like amber all over. The carvings on it follow the wood grain, giving it a leisurely feeling. Vezet held the wand in her hand, but before she could even hold it tightly, Ollivander took it away. It doesn't feel right. Try this one, blackthorn wood, snake nerve, 12.5 inches, very flexible. Almost replicating the previous action, before Vezet could hold the wand tightly, Ollivander had already taken it away. Try this one, holly, phoenix feather, 13.75 inches, medium hardness and softness. Cedar wood, unicorn tail hair, 10.75 inches, no. Ollivander chattered on and on about the products, moving back and forth between the shelves, showing a dexterity that was beyond his age. Vezet took wand after wand, and they were taken away again. Wands and wand boxes were scattered on the ground, piling up without anyone noticing. What about this one, ebony, dragon heartstring, 9 inches. Elderberry, snake nerve, 11 inches. Laurel wood, phoenix feathers. As time went by, the wand boxes piled up higher and higher like a small hill. Ollivander, who was in high spirits, finally stopped and kept muttering in an excited tone, "I didn't expect it. I have tried almost all kinds. How could this happen?" Faced with such a situation, if Vezet had not used the shield magic before, she would probably have doubted whether she had a talent for magic. "Vezet, I need more information." Ollivander rubbed his hands and said impatiently, "Would you like to tell me about your previous experience? Try not to recall bad things. Tell me something happy and interesting, preferably something that happened before you met Dumbledore." Vezet asked her doubts. "Mr. Ollivander, is there a problem? Why is there no wand that fits me?" It's common for wizards to be picky about wands. Ollivander smiled. Wands choose wizards, and wizards also choose wands. Sometimes it takes a lot of work to complete the match. We need to trace the origin. Tell me about your previous experience. What happened before I met Dumbledore? Vezet frowned and began to recall the past. Yes, anything that interests you is fine. In the wizard's home, there is a book that records magic. It looks very old. I am very interested in it. A book that records ancient magic. Ollivander looked thoughtful. I have an idea. Wait for me here for a while. He pulled out his wand and waved it at the wands on the ground. The wands returned to the box in an orderly manner and then flew back to their original positions. Not long after, he emerged from the shadows deep in the shop, holding a silver-blue box in his hands. Vezet stared at the cyclone symbol on the box in a trance. He was very familiar with this symbol. On the wizard's field guide there is the same symbol. Ollivander had a complicated expression. To be honest, even though it was made by the Ollivander family, it is not a complete wand. My grandfather once told me that this wand has a special purpose and is probably no match for an ordinary wand under normal circumstances. Vezet took the box and carefully pulled out the lining. On the silver-blue velvet lay an extremely delicate magic wand. The handle of the wand is like a whole piece of sapphire, with a gray crystal structure spiraling up, connecting the wooden shaft to the sapphire handle. Ollivander looked at a treasure. This wand is very special. It doesn't even apply to wand theory. It doesn't have a truly clear shaft and core. Vezet had an indescribable feeling that the wand in front of him should have belonged to him. Perhaps it was just as Ollivander said, this wand had been waiting for him to be its partner from the moment it was made. Thinking of this, Vezet held the wand in her hand without any hesitation. A silver-blue light appeared in his mind, and the wizard's field guide was suddenly spread out. Countless pages flew through his mind as if boiling. Just then, the wand slowly disappeared from his hand and reappeared in his mind. The fluttering pages of the book were like a school of fish circling around the magic wand. At this moment, the magic wand is like a magic needle that stabilizes the sea. The gray crystal that holds the magic wand lights up and emits a silver-blue light. The dim store brightened up, and countless silver-blue lights overflowed from all directions, flying towards Vizet's eyes. Then the entire Diagon Alley was flashing for him, emitting a silver-blue light. Ollivander opened his mouth slightly, his eyes wide open as he watched everything in front of him, looking at Vezet floating in the air. Vezet looked forward, like a god standing on the long river of history, observing the rise and fall of Diagon Alley from ancient times to the present. He saw Ollivander's ancestors arrive here, build a shed, and sell the first wands. He saw the goblins also appeared here, and they seemed to sense that this place was about to prosper, and they started to build a snow-white building. He saw more and more shops appearing, and a commercial street called Diagon Alley was built around Gringotts and Ollivander's wand shop. He seemed to be able to vaguely glimpse the essence of magic, how wizards obtained magic in the past and the more ancient past. Vezet concentrated his attention and tried hard to see these things clearly. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable strong dizziness, and he felt as if the world was turning upside down. At the end of the leaky cauldron, Dumbledore laced his fingers together and stared at the person hiding in the shadows with a scrutinizing look. Professor Quirrell, as far as I know, you went to the Black Forest of Albania to gain practical experience in defense against the dark arts. Did you gain any inspiration? Of course, Quirrell stammered. I met vampires. They were unfriendly to me. At this moment, a silver-blue light suddenly flashed in the leaky cauldron and the drinkers opened their sleepy eyes. What just happened? Did you see the light? I not only see the light, I believe it. Look, Lumos, have you drunk too much? Hiccuped Tom. 24 more bottles of sherry. Dumbledore looked towards the bar. His eyes seemed to penetrate the bar to the small patio, and then penetrate the small patio to Diagon Alley. He felt the ancient magical power from the silver-blue light and searched for the source of this power. Ollivander's wand shop, could it be Vezet? And there is an old witch, she is horrible. Quirrell still stuttered. Principal Dumbledore, what were you talking about? It's okay. Dumbledore shook his head slightly. I'm listening, please continue. What did that terrible witch do? That old witch raised a lot of snakes. All of them were poisonous, and poisonous snakes she drove the poisonous snakes to attack me. The second floor of the leaky cauldron, a guest room rented by Quirrell. Voldemort, who was possessed by the sharp-nosed viper, woke up from his slumber and felt a strange power. He stuck his head out of the quilt, climbed up to the window quickly, and looked into the distance. Such an ancient magical power, he made a hoarse and harsh voice. This body is too weak. I can only sense that the source is here. I have to let Quirrell get the Philosopher's Stone as soon as possible. Before he finished his words, the snake's body collapsed. Its scales and flesh turned to ashes, and a cloud of black gas like smoke emerged from it. The black gas slowly came to the corner of the room, where there was a net cage full of poisonous snakes. The venomous snakes fell into a deep sleep. The black gas stayed in the air for a while and finally selected a venomous snake and pounced on it. Vezet woke up from the bench in the store. Everything around me has changed. There are countless lines on the ceiling. These lines are like dried brushstrokes, and only a very dim silver-blue color can be seen. The same is true of the wands on the shelves, which are entangled with glowing threads. Some are scorching red, some are warm orange, and some are soft silver. Kid, you're awake. Ollivander appeared in front of him. Does the world in front of you look different? A mirror appeared, and in it was a pretty face with a bit of baby fat that was unique to a person of this age. What's wrong with my eyes? Vezet looked in the mirror and slowly moved her hands to her eyes. These eyes are like a lake under the moonlight, with silver blue light filling the pupils, possessing a unique, mysterious beauty. He blinked, and the silver blue light completely disappeared. He blinked again, and the silver blue light filled his eyes again as he wished. Magic eye, an extremely rare talent. Ollivander said with envy, "It's the most coveted talent of the Ollivander family." The first generation of Ollivander's wand maker was a wizard who mastered the eye of magic. He observed the magic of this world and summarized the laws and mysteries contained therein. He incorporated rules into wand making, making our wand making technique unique and able to pass it down as a family foundation. There have been many wand makers in history, but when it comes to wand making families, it has to be our Ollivander family. That's amazing. Vezet exclaimed, her consciousness sinking into her mind. The Wizard's Field Guide opened a new page with the record of the Magic Eye. Primary Magic Eye, discover the ancient magic power brewed over time. Absorb it to help the Magic Eye grow. See the Magic Circuit. To be able to see the Magic Circuit means to be able to see the light wrapped around the magic wand, and this is only the ability of the primary Magic Eye. If I continue to absorb ancient magical power and allow the Magic Eye to grow and evolve to the intermediate and advanced levels, what can I see? Vezet tried to control the Obscurus, but unfortunately the ancient magical power generated by the Obscurus could not be absorbed by the Magic Eye. Since the silent path was not feasible, he did not force it. The most urgent task was to obtain a magic wand. Mr. Ollivander, the wand you just gave me has disappeared. What should I do? It's okay, maybe it can be a key, the key to open the Magic Eye. Ollivander's tone became gentler, like the tone of an elder comforting a younger generation. Let's start choosing wands again. Maybe this time, you'll have an unexpected gain. What color wand do you like? Do you have any requirements for the wand core? Vezet asked in confusion, didn't you say before that wizards and wands would choose each other? Can I make a request now? Ollivander hummed. Of course it's like this in normal situations, but you have the Magic Eye. Tell me what style you like. Vezet recalled the bunch of wands he had just tried. Elder Dragon Heartstring, 13 inches. It would be better if they were a little harder. You remember everything. Ollivander smiled brightly, like a sunflower facing the sun. To carry the power of the Obscurus, it does require an extraordinary wand configuration. He already knew the location of all the wands in the store. With just a wave of the wand, a wooden box flew out from the deepest part of the shelf and fell into Vezet's hands. In the wooden box lay a jet-black magic wand without too many carvings on it. It was straight, sharp, and as cold as a bayonet. With the help of the Magic Eye, he felt the exquisite skills contained in the wand, and the overall magic circuit was very smooth. The only flaw is at the tip of the wand. The magic circuit is a bit bulky, like a tangled ball of thread. Vezet grabbed the wand. The handle of the wand was round and convex, and it fit very well in her hand. The ancient magical power was aroused and quickly spread to the body of the wand. The power gathers at the tip of the wand and merges into the bloated magic circuit. Vezet is like playing a game of cat's tuck, which requires combing the magic circuit to make the overall magic circuit of the wand smoother. After an unknown amount of time, he finally straightened out the magic circuit, and cyclone-like patterns appeared on the wand, which also heated up slightly. Vezet subconsciously loosened her grip, and the wand, contrary to its normal behavior, floated in the air, emitting a pleasant hum. He could feel that the wand was calling to him, in stark contrast to its previous silence. Not only this wand, but all the wands in the shop made a soft hum the same call. Very wonderful, it has become even more perfect. Ollivander smiled with satisfaction. Get it, the wand chooses the wizard. You have the Magic Eye, you can make the wand even better, no wand can refuse this. These wands are really interesting in a way. Vezet laughed. He remembered a sentence from his previous life. If you ignore me today, I will make you out of my reach tomorrow. Vezet, I hope that after you graduate you can learn how to make wands from me. Ollivander's tone was full of anticipation. Don't worry about the remuneration. I will pay you according to the Auror's salary standard and will never let you suffer any loss. Can I do this? Vezet asked subconsciously. This should be a very profound knowledge, and it also involves the secrets of your family. You have the Magic Eye. This is the most important thing. Ollivander said quickly. Perhaps you can think about it for a while and give me an answer before graduation. You can study it first, I'll give this to you first. As if worried that Vezet would not agree, he quickly disappeared into the darkness. Not long after, he appeared in the store again with a scaly leather-covered notebook in his hand. The Hungarian horntail dragon skin has been specially treated. It is extraordinarily warm even when you are taking notes in winter. Vezet felt the warmth of the dragon leather notebook, just like holding a small hand warmer, it felt good. Vezet, the notebook contains basic wand-making methods as well as some of my experiences. I'll give it to you and you can look through it when you remember. Is this a family secret? It's too valuable, I can't keep it. Hearing this, Vezet realized the value of this notebook. He had just met Ollivander once, but he was treated so sincerely that he felt a little uncomfortable and subconsciously chose to refuse. Ollivander advised, "Why don't you flip through it first and see if you're interested?" Having said that, Vezet did not refuse and opened her notebook to read it page by page. The notes contain a vast amount of knowledge about wand making, enough to be recorded in one's mind. After making sure that the content in his mind was correct with his notes, he stuffed the notes back and said, "Mr. Ollivander, I have read it and benefited a lot from it." Ollivander's eyes dimmed. "You don't have to comfort me. It seems that you have no interest in wand making." Vezet explained, "It's like this. I read books quickly and even though I can't understand the meaning, I remember the content." "Really?" Ollivander said excitedly, "Do you think hawthorn wood is a good choice for a stick?" Vezet looked through the notes in her mind. If hawthorn wood is used as the shaft, the wand will become strange and contradictory. This is a relatively rare material, but I think its existence is reasonable. Since it can be used as a staff material, it should be able to find a suitable owner. Very good, very good. Ollivander's eyes lit up again. What about sycamore as the stick shaft? Ollivander was amazed at how fluently Vezet could answer questions about her notes if she simply repeated them. Vezet, the world that belongs to you is absolutely vast and boundless. I must admit that it would be a waste of your talent if you became a wand maker. The sky had darkened, and the setting sun cast a bright orange hue over Diagon Alley. If you observe the buildings in Diagon Alley with a magical eye, you will see that the buildings have turned into stained glass. If you look closely at the lines holding the building together, you can still see the magic of the nearly dried silver blue. It was only by consuming the ancient magical power of Diagon Alley that I was able to successfully open the magic eye. If I want the magic eye to continue to grow, the road ahead will be long and arduous, but I will eventually reach my destination if I keep on going. Vezet stood outside the wand shop, playing with the wand in his hand. He liked the shape of this wand very much. Not only that, this wand means a lot to him, it means he has embarked on the path of becoming a wizard. Ollivander told him that the price of 7 galleons for a wand was a discount for new students. If you want to buy a magic wand later, the price will vary depending on the material of the wand. But for Vezet, these are not issues that need to be considered. If he needs to replace his wand, he can always come to the store to trade in his old one for a new one. For Ollivander, the wand improved by Vezet is also worth studying. After playing with the wand for a while, Vezet carefully opened her pocket and slowly put it in. He looked around and couldn't help wondering where was Hagrid. The two separated in the morning, and now the sun was setting, and Hagrid had not returned yet. After spending a short time together, Vezet felt that it was not in Hagrid's character to leave without saying goodbye. Did something happen? He went to the pharmacy and found the potion master he met in the morning. "Are you talking about Hagrid?" The potion master frowned and thought, "I seem to see him walking over there. Why don't you go over and take a look?" "Oh, right. Remember to look at the street corner, don't go into Nocturne Alley." It was dark, and the street lights on both sides of the street were lit up. Diagon Alley seemed to be soaked in beer, giving off a slightly tipsy and comfortable feeling. Vezet walked out of the pharmacy, and following the instructions of the potion master, turned into a dark alley. The lights in Diagon Alley dimmed instantly, and the air flowing through the alley was filled with cold and damp. The brick walls on both sides are crooked, and spots of fluorescent moss grow on the walls, emitting a cold green light, giving a feeling of ghostly presence. The end of the trail was shrouded in darkness, like the entrance to hell, giving people the illusion that there was no return. Even if one's senses are not very sharp, one can still sense that there is something wrong with this trail. At the end of the trail, Hagrid's roar was heard. "Let me go, I don't want to buy it, don't touch me." An arrogant voice laughed. "What are you talking about? Didn't we agree on this? We have brought the dog here." "You don't want us to kill the dog, do you?" Hagrid's roar became even louder. "Don't do this. The little cutie hasn't even opened her eyes yet. You suddenly raised the price and I don't have that much money. Give me another day." The arrogant voice continued, "Give you another day? This is a hot commodity, let us search you. If you really don't have that much money, I will sell it to you at the original price." Hagrid shouted firmly, "No, I only have so much money." Vezet realized that Hagrid had clashed with another group of people. Now is not the right time to be a hero or just watch the fun. The right thing to do is to go back to Diagon Alley and ask for help. Just as he was about to return, a cold voice sounded behind him, with a brand new cauldron and an owl. "Looks like a new student." A wizard covered in a black robe appeared, holding up his wand, and the tip of the wand emitted a pale white light. "Little ghost, why are you here?" Vezet subconsciously lowered her head and put her hands in front of her face to avoid being blinded by the bright light. The black-robed wizard continued, "I'm really lucky today, 2 fat fish. Follow me." Vezet reached into her pocket, and inside was a gift from Ollivander, a fist-sized iron plate, a magical item with defensive properties. The method of use is also extremely simple. You only need to touch the iron plate back and forth 3 times to trigger the iron armor spell contained in it. Vezet vaguely understood the value of this iron plate, but the situation was urgent now, and it seemed that she could only rely on this magic prop to escape. He followed the black-robed wizard deeper into the trail and saw a strange sight at the end of the road. Greek-style tunes float in the air. The tall Hagrid leaned against the wall, clenched his fists, and glared. There were also 3 ragged men who were like hungry wolves. Although their height was only up to Hagrid's waist, they surrounded the giant. "Vezet, why are you here?" Hagrid asked in surprise and then continued to roar, "How dare you hold a child hostage? So you two know each other. He can only blame his bad luck." The black-robed wizard pushed Vezet and joined the other 3, surrounding Vezet and Hagrid. Vezet was not as excited as Hagrid. He looked behind the 4 people, where a giant beast was lying and snoring. The giant beast looked like a pug that had been magnified countless times. Just by lying on the ground and sleeping, it was already as tall as him. The most peculiar thing is the appearance of this dog. It has 3 heads and drools when it smacks its lips. The 3-headed dog is a 5x level magical animal native to Greece. It likes sweets and has a body size and magic resistance comparable to that of a dragon. According to the ratings of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, 5x is the most dangerous level. This type of magical animal is extremely dangerous and difficult to tame. Based on Vizet's understanding of Hagrid, if she wanted Hagrid to call a magical animal cute, it would have to be huge and dangerous. Vezet asked, "Hagrid, you want to buy it?" Hagrid nodded angrily. "I already had enough money with me, but they asked for too much. They even raised the price to 600 galleons. The black-robed wizard said, "In order to bring this big guy here, one of our brothers was captured. Of course we have to pay more. He is our dearest relative." "This is not a reason for you to go back on your word," Hagrid spat, interrupting the black-robed wizard. "Not keeping my word? That's right, I am not keeping my word." The black-robed wizard laughed strangely. "Now there is another child who knows our secret. I have to raise the price. Now that there is another child, you can go back and get the money, if you don't bring 1,000 galleons by tomorrow. The ghost transformed by this child will come looking for you." "Ah," Hagrid was startled and waved his hands quickly, saying, "You can't do this, you must not do this." Seeing this, Vezet couldn't help but rub her brows. Vizet's life in an orphanage in her previous life taught her that she should not back down when faced with such things, as backing down would only allow the evildoers to gain further advantage. In order to deal with such unreasonable evil people, we need to make them feel scared. "Hehehe, of course we have to do this." The 4 people on the opposite side laughed strangely. "You can go back and raise money. Whether this child can survive depends on you." Vezet cleared her throat. "Everyone, you guys didn't even ask for my opinion and you just decided everything on your own. My family is still waiting for me. They will be worried if I go back later. So I'm sorry, I can't stay here overnight." The 4 people opposite were stunned for a moment and laughed even more wildly. "Did I hear it right? He is threatening us. I am really scared. A freshman with a cauldron. I'm afraid he just bought his wand today. What can he do? Lumos. Looking at the clothes you're wearing, you don't look like a child from a wealthy pureblood family. It would be great if you were, then we could get 2,000 galleons." Vezet said calmly, "Do you know the silent ones? Or do you have the habit of reading newspapers?" The 4 people on the opposite side were a little impatient. "What silent one? Stop talking nonsense. Big guy, go and prepare the money." "Okay." Vezet sighed. "Hagrid, I remember you brought the Daily Prophet. Is it still there?" "Oh, still there." Hagrid immediately searched his pockets and took out a crumpled newspaper. Vezet took the newspaper and handed it to the 4 people across from him. "You can take a look at it." Only the black-robed wizard spread out the newspaper, while the other 3 remained alert. Soon, the black-robed wizard's expression changed from suspicion to surprise. He raised his wand, and the tip of the wand emitted a warm white light shining on Vizet's face. The black-robed wizard's expression changed rapidly from surprise to fear, and beads of sweat gradually covered his forehead. A natural-born dark wizard, a walking powder keg, an extremely dangerous person. Vezet pointed at herself. "That's me. I'm an Obscurial." The black-robed wizard wiped the sweat from his forehead and pretended to be calm, saying, "If you say so, then so. Who knows if the reporter took the wrong photo? The content is also nonsense. He is Vezet. Hagrid said angrily, he has been given a hard time by many people today because of this matter. Perhaps you need some evidence. Vezet smiled and rolled up her sleeves. Each gesture was extremely smooth. Ancient magic shield. The scene of encountering the Runespur snake seemed to appear before Vizet's eyes. A silver-blue light spread all over his body, and a spherical barrier appeared, covering him and Hagrid. The reporter was obviously not actually there, Vezet said softly, pulling her index finger and thumb apart. The barrier immediately spread outward and stopped just in front of the black-robed wizard. Vezet smiled coldly and said loudly, I forced the runes into a dead end and crushed it bit by bit with this magic. Do you want to try it? Of course you can also try to resist. Now I can still control my own power if I activate the Obscurus. I really can't say what will happen. He looked around. This location is great, it's just a straight line. Morin will definitely perform well here. Not only the black-robed wizard had sweat on his forehead, but his 3 accomplices were also sweating profusely. Boss, this magic isn't that powerful, right? Let's go, can't the 4 of us beat the 2 of them? Is he trying to scare us? The Obscurial is fake, right? I don't even know what this thing is. The black-robed wizard was very annoyed by the noise of his companions. He shouted, shut up. Even if the identity of the Obscure is fake, is the wandless spellcasting fake? Have you ever seen a few little farts? Kids who can cast spells without a wand? He threw the newspaper to his companions. Read it for yourselves. Don't just think about getting on top without knowing anything. He regretted it very much now. He should have driven the Silent One away, otherwise he would not be facing such a situation. The silver-blue shield magic continued, and the black-robed wizard could only grit his teeth and asked unwillingly, what do you want? Vezet chuckled and took 2 steps forward. I just want to go home, it's a very simple wish. The black-robed wizard and others immediately retreated more than 10 steps, with their backs pressed against the still sleeping 3-headed dog. Judging from the behavior of these people, they already know what the Obscurials are and what Vezet had done before. Thanks to Rita Skeeter, this outrageous official report allowed Vezet to achieve the desired effect without having to explain too much. By the way, how much do you plan to sell this 3-headed dog to Hagrid? Are you still willing to buy it? The black-robed wizard asked in surprise. 400 galleons. This 3-headed dog is a cub and its eyes are not even open yet. Vezet looked to the side. Hagrid, is the 3-headed dog pup worth the price? His knowledge of the 3-headed dog mainly comes from Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. The book mainly mentions the precautions regarding the 3-headed dog. As for issues like price, we still have to rely on the Hogwarts gamekeeper. Hagrid nodded repeatedly. Of course it's worth it, and it's a great value. I haven't seen such a favorable price when I traveled in Greece. See. The black-robed wizard breathed a sigh of relief. Just follow this price, we will never raise the price. Vezet looked at Hagrid speechlessly. They were in the upper hand now and should have acted more aggressively. Maybe it's because wizards in the magical world are relatively simple. Or is it just that Hagrid is simple? 400 galleons is not a small amount. Vizet's calculating instinct kicked in. This price is obviously unreasonable. This is not Greece. The black-robed wizard immediately looked at him and asked nervously, what do you want to say? Vezet said calmly, as far as I know, the 3-headed dog is a dangerous and rare magical animal. It's very troublesome to buy a 3-headed dog. In addition to the purchase price, there are various other formalities that need to be completed. If you follow the normal purchase process, it will take a lot of time. Do you understand? This is from Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and it gives a brief introduction to adopting a 3-headed dog. The black-robed wizard tried to play dumb and shook his head repeatedly. I don't know, this price is really good. He also winked at Hagrid. Big man, say something, it's a cub, don't you want to be the master of this little cutie? Oh. Hagrid made a long purring sound but didn't say anything. He looked down at Vezet with an expression that said, I listened to him. Vezet made a scissors sign. 200 galleons, that's the highest price we've offered. 200 galleons. The black-robed wizard screamed, why don't you just kill us? This price is out of the question. Good idea. Vezet touched her chin as if thinking about it seriously. Such a dark alley is indeed suitable for doing this kind of thing. Vezet. Hagrid was frightened. You must calm down, you are a good child. The black-robed wizard was also frightened. That's right, the big guy is right, you must calm down, let's discuss it again. Vezet shook her scissor hand. 200 galleons. 390 galleons. This is our bottom line. 190 galleons. If you had a bottom line, you wouldn't have held me hostage in the first place. You. The black-robed wizard now regretted even more and weakly lowered the price. 380 galleons, no lowering. Vezet smiled calmly and said, 170 galleons. Judging from the clothes you guys are wearing, I'm afraid you've been sleeping outdoors for a long time, right? Did you commit a crime in Greece, so you came here to hide with the three-headed dog? The money you got should be enough for you to live for a while, right? Besides, Hagrid is the gamekeeper of Hogwarts. Only a place as big as a game farm can allow the three-headed dog to live peacefully. Do you understand? The black-robed wizard seemed to have hit a sore spot, and his voice was as sharp as chalk scratching across glass. Then you can't keep lowering the price. How can you bargain like that? 150 galleons. Vezet remained calm. I told you the bottom line can be lowered, especially when dealing with people like you. When the moon was high in the sky, Hagrid, grinning from ear to ear, carried the three-headed dog and led Vezet back to Diagon Alley. Vezet, thank you so much for today. If it weren't for you, I might not have made it out of Nocturne Alley. He fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a beautifully embroidered cloth bag. I'm really scared. They want to search me, but I don't want them to take this away. This was the reason why Hagrid refused to let those people search him. Vezet temporarily entrusted her wallet to him. The runespur was brought by Hagrid. If Hagrid had any selfish motives, Vezet would not have received the 500 galleons. At least in terms of character, Hagrid is a trustworthy person. Not only that, Hagrid's blouse has magic resistance and can resist general theft magic. Keeping the money with him can also make Vezet feel more at ease. Seeing Vezet take the wallet away, Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief and asked in a relaxed tone, "What do you think this little cutie should be called?" Vezet looked at the still sleepy three-headed dog and shrugged, "I don't know. I'm not very good at naming, but it looks furry and it's indeed cute, right?" Hagrid's eyes lit up. Yes, a furry little cutie, why not call him Fluffy? He reached out and stroked the three-headed dog's back, his tone full of affection. "Luwei, what do you think?" Perhaps Hagrid's call worked. The three-headed dog Fluffy snorted and slowly opened his eyes. Woof. However, when Lou Williams was carried on Hagrid's shoulders, the first person that caught his eye was not Hagrid, but Vezet, who was following behind and pulling a small trailer. "Hagrid, your Fluffy is awake." The three-headed dog Fluffy's eyes lit up and he flapped his paws, whimpering and trying to pounce on Vezet. Hagrid was quite strong. When he found that Fluffy had woken up, he easily lifted him over his head. He shouted excitedly, "Lu Wei, wake up. You are so cute, you were born to be kissed by your mother." Vezet wiped the sweat off her face. Only a man of Hagrid's physique could lift a three-headed dog the size of an African lion by himself. "I seem to have come at a bad time." At that exact moment, a familiar voice sounded and Dumbledore appeared in front of them. Principal Dumbledore. Hagrid seemed frightened and hid Fluffy behind him quickly as if he was hiding a gift. Unfortunately, Lou Williams' size is comparable to that of an African lion, and even Hagrid's 3-meter-tall stature cannot conceal it. "The three-headed dog cub looks a little thin," Dumbledore said with a smile. "Is the new nest you built in the school prepared for it?" Hee. Hagrid smiled reluctantly. "Fluffy is still young. I don't want him to keep running around." "Of course I understand." Dumbledore nodded, "But if that's the case, I'm afraid I won't be able to take the night bus." "Vezet, would you like to try another way to travel? There is a more economical option. I have already contacted Molly." "More economical." Vezet remembered that she had not paid for the taxi this morning, so she quickly took out a gold coin and put it into Hagrid's trouser pocket. Hagrid said anxiously, "Vezet, you don't have to do this. You saved me more than 200 galleons." Vezet waved her hand. "That's different. Let's keep it one thing at a time." "Just take it, Hagrid." Dumbledore smiled even more kindly. "Vezet, let's go. The Flu network is definitely a great way to travel." The three returned to the leaky cauldron. It was still bustling here, with a fire roaring in the corner fireplace, adding to the atmosphere of the bar. Dumbledore picked up the flower pot on the fireplace, which was filled with glittering star powder. It's very simple to use. Just grab a handful of Flu powder, throw it into the fireplace, and shout out where you want to go the burrow. He demonstrated as he spoke, sprinkling down a handful of Flu powder. The flames that came into contact with the Flu powder instantly rose up, and the bright red flames turned into emerald green. "Vezet, overcome your fear of fire. The flames in the fireplace will not harm you. They will lead you home under the guidance of magic." Listening to Dumbledore's soft voice, Vezet nodded and pushed the small trailer directly towards the fire. "Principal Dumbledore." Hagrid and Lu Wei huddled in the corner. "How should we get back to school?" Dumbledore made a gesture of invitation. "I have arranged for the Thestrals, but they will not be here soon." Tom appeared at the right moment, bringing a large pot of tea and a large cut cake. Seeing the cake covered with sweet cream, Dumbledore's eyebrows relaxed with a look of pleasure. "I am very interested in the origin of the three-headed dog. Can you tell me about it?" Hagrid perked up. "Of course, where do you start? How did I meet Fluffy?" "I was at the leaky cauldron." I want to know the process of buying Lou Williams. Dumbledore waved his hand. From your conversation just now, it seems that Vezet helped you a lot. Yes, yes. Hagrid nodded repeatedly. If it weren't for him, I would definitely be blackmailed by those people. The situation is like this. Vezet entrusted me with 500 galleons. How could I let those people search me? When I saw him appear, I was really scared to death. He's too smart. I didn't even know what happened. Those people actually only sold it for 170 galleons. How much discount was that? He was so excited that he danced with joy. Even Lu Wei, who had fallen into a coma, woke up again and called out the name Vezet when he heard it. Dumbledore showed a look of relief on his face. Using what I've seen and heard throughout the day, it's easy to turn the situation around. To be able to come up with such a perfect solution in such an emergency situation, honestly, even I couldn't do better. Hagrid nodded in agreement. That's why I said it. If Vezet hadn't come, I really don't know what I would have done. Dumbledore smiled and asked, Hagrid, I can see that you like this child very much. Luli likes him too. Hagrid rubbed Lu Wei's head, but there are still many people who misunderstand him. It's all because of those reports. They will have new reports soon. Dumbledore stroked his beard. Harry's birthday is in a few days and I'll need your help to make a trip then. Harry? Hagrid opened his mouth. Harry Potter? Oh right, he is also old enough to go to school. Of course I have no problem. I haven't seen him for 10 years. He was just a little kid back then, only a tiny little kid. Yes, it's been 10 years. Dumbledore suddenly sighed. It will be a long time in the future and it may be very busy. The Thestrals are here and we should go back to school. As Dumbledore had said, the fire did no harm to Vezet. There was a strange roaring sound in his ears and he seemed to be in a whirlpool, with fireplace exits flashing before his eyes. Suddenly a boy screamed in front of him, Mom, the fireplace is responding, come over here and take a look. A more mature male voice said, Vezet is back from Diagon Alley, she must have brought a lot of things. Ronald, stay away and be safe. A push came from behind and Vezet came out of the fireplace, and what came into view was a living room made of crooked stones. The tall red-haired boy stood in front of him and extended his hand in style. Hello, I'm Percy Weasley, Gryffindor Prefect. Another red-haired boy appeared and said shyly, I'm Ronald and I'm also enrolled this year. A hand suddenly appeared under Percy's hand. Hello, my name is Fred Weasley, the younger brother who always gets deducted points by the prefects. Then another hand appeared and covered Percy's palm. Hello. My name is George Weasley, another brother who was deducted points by the prefect. Shut up, Percy yelled. Who would deduct points from you if you behaved better? Percy is like this. The two boys who looked the same shook their heads and said angrily, I even doubt if he is our brother. He has no sense of humor at all. In front of Vezet stood 4 boys, all of whom had freckles on their faces and red hair. Percy was dressed most formally, wearing a black robe with a gold-red badge on his chest. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, revealing his bookish air of being a law-abiding person. Fred and George put on a playful look, their clothes not only old but also with traces of smoky magic. Ronald stood at the back, his eyes sparkling, and he stretched his neck to look around curiously. Okay. A middle-aged woman in an apron appeared and pulled Fred and George aside. My name is Molly, I'm back so late, have you had dinner? She bent down to look at Vezet and straightened her collar. Can I cook something for you? Her name is Molly Weasley, and she is the mother of Ronald, Percy, Fred, and George. Vezet looked at the group of people. There was no alienation or fear in their eyes, instead she felt a sense of intimacy. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley. He smiled and shook his head. I guess not. Mr. Lovegood left me dinner. Vezet had heard from Luna before that there were other wizarding families around the village of Ottery St. Catchpole. Mrs. Weasley walked ahead with a basket in her hand. Diggory's family is nearby. His children are much less of a worry than Fred and George. And the Fawcett family is also nearby. There seems to be a girl in his family who should also be enrolled this year. Maybe you will run into her when school starts. She is a talkative and easygoing person. Chatting with her is like chatting about family matters without much sense of alienation. Ever since Mrs. Lovegood's accident, the family has become reclusive and we haven't had much contact over the years. Luna is a good kid, but her thinking is rather divergent. Even Fred and George often have trouble keeping up with her. Vezet had been in this world for less than 2 months, and he mainly listened to Mrs. Weasley and responded from time to time. He smiled slightly. To me, a lot of what Luna said is inspiring. If it weren't for Luna's protection and inspiration, he wouldn't have been able to cast the shield magic when he encountered the runes. That's great. Mrs. Weasley looked towards the stream not far away. I pass by that stream occasionally, and I often see Luna there in the past 2 years. She was always crying while fishing, but when she saw me, she ran back home. It must be hard for a child who hasn't even started school to be used to not having someone around him, right? Vizet's heart seemed to skip a beat as she was touched by Mrs. Weasley's words. I don't think so now, Mrs. Weasley smiled and said, "That's very kind of you." Looking at the kind smile, Vezet felt inexplicably annoyed. Hogwarts adopted a closed teaching system, and apart from the summer vacation, she could only leave school during the Christmas vacation. 2 moons appeared over the hill. One moon was hanging high in the sky, and another full moon was floating above the car-shaped castle. It was Luna's mother's masterpiece, and it was said to have originated from a magic experiment. From then on, the darker the sky became, the more obvious the full moon above the castle became. If you observe with the magic eye, can you see some unusual scenes? Vizet's heart moved and her eyes were filled with silver-blue light. The silver-blue magic flowed like liquid, covering the entire castle, especially the full moon. The silver-blue magic contained in it was extremely dazzling. Most importantly, these were ancient magical powers brewed by time, and it seemed that they could be integrated into his eyes as long as he wanted. He didn't do that, because at night Luna liked to walk to the top floor and gaze at the moon above the castle. Vezet suddenly had an idea. Did Luna's mother study ancient magic? This is my first time here at night. It's beautiful, Mrs. Weasley said suddenly, thrusting the basket at Vezet. I'll take you here. These vegetables are all grown at home. Say hello to Mr. Lovegood and Luna for me. Vizet's eyes returned to normal and she said sincerely, Okay, Mrs. Weasley, I don't know how to thank you enough. Mrs. Weasley disappeared into the night and the furry owl hooted happily and flew into Vizet's arms. Coo coo coo. The birdcage on the crucible shook gently and the bronze owl inside called anxiously, as if saying hello. The sound of soft and gentle footsteps was heard, and Luna looked at Vezet quietly with a faint smile. Diagon Alley is magical, isn't it? Her voice was still light and floating. Have you been entangled by a harassment horsefly? If you get to school, you can write to me. Coo. Owl Diana held her head high and chirped twice in response. Yes, you can write a letter. Vezet smiled with relief and shook her head slightly. Luna always has such magic that can easily resolve his confusion. Putting aside her worries, Vezet pointed at the agitated owl and asked, What do you think this little guy should be called? A cute little guy so energetic. Luna thought, let's call him Thor. The sun and the moon always appear alternately. It's a good name. The two walked on the soft grass towards the ancient castle with 2 moons hanging in the sky. Before we knew it, it was already the end of August and tomorrow was the first day of school at Hogwarts. More than a month is not a long time. Vezet used this time to prepare for school and tidy up her room. Among them, Luna made a great contribution. Or rather, she took charge of decorating the room. In addition to replacing the mattress and wallpaper, she also strung together airship leaves to decorate the bed curtains. This is a magical material that looks like a miniature carrot. It is said that as long as you come into contact with it more, you will be able to improve your acceptance of abnormal things. The figure of Airship Lee can be seen everywhere in the castle, such as Luna's earrings, which were also made by Airship Lee. As editor of the Quibbler, Xenophilius would work in a room filled with blimps, supposedly to generate a steady stream of inspiration. The second floor of the castle is particularly lively, as these days are the printing period of the Quibbler. The magic printing press was running at full power, with the click-click sound heard from day till dusk. The printing press used by the wizard is very special. It is made of wood as a whole and is fixed only with iron sheets at key positions, like a spinning machine during the Industrial Revolution. With the help of magic, a magic printing machine has the functions of a series of machines including folding machines, binding machines, and cutting machines. All Xenophilius had to do was design the draft and then stuff it into the inlet of the printing press. The machine will automatically run and print out one finished magazine after another. The efficiency of the machine was not very high, and in a few days, less than 100 copies of the Quibbler were printed. During this period, Vezet also rewrote the teaching materials that she was going to use. As the saying goes, a good memory is not as good as a bad pen. In the process of copying the textbooks, he gained a general understanding of the teaching content of the new school year. The illustrations used in the textbooks were also designed by Luna. She is very good at drawing and can draw the corresponding image as long as Vezet dictates it. Especially in the field of drawing magical creatures, he showed unparalleled talent, and each magical creature was drawn vividly. Mom and I have read Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them Together, Luna explained with a smile on her face. I have seen all the magical animals in it except the scimitar-horned snorkeler. Vezet asked, curved-horned snorkeler, next time I'll go to Flourish and Blots to see if there's any books on it. It should be difficult to find. Luna showed a regretful expression. It is a very rare magical animal. My father told me that they live in Sweden. I will go find them myself and draw them. Go to Sweden. Vezet made a mental note of this. On the last night of August, Xenophilius did not cook himself but ordered food from a nearby Muggle restaurant and prepared a sumptuous dinner at home. Remember to write back more often. This was his only instruction. Share everything about school with us no matter what. You know what I mean? I understand. Vezet smiled and threw 2 stakes out the window. Then they will have to work hard. The 2 owls turned into furry lightning, held the stakes in their mouths in the air, and made 2 cuckoo sounds in response. On the first day of school, Vezet checked her admission letter again, and checked the items in her suitcase over and over again, before she finally felt relieved and walked downstairs with her suitcase. Luna sat in the living room, the bright sunlight coming in through the window, casting a golden glow on her long, light blonde hair. She was combing Thor's feathers, taking care of every feather meticulously. Vezet whispered, "I'm going to school." Yeah, Luna's voice was a little dazed. Although farewell is always a little sad, every farewell is a preparation for the next reunion. She handed over a lush green Gordigan. If you're in trouble or confused, it'll bring you good luck. It's got the taste of home. This statement is not wrong. The appearance and taste of Gordigan are similar to green onions, and only the Luna family will squeeze Gordigan into tea. It's really the taste of home, a taste unique to this place. Vezet nodded. This gift was very Luna-like. King's Cross Station is located in the center of London and is a very important transportation hub for England. It's still early and there aren't many passengers coming and going. Vezet walked into the station smoothly and, after asking around, found the direction to Platform 9. The closer you get to Platform 9, the more groups of people you see around. They all looked like parents dropping off their kids, but their clothing styles were really weird. Some people's clothes are extremely conspicuous in color, like costumes borrowed from a circus. Some people's clothes are in stark contrast, with a large cotton jacket on the upper body and shorts on the lower body. Some people may not have chosen the right clothes. They are middle-aged men with bald heads and stubble on their faces, but they wear a long floral dress. Although their clothing was out of tune with the surrounding passengers, their movements were surprisingly consistent. They approached the pillars of the 9th and 10th platforms, slammed into them, and finally disappeared. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie noticed something strange, ran up with a puzzled look, and even stretched out his hand to touch the pillar. At this moment, a burly man in a pleated skirt suddenly appeared. He raised his wand, rushed to the middle-aged man, and muttered something. A flash of light passed by, and the middle-aged man showed an extremely anxious look and ran out of the station at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Vezet wiped her sweat, not knowing where to start complaining. It's all so weird. A pleasant female voice came to my ears. Muggle studies should be popularized to all grades, not just an elective course. This is an Asian girl with delicate features, long black hair that reaches her shoulders, and a few freckles on her delicate nose. She was wearing a sky blue hoodie with 2 dark blue letters T on the front. The girl was pulling a suitcase with one hand and holding an old-fashioned broom in the other. The broom was well maintained and had never been used to sweep the floor. Both the handle and the branches were varnished and looked very smooth and shiny. You are Vezet, right? You look familiar. I remember that you often appeared on the front page of the Daily Prophet last month. The girl smiled and introduced herself. My name is Qiu Zhang. I'm a student of Ravenclaw. Vezet nodded. Hello, Qiu Zhang. Hello. Qiu Zhang said with a smile, we should go now. We can just rush in. The staff of the Ministry of Magic will only drive away muggles. Ministry of Magic employee. Vezet pointed at the burly man in the pleated skirt. Is he dressed like this? Really? It's hard to understand, right? Qiu Zhang showed a helpless smile. So I said that Muggle studies should be popularized and the knowledge of Muggle studies needs to be updated. I'm wearing a Tuts Hill Tornado jersey and holding a broomstick, so what? They won't notice me. Muggles are much more tolerant nowadays. Can you believe it? It's already 1991, and Muggle studies' understanding of Muggles is still stuck at the level of 300 years ago. It's simply incredible. Qiu Zhang walked in front, quickening his pace as he spoke, and disappeared directly into the pillar. Vezet followed closely behind, and after a very brief period of darkness, a brightly lit platform appeared before their eyes. Behind me was no longer the main hall of King's Cross Station, but a wrought iron archway with a sign that read Platform 9 3/4 hanging from the ceiling. Woo woo woo, it was a crimson steam locomotive with a strong Victorian style. In fact, this steam locomotive does originate from that era and is a means of transportation that was requisitioned from England by the Ministry of Magic. The Minister of Magic at that time was Ottoline Gamble. In order to escort the students of Hogwarts back to school safely, the female minister went against the opposition of others and mobilized the Ministry of Magic to launch a major project. The project involved 167 forgetfulness spells, the largest-scale concealment magic ever undertaken in England, and ultimately resulted in 9 3/4 of the station being built. The steam locomotive was also completely transformed, from being powered by a steam engine to being powered by magic, and was named the Hogwarts Express. The platform was very noisy, with white magical smoke swirling above and all kinds of pets walking around under people's feet. The parents were leaning on the windowsill of the Hogwarts Express, muttering instructions before departure, and the children were nodding their heads like chicks pecking at rice. Vezet cast the magic eye, and the ancient magic power brewing here was very abundant, and the silver-blue magic power almost overflowed the platform. His mind moved, and countless ancient magical powers surged towards him. The wizard's field guide in his mind turned to the 4th page. Ancient Magic, Improved Elementary, guide the power of ancient magic to improve spells, enhance the power of magic, add special effects to spells. Improved magic is different from shield magic. It cannot be used directly and must be combined with other magic. It is very practical and can enhance the power of magic while also adding some special effects. Vezet used the time before school started to organize the items she would need for school and to study the wizard's field guide to learn how to use ancient magical powers. If we understand it from the perspective of our previous life, this notebook is equivalent to providing him with special skills, which are the so-called special skills or SB skills. Whether it was the shield magic at the beginning or the magic eye obtained in Diagon Alley later, they are all different from today's wizard magic. In particular, the emergence of improved magic helped him confirm the relevant conjecture. The notes mention 2 ancient magical powers. An ancient magical power derived from the Obscurus that can be used to cast spells directly. Another kind of ancient magical power is more special, coming from those ancient magical buildings. These magical buildings have been brewing for a long time, and the ancient magical power generated can be directly absorbed to promote the growth of the magic eye or open new pages of the notebook. Feeling shocked, right? Qiu Zhang's voice sounded. I was actually shocked when I first came in. Antiques like this can usually only be seen in museums. The first few carriages were already full of students. Some of them were playing in the corridor, some were doing their homework with their backpacks in front of them, and some were chatting idly. Why did you bring a toad? Is that a fashion now? It's called Lifo, a toad. My great-uncle bought it for me. He was very happy that I had the gift of a wizard. Are you sure your great-uncle was happy and not in some other mood? Are there still people who use toads? Toads as pets? Qiu Zhang was a passionate girl. She took Vezet all the way to the middle of the train and found an empty carriage. The two worked together to move the suitcase onto the shelf. They still have to catch up on their homework at this time. They are basically all Gryffindor students. How did you know that? Vezet asked curiously. He didn't know much about Hogwarts. Although he had a book called Hogwarts, a history in his mind, he had not had time to read it because it was not a textbook. Qiu Zhang took out a rag and wiped the already shiny broom. From what I know, Gryffindor students have very rich plans for their summer vacation. They will arrange to explore wizard ruins or indulge in Quidditch all day. Anyway, homework is usually the last option. Vezet couldn't help but laugh. On the day before school starts, you have to choose between finishing your homework and sleeping. Qiu Zhang also chuckled. Yes, that's it. A black guy suddenly appeared, held up the pocket of his clothes and said, "Hey, buddy. Can you lend me your homework so I can copy it? I have a bag spider I got from Africa. I can let you touch it." Qiu Zhang raised his hand and introduced Lee Jordan, a third-year Gryffindor student and a well-known commentator of Quidditch games. Hey. It's not that famous. Lee Jordan walked into the carriage. Have you done Professor Flitwick's homework? I just realized when I got home yesterday that I forgot my new textbook in Africa. It won't be mailed to school until tomorrow. But I didn't do any of the preparatory test assigned by Professor Flitwick. Qiu Zhang's mouth curled up into a smile as if to say, see, Gryffindor students are like this, homework has no weight in their hearts. Qiu Zhang patiently explained, you should ask someone else. I'm a sophomore and this Vezet is a freshman this year. Qiu Zhang, I know you. Lee Jordan showed a teasing expression. In the game last school year, Cedric failed to catch the golden snitch. It seemed that he was distracted by watching you. Cough, cough, cough. Qiu Zhang's cheeks turned red, as if he was choked, and he coughed several times. Maybe you have mistaken me, I am a student of Ravenclaw. Lee Jordan raised his eyebrows, looking indignant. As a commentator, my job is to capture the exciting moments of the game. You were wearing this Tuts Hill Tornado jersey at the time. I remember it clearly. I can swear on a bag of spiders, but I still suggest you ask someone else. Qiu Zhang interrupted Lee Jordan quickly. We really can't help you. Can I stay here for a while? Lee Jordan sighed. Wait until Fred and the others get on the bus and I'll see if they have their textbooks with them. As you wish. Qiu Zhang did not refuse. Vezet asked, Fred, is that Fred Weasley? Lee Jordan beamed with joy. Yes, that's him. Fred and George are twins and I'm close friends with them. Do you know them too? Vezet nodded. The Weasleys helped me before, so we know each other. So it's an acquaintance. Lee Jordan sighed and complained again. I really don't want to spend all my time doing homework. The venom of this bag spider is amazing. When I was in Africa, I did an experiment with this bag spider. Even if the tongue only touched a little bit of venom, it would swell up immediately. If Fred and the others came over, we could do the experiment together, if it weren't for this crappy homework. Unfortunately, I've asked several people, but I can't borrow any homework to copy. I can't borrow it. Vezet noticed Lee Jordan's pocket again. You want to borrow the homework to copy, and the reward is to let them touch the bag of spiders. Lee Jordan nodded repeatedly. Of course, this is not an ordinary bag spider. Its venom contains magical power. It is very rare, just like a wizard among muggles. Vezet finally understood why no one had lent Lee Jordan his homework, touching a spider. It's a little creepy no matter how you think about it. This black guy is a restless person. Perhaps due to racial talent, the desire to speak is particularly strong. When Lee Jordan learned that Vezet knew Fred and the others, he immediately started talking in a familiar and boastful manner, introducing each college. Gryffindor is of course the best house. Do you know Headmaster Dumbledore? That's us Gryffindors, we are the best everywhere. Ravenclaw is not bad either. It would be great if Qiu Zhang and I were in the same grade. Ravenclaw's homework accuracy is the highest. The people at Hufflepuff are all very friendly. That charming boy Cedric, they have the most food. I wonder where they get it from. Slytherin, it's the worst house that produces the most dark wizards. The you-know-who is a member of Slytherin. Those people will do anything to win the house cup. Their head of house is a point-deducting maniac, mysterious man. This title is quite strange. Vezet felt that the title sounded familiar. He suddenly remembered that this was one of Voldemort's real code names, and he was generally referred to as the Noseless Monster or the Two-Hole Socket. That name wasn't funny back then. Lee Jordan swallowed his saliva, and his voice became twisted. He was the most dangerous dark wizard in history. I heard from my father that the number of people killed by the mysterious man is enough to form an army of Inferi. Even the so-called mysterious man is just a pseudonym because we dare not call him by his name. Is it so dangerous? Vezet frowned. I've heard of Grindelwald. He seems to be a very dangerous dark wizard. He knew the name Gellert Grindelwald from the movie Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. At least in the movie, Grindelwald's fighting ability is extremely strong. Even when facing the horrors of the Magic Congress alone, he can do it with ease. That was a long time ago. Lee Jordan shrugged. It was Headmaster Dumbledore who defeated Grindelwald. I know this. It's right to come to Gryffindor. After wiping the broom, Qiu Zhang said, if you are interested in Grindelwald and the mysterious man, you can read Modern History of Magic, which contains more detailed records. The time soon came to 10:30, and Lee Jordan, who was thirsty, calmed down and began to try to make up homework. Repair spell. The spell is spelled R. R what? Repair. It's a spell used to repair things. Who invented it in England? I think I've seen it before. Qiu Zhang buried his head in a book titled The Origins of Quidditch. His shoulders were shaking violently, and occasionally a puffing sound could be heard. Vezet scanned the books in her mind and found the Standard Book of Spells, Level 3. As long as Vezet intentionally searches for relevant text in these books recorded in her mind, she can find the corresponding text paragraphs at an extremely fast speed, as easy as searching for keywords on a computer. The Standard Book of Spells consists of 7 volumes, corresponding to the 7 years of spells classes at Hogwarts. It was for this reason that when he was buying books at Bloomsbury Bookstore, he simply wrote down all 7 books. He read from the introduction in the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 3, Mr. Jordan, the spell for the restoration charm is Reparo. If you want a full explanation of this magic, it's a spell that can be used to seamlessly repair most broken objects. Are you sure? Lee Jordan's eyes lit up and he grabbed Vizet's shoulders as if he had seen a life-saving straw. The book you left in Africa, was it called the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 3? Yes, this is the one. That's right. When I bought the book before, I thought it was quite interesting, so I wrote it down. Right, write it down. Is this something a normal person can do? Do you really not know the mysterious man? Well, when you read the question out loud just now, I remembered it right away. Vezet nodded. If you're worried, you can ask Fred and George for the answer when they come over. Let me try it myself first. Lee Jordan took out a tissue from his pocket and tore it into several pieces. Arrow, repair it as good as new. He kept practicing according to the question on the preview test, and after more than 10 attempts, he was able to barely piece the paper together. Magic requires multiple attempts. The fact that paper towels can be put together and not fall apart proves that the principle and spell of the repair spell are correct. Genius. My good brother, you are a genius. Lee Jordan changed his way of addressing him and directly pulled the preview test paper over to him. Help me check it again. The test paper consists of a large number of fill-in-the-blank questions. If you have done some preparation, the test paper is not too difficult. Vezet pointed to an empty seat and said, in 1754, Arabella Nutley, from the improper use of magic office of the English Ministry of Magic, repaired the Colosseum which was accidentally destroyed. Dude, you're awesome. Lee Jordan gave a thumbs up and immediately wrote down the correct answer in the blank. The Patronus Charm. The spell is Expecto Patronum, and the explanation is an ancient and mysterious spell that can summon a magical patronus. The blanks on the preview test paper were filled one by one. Qiu Zhang, who was originally grinning, changed his expression and looked at Vezet in surprise. Woo woo woo, the loud whistle sounded and the Hogwarts Express finally set off. Outside the window were countless parents waving goodbye and many younger children who were crying and running after the train. The train was going faster and faster, and the crying children who were chasing it were left behind and could only wave goodbye. Now truly freed from the constraints of their parents, many children now showed expressions of relief and pulled out their wands from their pockets. The sound of laughter and playfulness could be heard everywhere on the train. Lee Jordan, who had finished his homework, was full of energy again. Let me tell you something, I met a lot of wizards in Africa and even learned a magic that doesn't require a wand. Qiu Zhang became interested. Wandless spellcasting, I've read in books that Africa seems to be very good at this. Lee Jordan waved his hands. It's not simple wandless magic. It's magic done with hand gestures, I'll show you. He rolled up his sleeves and performed a series of fancy moves, clapping his hands and making crackling sounds. But nothing happened, no special light appeared, and nothing special happened. Qiu Zhang groaned and asked cautiously, are you sure this is magic? What kind of magic does it do? How about I try it again? Lee Jordan scratched his head, pulled his sleeves directly to his shoulders and clapped his palms again. Merlin's briefs. Are you controlled by an African wizard? An exaggerated voice sounded. Fred slid in and put his hands on Lee Jordan's shoulders and shook him. Don't get hurt, we're still waiting for your tarantula. Hey, Vezet, you're here too. George followed closely behind, waving and greeting, oh. And the girl who distracted Cedric. Qiu Zhang nodded without saying anything more, but his ears turned red. Of course I'm fine. Lee Jordan shook off Fred's hands. Be careful or you might crush the spider to death. We will regret it forever. George made a praying gesture. Take it out quickly. For a moment, the attention of 5 people was attracted. Qiu Zhang was mainly on guard, afraid that the hairy spider would jump up and jump in front of her. Fred, George, and Lee Jordan were admiring and marveling at the denseness of the bristles on the bag spider's body. Vezet used her magic eyes to scan the body of the bag spider like an X-ray machine. Except for the fangs and venom glands that emit a faint green light, other parts of the bag spider do not glow and appear gray. Vezet concentrated her attention, focusing on the green light of the fangs and venom glands. There seemed to be a symbol in the green light. It's just that this symbol is too blurry and I can't really see its specific structure. A hand suddenly appeared where the fangs were. The bag spider did not hesitate at all and directly bit the hand and injected the magical venom into it. As the venom was completely injected, the green light of the fangs and venom glands dimmed. The hand was from Fred, and the bite site was swelling at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qiu Zhang's eyes widened and he subconsciously drew out his wand. Why did you put your hand over there? Don't worry, they are all small problems. George was very calm. He took out something like a suction cup from his pocket and snapped it on the bitten area. The suction cup seemed to come alive and actually made a gurgling sound. The magical venom flowed down the wound, was absorbed by the suction cup, and gathered in the small glass bottle at the top. Fred's hand swelled up quickly, leaving 2 wounds the size of rice grains. Lee Jordan was not idle either. He took out a green leaf, chewed it hastily, and spit it on the wound. A few wisps of green smoke slowly dissipated, and by the time he pushed away the green leaves, the wound had completely healed, but it was smoother than the surrounding area. Fred then grimaced and let out a long breath. This bag spider is really powerful. It hurts me so much, but we got this. George took the glass bottle off and gently shook the green venom inside. Fat tongue toffee, here we come. Fred smiled and said, but you have to remember, next time you will be the one to get bitten. Vezet dispersed her magic eyes and asked curiously, "Excuse me, is that Dixian? You're an expert," Lee Jordan boasted, holding out a bag full of green leaves. "I got them in Africa and this bag is free." "No wonder it got better so quickly, it turned out to be this rare stuff," Fred exclaimed in amazement. "I wonder how long we have to wait before we can earn enough money to take our family on a trip." "It should be quick," George consoled him. He looked at Vezet again. "I didn't expect you to recognize Baxian at first sight. My buddy is really awesome." Lee Jordan put his arm around Vizet's shoulders and started to treat her like a brother. "Guess how I finished my homework while I was waiting for you guys?" Fred said. "I must have guessed it. It's just Professor Flitwick's homework, not Professor McGonagall's. It's not a big deal." Ahem. Qiu Zhang coughed twice to show that he was still the Ravenclaw. "I'm not as irresponsible as Fred," Lee Jordan said with a grin. "With the help of Vezet, I finished the prep test." George touched his chin. "What's the difference between you and blind guessing?" Lee Jordan suggested. "How about checking the test papers? Anyway, I trust him. I don't need a reason to trust him." Fred and George were both action-oriented people. They quickly took out their own preparation papers and checked them word by word. After checking to the end, George was still a little skeptical, so he found the standard spells level 3 and checked the corresponding spaces again. Merlin's Mediterranean, how can it be all correct? "I was careless in some places and didn't spell the words correctly." "Really?" Lee Jordan said very proudly. "If I hadn't really cast the recovery spell, I wouldn't have believed it." He's just a freshman, but he managed to memorize the entire standard book of spells, grade 3, by just spending the time buying books in Diagon Alley. Isn't that amazing? "Are you interested in coming to Gryffindor?" Fred's expression suddenly became serious and he patted Vizet's shoulder. "We need talents like you. It's hard to say. The sorting is determined by the sorting ceremony." George smiled evilly. "It may be difficult to pass the sorting ceremony." "Yes." Fred blinked and said with regret, "If you want to enroll, you have to go through the terrible sorting ceremony." Lee Jordan said solemnly, "Brother, I believe you. It's just a life-and-death duel. It will definitely not be difficult for you." The three of them were in sync with each other. Each of them left a threatening remark and slipped out of the car. Vezet was very calm. "The sorting ceremony shouldn't be so scary, right? I can't say for sure." Qiu Zhang couldn't help laughing. "We should be able to get to school in the evening and then everything will be revealed." The train left London and galloped across the wilderness. There are few people here, only herds of cattle, sheep, and trains for company. The time soon came to 12 o'clock. The warm sunlight poured into the carriage, and the sound of clicking of the cart rollers came from the aisle. The plump, middle-aged woman pushed open the compartment door and said, "Honey, do you want to buy something to eat? We have candies, cakes, snacks, pies, everything you need." As the middle-aged woman spoke, she took out a wide variety of snacks and displayed them. When Vezet was at Luna's house, she ate Xenophilius homemade cookies which were made from gourd root and flour. The flavor was mainly strong in onion flavor, but without any fragrance. Although the meals provided by the welfare home in his previous life were nutritionally balanced, the taste was hard to describe. As a result, he did not have much demand for food, and eating his fill was his primary goal. Suddenly faced with a choice, he turned to Qiu Zhang for help. "Do you have any recommendations? I haven't seen those snacks before." "It's a bit difficult to choose, each has its own characteristics." Qiu Zhang frowned and thought, "If you want to experience the fun of snacks, Bibai multi-flavor beans, Chewabao super bubble gum, and chocolate frog are all good." The snacks were extremely affordable. Vezet bought a few of the snacks that Qiu Zhang mentioned and only spent 15 copper nuts. Vezet said, "This is the most magical place. If converted into the prices of the previous life, these snacks would only cost about 5 yuan, which is incredibly cheap. Not only that, the packaging of these snacks is brightly colored and very eye-catching. Especially the blue paper box containing the chocolate frog with gold edges on the top and bottom looks very exquisite." "Thank you." Qiu Zhang took the chocolate frog handed to him by Vezet. She opened a box of chocolate frogs, and the chocolate frogs in the box jumped up, drawing a brown arc in the air. Vezet was quick to grasp the chocolate frog and showed a surprised expression on her face. "This can actually move, it's amazing." Through the magic eye, he discovered that the surface of the chocolate frog was attached with magic, as well as an equally vague symbol. The pictures inside are also amazing. Qiu Zhang took out a picture from the box. The picture also had vague magical symbols attached to it, which included an old man with a white beard and the character's name Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore smiled, nodded slightly to Vezet, and then disappeared into the picture. Vezet quickly said, "Why did he disappear?" "This is magic." Qiu Zhang explained with a smile, "In the magic world, there are many pictures that can move. They may leave this picture and visit other pictures. The most valuable things in the chocolate frog are the pictures. If you are interested, you can start collecting them. The character introductions on them are quite interesting. Character introduction: Vezet turned the picture to the back and read the introduction. The most recognized wizard of all time, defeated Gellert Grindelwald, leader of the Witch Party in 1945. And made great achievements in alchemy with Nicholas Flamel, creator of the Philosopher's Stone. Not only are the pictures interesting, but the chocolate frogs taste delicious. The aroma of milk and chocolate is very rich. The chocolate frog melts quickly in your mouth, leaving your mouth full of silky smoothness. The perfect bitterness combined with the sweetness deserves the highest praise. Not too sweet. It should be sent to Luna and Mr. Lovegood. Vizet's eyes lit up, and she quickly ran up the aisle to look for the witch who was selling things. Q Zhang should be very popular in Ravenclaw, and students would come to visit from time to time. Just after noon, another beautiful brown-haired girl found her way here. The girl was a fifth-year student at Ravenclaw named Penelope Clearwater. Penelope hugged Q Zhang's waist and confided, "Q, I feel so stressed right now. I have to take the OWL exam this school year and I ended up being a prefect." As she spoke, she pulled the badge on her chest and the blue and bronze badge sparkled. Q Zhang patted Penelope's shoulder and consoled her. "Isn't this a good thing? I heard that you have a dedicated bathroom and it's a very luxurious one. To enjoy the benefits you must take on obligations." Penelope sighed. "For example, patrolling on the train. I just swapped shifts with Percy Weasley and I have a meeting later. I came here to sit and practice magic during the break between shifts. I couldn't cast spells during the summer vacation, which wasted a lot of my time." After that, she took out the magic wand from her pocket and handed a notebook to Q Zhang. "Q, can you help me check if I have memorized the contents correctly? Summoning spell. The spell is a Kyo fly. This is a spell that can make a distant target fly towards you. Things to note when casting the spell. You must concentrate your mind and clearly imagine the target. It cannot be used on living things." She pointed her wand in Cho Chang's direction, notes flying. Q Zhang flipped through a few pages of the notebook, and then there was no movement. "I haven't practiced enough." Penelope looked annoyed. "I need to concentrate. Visualize clearly. Notes are flying." Vezet had some impression of this magic, and flipping through the standard spells level 4 in her mind, she indeed found a description of the summoning spell. The description of the summoning spell in the standard book of spells, grade 4, was so long that Vezet felt a little dizzy. On the contrary, he understood everything in Penelope's notes and even thought he could give it a try. In fact, he had wanted to try it when Lee Jordan was practicing the repair spell. It was just that the circumstances at the time were special, so we were unable to put it into action. Now is a good time to practice. He placed the chocolate frog opposite him, took out his bayonet-like wand and gently pulled it back. Chocolate frog, fly over. The blue box containing the chocolate frog shook and moved twice in his direction as if being pulled by a silk thread. The learning environment is very important. Penelope summarized her experience while trying things out, which benefited Vezet a lot. As he repeatedly practiced the flying spell, the distance the blue box moved became longer and longer. Just then, hurried footsteps were heard in the corridor. "Excuse me, have you seen a toad? Neville's toad is missing." Vezet looked up and saw a panting girl in front of her. The girl had long, fluffy brown hair, chubby cheeks, and a pair of large front teeth that were very conspicuous, like a sea otter. Vezet subconsciously wanted to take back the chocolate frog, but habitually chanted the spell, "Chocolate frog, fly over." Success. The blue box slipped into the palm of my hand at an extremely fast speed. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. "What kind of magic is this? Why haven't I seen it in books?" The girl sat down. Penelope and Q Zhang stopped practicing magic and turned to look at Vezet and the girl. "Oh, I tried a few magic tricks at home." The girl seemed a little excited. "It was just simple practice. I thought I knew all the magic tricks I was going to learn this year. A lot of strange things happened when I was in school. When I got the admission letter, I realized it was magic. As far as I know, Hogwarts is the best magic school. I mean, I have memorized all the textbooks this year, but I have never seen magic like yours. By the way, my name is Hermione Granger. What are your names?" Hermione finished her words rapidly, looking awkwardly at the other people in the carriage. "She's Q Zhang and my name is Penelope Clearwater." Penelope introduced. "Did you see Vezet casting a spell just now?" "Yes." Hermione nodded repeatedly, her eyes bright. "He shouted, 'Chocolate frog, come here.' Then the chocolate frog flew from the seat into his hand." Penelope asked in disbelief, "You learned the summoning spell? I tried it several times and this was the first time I succeeded." Vezet nodded slightly, recalling what had just happened. He was so absorbed in the magic practice just now that he subconsciously wanted to clean up the seat. and then he recited a spell out of habit. For some reason, he thought of what Luna had once told him. When a wizard casts a spell, he always needs a wish to make the magic docile. Penelope leaned over. Can you try again? Let me try. Vezet did not refuse and pointed her wand at the notebook in Qiu Zhang's hand. Following Penelope's advice, he first memorized the appearance of the notebook and tried to imagine the specific details of the notes as much as possible. After the specific image of the notebook appeared in his mind, he added Luna's inspiration to himself. He made a wish. He wanted to get the notebook in Qiu Zhang's hand. Notes are flying. Whoosh. The notebook in Qiu Zhang's hand was like an arrow shot from a bow, drawing a hard straight line in the air and piercing into Vizet's hand. Merlin's beard, this is 4th grade magic. Penelope said in astonishment, is there something wrong with my magical talent? Is this 4th-year magic? Hermione asked eagerly, did you buy the 4th-year textbooks in advance? Have you mastered the previous textbooks? Vezet shook her head slightly. They were practicing there just now and I just sat in on it. Ask me a question. Penelope covered her face, her voice full of frustration. He's a freshman, but he's already mastered 4th grade magic and I can't even review. Qiu Zhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry and could only comfort him as gently as possible. You got the prefect badge. This is the school's recognition of you, and it is Professor Flitwick's recognition of you. Could it be that I'm too anxious? Vezet tried to combine her experience before the exam in her previous life and talked about her own experience. After all, the big exam is coming soon. It's normal to feel uneasy. Miss Clearwater, after patrolling the train, did you have lunch? No. Penelope shook her head. I just finished my inspection and came to see Q. That's the reason. Qiu Zhang's eyes lit up. Why don't you eat something first? My grandfather once told me man depends on food, iron depends on steel, and if you don't eat, you will be hungry. Miss Clearwater, here's this. Vezet handed over a box of chocolate frogs. It can help you get some sugar and relieve depression and anxiety. There is absolutely no problem with your notes, otherwise I wouldn't have mastered the summoning spell in just one afternoon. I practice step by step according to your experience. I think this is not your problem, but your current condition is not good enough, so you need to make some adjustments at least to get back to your usual level. Is that so? Thank you. Although Penelope was a little skeptical, she still obediently ate a chocolate frog. How did you do it? Hermione asked in confusion. Why would she listen to you? None of my classmates listened to me. Did I do anything? Vezet shrugged. I just gave her some sugar. She just lacked a bit of normalcy. Just now she said that she will be facing the OWL exam this school year. It is very normal to have anxiety before the exam, but the school has just started. What should I do next? Were you a muggle before? Why are you so familiar with exams? Hermione asked. I read in a book that wizards would educate their children themselves in order to hide and would not arrange for them to go to school. Only then did she really look at Vezet, a delicate and handsome face with a sense of steadiness between his brows. Are you Vezet, the obscurial who appeared in the Daily Prophet? I'm not saying I'm afraid, because I'm new to the magical world. You should understand what I mean, right? He spoke rapidly again, and Vezet could only nod helplessly. Maybe you don't need to explain too much. Sometimes talking too much can lead to more mistakes and misunderstandings. Is that so? Hermione frowned as if she was thinking of some bad experience. Maybe it's really like this. Notes are flying. Penelope shouted suddenly, her tone much more powerful. The notebook broke free from Vizet's grasp and flew back to its owner. It feels completely different from before. I succeeded in one try, she said excitedly and put the notebook in Qiu Zhang's hand again. Notes fly over. The notebook returned to her hands again. This is the right feeling. I was able to do this before. How could I suddenly fail? Penelope perked up, looked at Hermione and asked curiously, Ms. Granger, I remember what you were looking for just now. Oh right, I need to help Neville find a toad. Hermione realized, looking annoyed. That's Neville's pet. I read in a book that wizards in the past all like to keep toads. I can't stand it anyway. Penelope shuddered. Hogwarts itself raises some toads. If you want to practice magic or test potions, you can apply to the school. Hermione's eyes widened, testing potions. Testing them on pets. Penelope, who had recovered her spirit, was very talkative. At least in the Middle Ages, the witch's first choice of pet was the toad, which was very convenient for conducting various tests. I remember there was a description in a history of magic about the misunderstanding of muggles about wizards. They thought wizards would persecute muggles and turn them into toads. Magic can indeed do this, but it requires very high magical abilities. Later, the Ministry of Magic banned the cruelty of toads and fewer people raised toads. Thank you, Miss Clearwater, you've taught me so much, but I promised Neville that I would help him find the toad. Hermione said as she stood up and prepared to leave the carriage. Vezet stopped her by saying, "Ms. Granger, perhaps I can help." Just now when Penelope was talking about the history of toad magic, he tried to combine the summoning spell with the improved magic and got a new page. Ancient Magic, Improved Summoning Spell Elementary Creature Capture. Guide ancient magic to cast the summoning spell, enhance the power of magic and make it effective on creatures. Have you seen it? Hermione asked quickly. It's Neville's pet toad named Riff. Vezet shook her head slightly. I have never seen it, but I was hoping you could describe what this pet toad looks like. I'll go call Neville over. Hermione left the carriage in a hurry. Penelope asked gently, are you going to use a summoning spell? Vezet nodded, yes, I want to try it. But you should know, right? Penelope didn't rush to deny Vizet's idea. Summoning spells can only be used on inanimate objects. Even if there are exceptions, it's only for creatures like the flobberworm whose structures are very, very simple, so the summoning spell can work. Why not let him try? Qiu Zhang suggested. Vezet is quite special. In the morning, he even helped a third-grade student complete his preparatory homework. There's actually such a thing? Penelope was surprised. There's nothing wrong in putting your curiosity into practice. As a Ravenclaw, what I just said was indeed inappropriate. Vezet smiled slightly. He had a good impression of Ravenclaw. After this brief period of time together, he appreciated the atmosphere of getting along with Ravenclaw. Coming to this magical world, besides going to Sweden with Luna to find the Scimitar-horned snorkel, learning and exploration became his primary goals. There are too many unknowns and wonders in this world, and the magic that can cover all aspects of life is worth his continuous learning. In addition, there are also a variety of magical animals and wizard relics that he has never seen, which all make him yearn for it. Through Lee Jordan's introduction to the 4 colleges, Vezet now has a basic impression of the 4 colleges. If you can enter Ravenclaw, you should be able to have a good student life and lay the foundation for your future journey of exploration. Soon Hermione returned with the boy who had lost his toad. The boy had a round face and his red cheeks were covered with tears. Thank you, Hermione said you could help me find Els live. Vezet handed over a few tissues. I need a more specific description. What does Leifu look like? It would be better if you could explain it more clearly. This way I can help you better. Thank you. The boy blew his nose and the sobbing sound disappeared a lot. It's the size of my 2 palms, dark brown, and has 13 bumps on its back. The boy was very interested in the toad Leif and described him in great detail. All these words and gestures were enough to give Vezet a concrete image. What we are going to do next is very simple. He drew out his wand and waved it gently, shouting the spell at the same time, Toad Lefu Fly. The core of the Obscurus jumped suddenly, and a burst of ancient magical power burst out. This power flowed into the wand, and the wand emitted a silver-blue light at this moment. Several people in the carriage looked towards the door at the same time. There was a sudden commotion in the aisle. Look, a flying toad. Ah, how gross, it touched my hair. Why would anyone bring a toad on a train? Where is it going? With a panicked quack, a fat toad appeared at the door. It paddled its limbs desperately and struggled hard, but could only pounce on Vezet helplessly. Vizet's eyelids jumped and she put her wand away. Losing control of the summoning spell, the toad Leif fell freely into Neville's hands. Merlin's beard. The summoning spell shouldn't be effective for such a big toad. Penelope rubbed her eyes and silently opened a box of chocolate frogs. It is indeed the case, Qiu Zhang said with a smile. It is really quite interesting. Neville kept thanking him. Thank you so much, I don't know what to say. My name is Neville Longbottom. Hermione began to speak rapidly again. Vezet, which house are you going to? Gryffindor. Headmaster Dumbledore is from that house. I haven't thought about this question. It should be Ravenclaw, right, if I can choose? Vezet answered absent-mindedly. His attention was focused on the chocolate picture, and just now he seemed to see Dumbledore coming back. The picture of Dumbledore that came back seemed a little different. His eyes were more lively, and Vezet could feel the kindness in them. Why don't you tell the other people who are helping? After all, the toad has been found. Qiu Zhang's words finally sent Hermione and Neville away. Looking at the 2 people's departing backs, Vezet let out a long breath. The half-hour-long thanks and questioning from the 2 of them left him physically and mentally exhausted. Qiu Zhang chuckled and said, this year's freshmen are really energetic. Yes. Penelope stood up and adjusted the prefect badge on her chest. I have to go to a meeting. This badge is actually getting hot to remind me to go to the meeting. The sky was getting darker and darker, with large patches of crimson and purple smudges staining the sky. The mountains and trees below the sky quickly passed by the window, giving a feeling of haunted shadows. Soon after, a hollow voice echoed through the train. In 5 minutes, the Hogwarts Express will arrive at the station. Please leave your luggage on the train and we will deliver it to your dormitory. Dumbledore put down the chocolate picture card in his hand with a smile on his face. Amazing magical talent. Can you achieve this level just by touching the wand? He quickly stopped smiling, recalled the not-so-good past, and sighed softly. We still need to provide the right guidance. We can't let what happened before happen again. Harry and Vezet both need special arrangements. It looks like we'll have a lot of work to do. Boom, 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 there was a knock on the door and Professor McGonagall, dressed in a dark green robe, walked in. Principal Dumbledore, is the list of this year's house ready? Of course I'm ready. You're just in time. Dumbledore stood up and waved his fingers like a conductor. The parchment scroll on the table flew up and fell into Professor McGonagall's hands. The sorting list was written in beautiful cursive script, and the emerald green ink was not completely dry until Professor McGonagall caught the parchment scroll. Professor McGonagall glanced at the sorting list. Vezet's last name is Lovegood. What was his original last name? There is no way to verify it. Dumbledore shrugged helplessly. I also investigated the Dark Wizard. Everything is full of mystery. So I can only use the last name Lovegood. It was not made public before in order to protect his safety. It wasn't until today, after Vezet boarded the Hogwarts Express, that I had Xenophilius complete the formalities. Professor McGonagall nodded. This is a necessary measure. I didn't expect the news to leak out. The Parkinson family is so extreme. It's in the past. Dumbledore waved his hand. Old runespurs are not worth much, and using runespur eggs as compensation is a small punishment. Professor McGonagall was a little worried. Will they take revenge again? No. Dumbledore smiled. I told you in person that I would always keep an eye on the child. As long as Voldemort hasn't returned, they won't dare to do anything so bold as to do that. That's good. Professor McGonagall said, I should go now. The train is almost arriving. She walked to a cabinet, took out a tattered hat, and left the principal's office with the list of houses. Looking at Professor McGonagall's receding back, Dumbledore waved again, and the purple robe decorated with star patterns flew up and automatically put on him. The equally purple wizard hat also flew up and landed on his head. After getting ready, he gently closed the door of the principal's office. So magical, how did they do it? Vezet was very curious about this. It shouldn't be just magic, right? How did they determine where we live? This question is a bit complicated. Maybe it's some kind of magical creature. Qiu Zhang tilted his head and thought, according to our guess, it should be the house elves who helped us carry our luggage. Vezet heard a new term, house elf. Qiu Zhang stretched. The height and appearance are very similar to goblins, but house elves seem to be much friendlier. Generally, they live in ancient magic manners, doing housework every day and unconditionally meeting all the requirements of their wizard masters. A qualified house elf is difficult for wizards to detect, so I have never seen their specific appearance. The train gradually slowed down, and there was another commotion in the carriage, accompanied by screams of awe. Many students had changed into their robes and rushed to the end of the carriage after hearing the sound. It seems like Harry Potter is fighting with someone. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, he's finally enrolled in school. Let's go and have a look. The one doing this seems to be someone from the Malfoy family. He's actually fighting with the savior. Vezet walked out of the aisle and found that the other end of the aisle was full of students, all pushing to the back. It's crazy, like chasing a star. As night fell, the Hogwarts Express finally stopped and pulled up to a small platform with an uneven surface. There were no lights or torches around the platform, and the cold wind was blowing, causing many students who got off the train to sneeze. We'll say goodbye for now. Qiu Zhang waved to Vezet. You freshmen need to follow tradition and enter Hogwarts from another place. Vezet asked, following tradition, the sorting ceremony? No. Qiu Zhang blew a breath into his palms and rubbed them vigorously. It's to go back to the path the four founders took to discover the castle. Anyway, that path is quite rugged. First-year students, come here. A thunderous voice sounded, where your feet, be careful, come to me quickly. Vezet turned around and saw a huge lantern appearing in the distance, and the person holding the lantern was Hagrid. Hey, Vezet, I finally found you. Hagrid also spotted him and waved his big hand. Come here quickly. Come to me. Relying on his height of more than 3 meters, Hagrid passed several people and brought Vezet to his side. He said cheerfully, It's great to see you. Have you been harassed recently? The Daily Prophet has been much more peaceful, so I guess not. After all, Harry is enrolled and he is the focus of the reports. He is very famous in the wizarding world. Let me introduce you to him. Harry, where are you? Hagrid's height was such an advantage that he grabbed Harry very easily like the claws of a claw machine. Harry has a pair of emerald green eyes, messy black hair, and looks a little thin. He was carried over, and another familiar face also squeezed out of the crowd and came in front of Vezet. Ronald waved his hand and said, We've met before, that time on the Flu Network. Do you remember me? Vezet nodded. Of course I remember, it's nice to meet you. Ronald said to Harry again, this is Vezet, the one I told you about in the car. Harry showed a look of sudden realization, so it was you. When Hagrid took me to Diagon Alley, he often talked about you and said that you helped him a lot. Vezet explained, it was a simple task, I was forced to do it. Hagrid interrupted, that was no small feat. Not only did you help me, you actually helped Headmaster Dumbledore. Principal Dumbledore? Vezet looked puzzled. Oh, nothing. Hagrid realized something and awkwardly changed the subject. We should get going, we still have a long way to go. The road to Hogwarts is not easy to walk on, with many potholes on the ground. If there is no lantern to illuminate, it is easy to step into a pothole and trip. Such accidents happened frequently, and Hagrid often had to stop and catch the fallen children. Taking advantage of Hagrid's amazing size, the children did not cry, but tears could be seen in the corners of their eyes. Ronald said with emotion, luckily I squeezed to the front, there are still many challenges today. Any other tests? Harry asked quickly. Ronald said seriously, anyway, Fred and the others said that the sorting ceremony is very scary and we may have to fight giants. Giant? Harry looked up at Hagrid. Can it get taller? Ronald shook his head. I don't know, but it's taller than Hagrid. Hermione's voice seemed a little abrupt. Real giants are at least 20 feet tall. Those shorter people are discriminated against. Oh, Ronald wailed and suddenly stopped talking. Harry's reaction was similar to his and they both shut their mouths. Just as Hermione was about to say something else, Hagrid made another deafening noise. Hold on a little longer and you'll see Hogwarts when you turn this corner. Not long after, a black lake appeared in front of Vezet. On the other side of the vast lake there is a high hillside where stands a magnificent castle with many spires. This is a castle with a strong Gothic style. Warm lights shine through window after window, looking like twinkling stars under the night sky. Vezet let out a long breath. Although she had seen many magnificent buildings on TV in her previous life, only by being there in person could she truly feel their magnificence. Especially under the eye of magic, this towering castle glowed all over, and the silver-blue magic was as dazzling as the sun, making him dare not look directly at it. This castle contains vast ancient magical powers, which are like treasures sealed in a box, attracting him to explore. A lot of information flooded into Vizet's mind, and she suddenly felt dizzy. He quickly practiced the Guardian meditation method, and the dizziness and headache felt relieved. At this moment, the Wizard's Field Guide in my mind suddenly opened, and a map appeared on the notebook, which was the map of Hogwarts. The map was shrouded in fog, and the castle and the lake could only be barely discernible. Only one route was clearly visible, the rough path from the station to the lake. Obviously, if you want to dispel the fog of the map, you have to explore the area around Hogwarts. It seems that life in the future will not be boring, Vezet smiled. Hagrid pointed at the boats and said, get on board in order, we are going to the other side of the lake by boat. Each boat can hold up to 4 people. Vezet boarded the boat along with Hermione, Ronald, and Harry. Following Hagrid's order, the boat started moving on its own and headed towards the other side at a fairly fast speed. Live, don't run. With Neville's scream, the pet toad broke free from its owner's arms again and jumped into the water. Ronald looked at the toad Leif who had fallen into the water and whispered softly, at least Banban is not that rebellious and won't think of running away. Vezet pulled out her wand, here comes Toad Riffle. With the help of the Guardian meditation, his casting speed was faster this time. As soon as the toad Leif touched the lake water, he was pulled by the magic force and flew out of the lake, creating a splash of water. Amid the children's exclamations, Toad Leif drew a half arc in the air and fell into Neville's arms again. Harry and Ronald's eyes widened. What kind of magic is this? Summoning charm, Hermione replied. Didn't I tell you about this before, when you wanted to turn the rat? Scabbers Yellow, remember, there's something wrong with that spell, seriously. Ronald said with a lack of interest, can you please not mention that? Harry wanted to say something, but when he saw Ronald's strange expression, he also shut his mouth. Hermione did the same, lowering her head and looking listless. Vezet was the one who felt most comfortable. He maintained the Guardian meditation method and enjoyed the trip to the Black Lake with the purest state of mind. A cool breeze blew and ripples appeared on the surface of the lake. The moon in the night sky is like a scimitar, and the moonlight shines on the lake, coating the rippling surface with a layer of glow, and the sparkling waves look like a beautiful oil painting. There are many creatures in the Black Lake, some of which will float to the surface and look at them with curiosity. Before we knew it, the boat had passed through a curtain of ivy and gently landed on the shore of the lake. Hagrid walked in front holding a lantern, leading the children through the dark tunnel to a place that looked like a dock. From here, we can finally see traces of artificial excavation. Walk up the cobblestone path, climb a long flight of stone steps, enter the wide courtyard, and finally arrive at the gate of Hogwarts Castle. During the short break, although the children were out of breath, they did not sit idle and started talking and laughing again. Boom, boom, boom. Hagrid raised his punching fist and pounded on the oak door. The door slowly opened and Professor McGonagall stood in front of it. His tall stature and serious expression instantly silenced the children's laughter. Hagrid walked to the door. Professor McGonagall, I brought the first years. Thank you, Hagrid. Professor McGonagall nodded gently and glanced at the children. Come with me, the opening dinner is about to begin. The hall inside the door is very spacious with a luxurious marble staircase in the center. The group walked up the marble staircase, turned into a corridor on the side, and entered a small house with a fireplace. The fire in the fireplace burned brightly, driving away the chill from the children. There was a door at the end of the cabin, and noisy sounds came in through the gap in the door. Welcome to Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall stood in front of the door. Before entering the hall, you need to perform a ceremony, the sorting ceremony. The college is equivalent to your home in Hogwarts. You will study and live together with your classmates in the college and spend your spare time in the same common room. So this ceremony is extremely important and determines your house affiliation. After the ceremony, you will become a member of Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin. Each academy has a glorious past and has produced countless outstanding wizards. Your performance in daily life and study will determine the selection of the year-end Academy Cup. This is the highest honor you can get in school. No matter which college you will be assigned to, I hope you can bring honor to your college. She suddenly held her head high, exuding an aura of authority without even getting angry. Wait here for a moment. The sorting ceremony will be held in a few minutes. All the teachers and students in the school will attend your sorting ceremony. I hope you can take advantage of these few minutes to adjust yourself and show your best condition. She turned around and opened the door, then turned back to add, once the stage over there is ready, I will come to pick you up. Please keep quiet, adjust yourselves. There is no doubt that Professor McGonagall's series of remarks, coupled with his serious expression, made the children feel indescribably nervous. They looked at each other but could only see the tension, and the atmosphere of joking was no longer there. We may have to fight a giant. Or a fire dragon. Ronald's tone was extremely firm. I didn't believe what Fred and the others said before, but now it seems. What they said is true. Vezet, aren't you nervous? Harry blew on his glasses and wiped them clumsily. The sorting ceremony will be held soon. Don't be nervous. Vezet shook her head slightly. Just keep a normal mind. This is also a kind of adjustment. Perhaps with the help of the Guardian meditation, he could sense a hint of laughter in Professor McGonagall's serious tone. Coupled with what Qiu Zhang once said, he did not feel any worries about the upcoming sorting ceremony. Vizet's calm speech seemed to have a kind of magic, making those who heard him speak less nervous. Taking advantage of the short break, Vezet walked around the room and took in everything. A flash of enlightenment arises. He released his magic eye, absorbing the ancient magical power contained in the room. These powers turned into silver-blue liquid-like ink and were stored in the notebook. It was also within Vizet's expectations that the ancient magic power of just one room could not continue to turn over new pages. At the same time, there is a small bright area on the map in the notebook. The power contained in this room is not much, not enough for the magic eye to grow. However, Vezet still summed up some experience. Only by continuing to explore Hogwarts Castle can we gain more ancient magical power. Ghost, there's a ghost in the wall, it's haunted. The screams attracted the children's attention and they all looked towards the wall. It seems that these ghosts are not focusing on them, but are discussing something intensely. It was not until a ghost that looked like a monk floated down that the commotion started again. You can call me the Fat Friar, the ghost said cheerfully, the sorting ceremony. I really hope you come to Hufflepuff, that's the house I'm from. As soon as these words were spoken, the nervousness returned and surged into the children's hearts. Professor McGonagall also returned to the room at the right time and said loudly, line up in a single file and follow me. The sorting ceremony will begin soon. The auditorium has an extremely rich magical atmosphere. The dome high above seems transparent, and you can see the bright starry sky. Under the starry sky are thousands of candles floating in the air without a drop of wax or a trace of black smoke. They are a wonderful product of magic. As a top student who has memorized textbooks, Hermione's way of relieving tension is very interesting. She recites long passages about the ceiling. The ceiling is enchanted. You can see the sky outside. You can also change the weather. From Hogwarts, a history. Professor McGonagall brought over a four-legged stool and placed a pointed hat on top of it. The pointed hat looked dirty and full of patches, and it hung on the four-legged stool, making it particularly conspicuous. Vezet half-jokingly speculated, "Do I need to use a repair spell to restore this hat to its original state? I have never practiced this magic." Hermione's tone seemed like she was about to cry, "What should I do?" At this moment, the pointed hat cracked by itself, and a singing sound like a saw pulling wood came from the crack. Putting aside the extremely unpleasant singing voice of Hat, Vezet can still hear a lot of interesting content from the song. For example, this hat is the executor of the sorting ceremony, and as long as one wears the hat, they can be assigned to the appropriate house. For example, it takes courage to enter Gryffindor, Hufflepuff values integrity and loyalty, Ravenclaw likes smart students, and Slytherin prefers those who will do whatever it takes to achieve their goals. When the song ended, Professor McGonagall opened the parchment scroll. "Whoever's name I call comes over here, sits on the stool, and puts on th." The girl with 2 golden braids ran forward, put on the sorting hat with a blushing face, and pulled it down so that the brim covered her eyes. Vezet seemed to understand somewhat why the sorting hat was full of patches. It is probably not to reflect the weight of history, but because the hat was really pulled to pieces. After a while, the sorting hat split open again, Hufflepuff. Cheers and applause came from the long table on the right. The ghost who had spoken to me earlier appeared from the long table and waved his hands in the air in congratulations. Hannah Abbott pulled down her hat and let out a long breath. She seemed to have relaxed too much and was a little dazed, stumbling towards the long table that was applauding. "It's so simple." Ronald was very angry and secretly glanced back. "George is making faces at me, he did it on purpose." Susan Bones, Hufflepuff. The children are much more relaxed now, and many of them are eager to try, hoping that he will be the next person to wear the sorting hat. However, the order of the placement was determined by the first letters of their surnames, so they were doomed to be anxious. The time it takes for the sorting hat to call out the house varies. For some people, the sorting hat will scream out the house they belong to as soon as they put on the hat. For some people, after putting on the sorting hat, there needs to be a long silence before the final result is announced. Just like Hermione, who had been sitting on the four-legged stool for more than 4 minutes, the sorting hat reluctantly called out the house. "Gryffindor." "Oh." Ronald groaned. Neville also sat on the four-legged stool for a long time before the sorting hat called out in a firm tone. "Gryffindor, Luna Lovegood." Vezet walked forward calmly and placed the sorting hat on her head. With the help of the Guardian meditation, he was able to feel the attention of many people. There were 2 girls sitting at the long table on the left. Qiu Zhang and Penelope were both looking at him with attention. There were also concerned eyes around him. Professor McGonagall leaned forward slightly, looking forward to the results of the sorting. Behind him, there are 2 other kinds of attention. A concerned look with a familiar kindness, it should come from Dumbledore. The other gaze was full of malice, like a robber coveting treasure. This gaze only lasted for a few seconds before disappearing without a trace. Vezet even thought that the malicious gaze was just an illusion. Will it take so long? He was a little confused. More than 4 minutes had passed and the sorting hat still hadn't announced the school's affiliation. "This auditorium is beautiful, of course I know that." A subtle voice appeared as if it were surround sound everywhere. "Even though you're a freshman, so many people are paying attention to you. It's really interesting." The voice suddenly sounded a little helpless. "But I must say that you should think about your own things. You are too special. I don't know where I should let you go. Are you the sorting hat?" Vezet raised her eyebrows and moved her lips slightly. "Oh yes." The sorting hat's voice became more excited. "I don't know where you want to go. I can only follow your thoughts and feel all the eyes in this auditorium." Vizet's heart moved, and she immediately realized that it was because of the Guardian meditation method. He was somewhat curious about the principle of the sorting hat. "Mr. Sorting Hat, how do you sort the houses?" "Very polite child," said the sorting hat pleasantly. "Have you ever heard of legilimency? If you don't know, it might be difficult for me to explain. After all, I'm just a hat." Vezet recalled the plot of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, which mentioned legilimency. "Mr. Sorting Hat, legilimency is." "You can read what I'm thinking. Very close." The sorting hat's tone revealed a bit of surprise. "If you want to know more, you can go to the library. Hogwarts has the most ancient magical knowledge. But now, I still need to fulfill my duties." "Since you are so special, why don't you decide for yourself which academy you want to go to?" Vezet said without hesitation. "Let me go to Ravenclaw." "You like knowledge, right?" The sorting hat said happily. "Powerful wizards always love to explore and swim in the ocean of knowledge. Welcome to the library, child." And the sorting hat finally cracked open and shouted out the name of the house, Ravenclaw. Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore looked at each other and shook their heads slightly, looking somewhat helpless. The Ravenclaw table erupted in applause, louder than the applause that greeted the other freshmen. Vezet found a gap and sat down. Facing such enthusiastic applause, although her face remained expressionless, her ears turned red. Qiu Zhang smiled brightly. "Congratulations, you have become a difficult student in the branch." Vezet asked, "Difficult sorting students, is this a good thing?" "Of course, this word is an ancient term." Qiu Zhang explained, "Only students who have been sorted for more than 5 minutes will be referred to by this term. You know how fast the sorting hat sorts students into different houses. If you want the sorting hat to be bothered with deciding which house a student belongs to, then the student must have a variety of qualities and traits." Vezet nodded. He felt that it was a stroke of luck that he would become a difficult student in the sorting house. It was because he was maintaining the guardian meditation at the time that the sorting hat was troubled and finally allowed him to choose his own college. Penelope said, "As far as I know, there have only been 2 students with difficult house sorting this century, but unfortunately they both went to Gryffindor. Perhaps one needs to have extremely unique traits to become a difficult student to be sorted into. For example, Professor McGonagall on the stage was once a difficult student to be sorted into, a Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall is the deputy headmaster and is also proficient in transfiguration magic. You will understand when you attend the class. Another student with difficulty in sorting is Peter Pettigrew. Unfortunately, he is also a Gryffindor. When you know who fell, he faced Sirius, one of you know who's men, head-on and paid the price with his life. In his memory, the Ministry of Magic posthumously awarded him a Medal of the Order of Merlin First Class." The Gryffindors suddenly became noisy, shouting, "We have Potter. We still have Vezet." Qiu Zhang said jokingly, "Students with difficult house sorting are also extremely rare. You are a student with difficult house sorting in Ravenclaw." Vezet thought of the house cup mentioned by Professor McGonagall and couldn't help but sigh. "It seems that the competition in the house cup is quite fierce." "Yes," Penelope nodded in agreement. "That is the highest honor in the school. It represents the recognition of the college." The sorting ceremony was finally over, and Ronald finally became a member of Gryffindor. After Professor McGonagall took away the stool and the sorting hat, Dumbledore walked to the front of the stage and stood in front of an owl statue. The owl statue immediately spread its wings and turned into a small podium. "The new school year begins tonight. Welcome back to Hogwarts. Before the banquet begins, I would like to say a few words." The statue was like a megaphone, amplifying Dumbledore's voice many times so that everyone could hear it clearly. Vezet looked at the bare dinner plate and suddenly remembered the principals she had met in her previous life. Those principals said they would just say a few simple words, but ended up speaking at length for at least an hour before putting down the microphone. "That is, idiot, crybaby, scum, twist, everyone can enjoy the party, thank you all, eh?" Before Vezet could react, the rich fragrance had already rushed into his nostrils. Amidst a round of applause, a variety of food appeared on the plates. Whether it is roast beef, pork chops, lamb chops, potatoes, or roast chicken, sausages, and potato chips, we have everything. The mountain of delicious food emitted hot steam, instantly arousing his appetite. As Penelope scooped out a spoonful of mashed potatoes, she said, "Dumbledore is such a special headmaster. It would be nice if he was a Ravenclaw." It must be said that at least the Hogwarts opening dinner was extremely outstanding. The various meats were cooked to perfection, not only tender and juicy, but also full of flavor. The rational use of spices such as black pepper and rosemary brings out the richness of the meat itself. The same goes for various gravies, ketchup, and dips. Spreading a little on sausages or potatoes can add the icing on the cake. Vezet took another lamb chop and poured a spoonful of gravy on it, and the atmosphere of the banquet became more and more lively. The senior students around were chatting and laughing, discussing all kinds of interesting things, from current affairs to gossip about magical celebrities, from spellcasting experiences to their teachers. Although Vezet has not yet studied magic systematically, she can still gain a lot from it. Professor McGonagall has a good reputation and is very responsible towards his work and students. As the head of Gryffindor, he is extremely strict with the students of his own house and is never lenient when it comes to deducting points. Professor Snape is the potions professor and the head of Slytherin. If Professor McGonagall is a positive example of strict self-discipline, then Professor Snape is a negative example. Professor Snape is very lenient towards his own house, but very strict towards other houses, even finding faults and deducting points for various trivial matters. However, this behavior is mainly aimed at Gryffindor, and Gryffindor's house scores are always at the bottom. Professor Flitwick, as the Dean of Ravenclaw, is responsible for teaching the charms class. The classroom atmosphere is very interesting, and all the students of Ravenclaw love him very much. Professor Sprout is a kind middle-aged woman who deals with various magical herbs on a daily basis and has a good reputation among Ravenclaw students. After the main course, there are desserts, including various pies and cakes, as well as puddings, jellies, and ice creams. The syrup on these treats was too thick, and the taste was far too sweet. Vezet just scooped a small piece of ice cream and savored its rich, milky flavor. Desserts can make people happy, and the senior students changed the topic and talked about their summer vacation experiences and the recent break-in at Gringotts. Have you heard about the recent incident at Gringotts? The Daily Prophet has had it on the front page for several issues. Robbery of an underground vault or a vault of the highest level. I don't think there would be a wizard so stupid as to do such a thing. I think so too. Maybe it was a fairy's own performance showing the so-called service spirit. Of course, it was only shown to the wealthy pureblood families. Maybe it's another goblin rebellion. During the summer vacation, I visited the Eye of the Mine, where some facilities of the Goblin Rebellion are still preserved. Their smelting technology is indeed very interesting. The disappearance of dessert from the plate means the back-to-school dinner is coming to an end. Dumbledore stood up again and walked to the owl podium again. Now that everyone has eaten and drunk enough, why not listen to a few more words from an old man like me? With a burst of light laughter, he continued with a smile. First, let me introduce to you the new professor of defense against the dark arts, Quirinus Quirrell. Quirinus Quirrell stood up, his head wrapped in a thick purple turban, his outfit quite Indian style. He waved his arms awkwardly and stammered in a low voice, "Hello, everyone, I'm Quirinus Quirrell. I'm glad to be in charge of the defense against the dark arts class." "Thank you, Professor Quirrell." Dumbledore motioned for Professor Quirrell to sit down. There are some commonplace notes. First-year students, please note that the Forbidden Forest on one side of the campus is not allowed to be entered by any students. It is very dangerous there, and you must be absolutely sure if you want to enter. If you want to know more about the school rules and deduction details, you can find our administrator, Mr. Filch. He has prepared a booklet. In addition, the selection of Quidditch players will be held next week. Please pay attention to the notice board in the lounge for the specific selection time. Dumbledore added a lot of details and finally cleared his throat, put away his smile, and became serious. There is one more thing, and it is the most important thing. If you don't want to encounter an accident and a painful death, do not go near the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Remember, there was a brief silence in the Great Hall until Dumbledore smiled again. He pulled out his wand cheerfully. "Before you go back to the common room, let's sing the school song together." Bang! A long golden ribbon flew out from the tip of the wand. It floated in the air above the auditorium, twisting outlines of text like a snake. Dumbledore used his wand as a baton. "Just follow the tune you like and prepare yourself. And sing along with the lyrics." Gryffindor's singing was the loudest, followed by Hufflepuff. Ravenclaw and Slytherin performed similarly, just lip-syncing, and few of them actually sang out loud. After the somewhat awkward school song session ended, the class leaders led the students out of the auditorium and headed to the corresponding lounges. Vezet walked along the marble staircase. The portraits around them would whisper and point at them when they saw them. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A heavy noise came from the front. Those were magical stairs that kept moving, sometimes lengthening, sometimes shortening, sometimes coming to a door and sometimes sticking to the wall. Leading the group was Penelope, who pointed to the magic staircase with pride and said, "The designer of the moving staircase is the founder of Ravenclaw, Rowena Ravenclaw. As a magic school, the stairs cannot be too ordinary. The movable stairs must be as free as the wizards." "Okay, now it's time to go up, let's go." She led the students up the moving staircase and continued her presentation of Ravenclaw's house history. Ravenclaw Academy is as free as the sky. Our lounge is located high up. Bronze and blue are the representative colors of the Academy. These two colors symbolize the free eagle and the sky. We have set up the college library in our lounge. Although the collection of books is not as good as the school library, it is not much worse. At least we will be freer when reading these books. The journey to the Ravenclaw lounge is long and requires constant traversal of moving staircases. During this process, many freshmen began to feel confused and fell asleep while walking. Vezet was not one of them. He looked around curiously, whether it was the moving oil paintings or the fighting armor, they were all so magical. Qiu Zhang smiled and said, "It seems that you are very suitable for Ravenclaw. You are not confused at all." Vezet nodded. "This place is so interesting I can't get enough of it. I hope I can sleep tonight." Qiu Zhang reminded, We still have classes tomorrow, so it's better to get up early and leave a good impression on the teacher. Finally, they arrived at the tower where the lounge was located. A bronze gate stood before them, with a bronze statue of an eagle with folded wings on top. The eagle statue looks lifelike, as if it will flap its wings and fly high in the next moment. Penelope walked to the bronze gate. The bronze ring under the eagle statue shook, and a pleasant female voice came out from it. I am completely unaware of this, and if I leave it alone, I will die. Penelope looked at Vezet and the others. Ravenclaw is different from other houses. We don't need a password. As long as we can answer the questions correctly, we can enter the lounge. Today's question isn't that difficult, so why not let the freshmen answer it, see who can guess what the answer to this question is. She noticed that many freshmen were at a loss, so she gently reminded them, remember, there is not only one answer. As long as you can explain it, you will pass. Vezet read the question again. I was here and I didn't know it, and if I left it alone, I would die. Is it the air? It's everywhere and yet hard to detect. If you can't breathe it, you'll lose your life. It's a 100% certainty that you'll die. The eagle statue seemed to come alive, stretching its wide wingspan. The bronze door slowly opened, revealing a marble spiral staircase inside. Perfect answer, and the explanation makes perfect sense. Penelope applauded. This is how we live. Welcome to Ravenclaw. Going up the marble spiral staircase, you will reach an extremely bright circular lounge at the top. The lounge's dome is painted with a sky full of stars, which complement the clear crystals floating in the air. The marble walls are as white as snow, the carpets and curtains are as blue as the sea, and the bronze decorations are simple and heavy, together creating the solemn and tranquil main tone of the lounge. Several desks, benches, and armchairs are lined up in the lounge. The niches on the walls are filled with bookcases filled with thick books, creating a cultural salon atmosphere. There are also arched windows on the wall, and the stars outside the windows are extremely clear, dotted on the sky like swaying lights. The senior students found a seat with ease and started reading or looking up at the clear crystal in the air, as if they were emptying their minds. Many freshmen were eager to try and wanted to climb to the window to enjoy the bright night sky. Penelope clapped her hands and said, Professor McGonagall should have told you that the college is your home, and you will stay here for 7 more school years. The most important thing now is to take you back to the dormitory. I saw quite a few of you dozing off just now. You must be very sleepy after a night of hard work, right? She first led the girls to the other side of the lounge and headed to the girls' dormitory. On the other side of the lounge stands a statue. The statue is very tall and its top almost touches the dome. The statue is of a beautiful woman dressed in a gauze, wearing a luxurious crown, with long hair almost reaching the ground. She has an ethereal feeling that makes people stay away from her. The base is engraved with the introduction of the statue Rowena Ravenclaw. Extraordinary intelligence and talent are mankind's greatest wealth. Just as the freshmen began to doze off again, Penelope finally returned to the lounge and led them to the boys' dormitory. She suddenly stopped and pointed to a double door and said, This is the bathroom. If you want to wash up later, come here. Although the lounge only occupies one tower of the castle, it is surprisingly spacious, with at least 3 spiral staircases and several dormitories for rest. This is your dormitory. I won't go in. By the way, the stairs in the girls' dormitory are magical. If a member of the opposite S*X enters, those stairs will turn into a slide full of oil. A freshman quickly asked, Then why are you allowed to come here? Is it a prefect's privilege? Of course not, this is not a prefect's privilege. Penelope shook her head. The most reliable explanation is that the school founder believes that girls are more reliable than boys. The dormitory space is also very large. Everyone has their own 4-poster brass bed and wardrobe, and each person also has a set of desks and chairs. The 4-poster brass bed was hung with azure blue curtains with an eagle pattern embroidered on it in bronze thread. The thick blue carpet is spread on the ground and feels soft when you step on it. The voice on the train didn't lie. The suitcase had been delivered to the dormitory. This place looks like it has been cleaned up by the snail girl. Not only were the suitcases arranged, but the bedding and pillows were also laid out, and the air was filled with the smell of the sun. The other freshmen were so tired that they fell directly on the bed and fell asleep without even saying hello. Coo, coo, coo. Owl Thor called out, his claws constantly clacking on the bird's stand as if he was expecting something. Are you feeling suffocated? Vezet smiled and opened the birdcage. Thor couldn't wait to fly to the suitcase and pecked at it with his sharp beak. Don't disturb them. Vezet quickly picked up Thor, opened the suitcase, and took out a large, thick cloth bag. Inside were the snacks he bought from the sales witch. Are you sure you can do this? He stroked Thor's crest. How about I ask for the location of the owlery and find a companion to help you? Goo, Thor let out a long groan and looked confident. Okay. Vezet smiled, sitting on the desk and spreading out a piece of parchment. He thought for a long time, but he didn't write until the ink on the tip of his quill dried up. He had never really written a letter to anyone before, and for a moment he didn't know where to start. Even with the help of the Guardian meditation, he still felt his mind was confused. Where should I begin? At King's Cross Station or crossing the lake to the castle? Thor leaned down like a bow and pecked Vizet's heart. That's right. You seem to have inherited Luna's true teachings. Vezet dipped the pen in ink again, and the tip of the pen smudged an ink flower on the parchment. Snape had a stern face, and without waiting for a response after knocking on the door, he pushed open the door of the headmaster's office. The boy who lived, an Obscurus, a young three-headed dog. Hogwarts is really lively this year. Principal Dumbledore, don't you think so? Dumbledore placed the sorting hat on the table and nodded in approval. It is indeed, it is very lively. Hee. Snape snorted twice stiffly, his voice extremely cold. I never thought that when I came back from vacation, Hogwarts would become so safe. He drawled out the word safety, his eyebrows raised high. I am thinking about a question. How exactly are you going to protect Harry Potter? As long as the prophecy is not fulfilled, it will be considered a victory. You actually approved a person who could lose control of his emotions at any time and turn into an Obscurus to enroll and become a classmate of Harry Potter. Severus, please be patient. How about a cup of tea? Dumbledore sat back down and produced a tea set. My suggestion is that you read The Quibbler. The Quibbler has become interesting recently, and we've talked a lot about the Obscurus and how to get along with them. From what I've heard, the response to these episodes has been pretty good. But as far as I know. Snape finally sat down. The editor of The Quibbler is Xenophilius Lovegood, and the Obscure is also named Xenophilius Lovegood. Yes, Dumbledore made a pot of tea. Xenophilius would do this, which obviously means that he approves of Vezet. In addition, I found something interesting. Snape glanced at his teacup and continued, also about the Obscurial. Well, this is what the sorting hat told me. Dumbledore knocked on the table. Can you tell us more about it? That child is not simple. The sorting hat suddenly cracked open. I seem to be able to see what he is thinking, but it seems that I can't see it clearly. This feeling is very wonderful. I think he is very approachable. I'm not saying he is an old-fashioned person. I mean, it considered its words for a while. I can see you from that child's perspective. This is so much fun. I love this feeling and I love this kid. Snape frowned and looked thoughtful. You mean? Snape took a sip from his teacup. Occlumency, this is the sorting hat. Dumbledore added sugar to his teacup one piece at a time. For Vezet, occlumency is very important. If you can freely control your emotions and send and receive extreme emotions freely, the so-called silent rampage will become controllable. Before he could finish his words, Snape directly refused. Don't look for me. I'm not going to ask you for this matter. Dumbledore seemed to have expected this and smiled and shook his head. I have a more suitable candidate. Who is that intruder? Snape changed the subject, his eyes sharpening. What's in the corridor on the right of the 4th floor? Could it be that the Dark Lord is back? I'm not sure yet, Dumbledore sighed. I just heard some rumors and found some clues. I still need to get evidence. Get evidence? Snape's eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. Could it be related to the thief who broke into Gringotts? What was placed in the vault? An alchemical product that is attractive enough to Voldemort is worth the risk of his life and the commotion that would result. It's the Philosopher's Stone. Only it can attract the Dark Lord's attention. Severus, you are too sensitive. It makes it difficult for me to continue communicating with you and exchange more information. That's your freedom, but I have to reiterate my point just now. Hogwarts is really safe. Dumbledore laughed and followed Snape's words. This kind of security is maintained by all of us, and we need your help. His smile was like a hunter who had captured a wild animal. In addition to you, I will also ask other professors to help increase the security of Hogwarts. Maybe I came at the wrong time. Snape's face turned bad. From the moment I knocked on the door, it was a wrong decision. You came at the perfect time. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. Even if you didn't come to me, I would have come to visit you and made my request sincerely. I feel like you're talking about something else. Snape became alert. What are you going to do next? Is the intruder confirmed? It is not certain for now, but he will reveal his true colors one day. Dumbledore shook his head slightly. It is getting late and the new school year has already begun. Let's all work hard together. Late at night, a female portrait in the principal's office suddenly spoke up. As you expected, someone did go to that room. Dumbledore, who was still working, looked up. Ms. Wilkins, who is that person? Wilkins said, Quirinus Quirrell. He didn't open the door directly but kept testing it with magic. As expected of Ravenclaw, this is a very smart move. Although Dumbledore praised her, his tone revealed unspeakable disappointment. This is not his style. Things are heading for a worse direction. The final candidate has been confirmed. He picked up the feather pen and filled in the last name on the list. The list includes not only the Quirinus Quirrell just written down, but also Minerva McGonagall, Severus Snape, Rubeus Hagrid, and other names. In the early morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone into the dormitory through the window, Vezet just opened her eyes, and the sounds of snoring and talking in sleep echoed in her ears. He felt his head was empty, as if he had taken in too much information but couldn't remember anything in the end. 1, 2, 3, I practiced the Guardian meditation for at least 5 hours yesterday. This was the longest he had ever maintained the Guardian meditation. With the help of meditation, he spent a wonderful magical night, feeling everything that happened here with his whole body and mind. The Guardian meditation method can restrain emotions internally and control obscurity within the core. It can enhance external perception and even increase casting speed, giving a sense of both offense and defense. You just need to pay attention to the usage time for now, as you cannot enhance your perception all day long. There was an extra piece of parchment on the desk, with all the courses written in a grid. Vezet picked up the schedule and glanced at it. Both classes this morning were potions classes, and there was a history of magic class in the afternoon. Vezet first walked around the dormitory, absorbing the ancient magical power contained here, and then went to the bathroom. After washing up, Vezet came to the common room and planned to review the textbook again, which was a habit he developed in his previous life. It was not even 7 o'clock yet, but there were already quite a few people in the common room, holding various reading materials in their hands and reading with great interest. Good morning, did you sleep well? Qiu Zhang sat in a corner of the common room. His voice was very gentle. Are you still getting used to it? Very good. Vezet nodded. I'm looking forward to today's potions and history of magic classes. They both sound very interesting. Looks like I'm going to pour cold water on you. Qiu Zhang said jokingly, these two courses. You should be mentally prepared. Professor Snape will appear silently behind you, so don't be startled. As for history of magic class, it is normal to see someone sleeping. Vezet asked curiously, history of magic, why is this happening? Qiu Zhang explained, Cuthbert Binns is the oldest professor here. He is a ghost and is said to be the only professor of history of magic in the school. He talks slowly, and that classroom is so comfortable that even I fall asleep occasionally. Vezet smiled nonchalantly. That's amazing too. Vezet sat in the common room for a while until her stomach growled with hunger, and then she decided to go have breakfast. Not long after he walked out of the lounge, he heard a sudden hiccup and then bumped into a drunk woman. The woman was as thin as a bamboo pole and wore a pair of thick, large black-framed glasses that magnified her eyes many times. He has many decorations on his body, with countless beads and chains hanging on his slender neck and all kinds of bracelets and rings on his bony arms. He looks like a typical charlatan. But that was based on my judgment in my previous life. After all, magic really does exist in this world. It was now daylight, and Vezet was certain that the corridor was empty and the woman had appeared out of thin air. He stood up first and said calmly, I'm sorry ma'am, I didn't notice your presence. Burp. The woman burped and the disgusting smell of alcohol filled the air. It's okay, this is fate's guidance. Her voice was weak and a little vague. Yes, I knew it a long time ago. I would bump into someone this morning. I saw it in the crystal ball. Vezet was speechless at this moment. He didn't know what this weird woman was doing at school. Since you're okay, I'll take my leave now. Vezet said goodbye, not intending to continue to care about this woman. However, the woman opened her eyes wide and her eyeballs moved rapidly. Her mouth was wide open, and she looked like she was having a seizure. Vezet subconsciously took 2 steps back, but the woman caught up with him at an extremely fast speed, clamping her spider-like fingers around his arm. The woman made a harsh sound like a sawing saw. The devil who wore the armor of a brave man and defeated the revolutionaries. He found the rising star. The rising star reminded him of the past. He passed on the armor and the sword. The former Demon King returned, and the disguised Demon King must defeat the former Demon King. The new star gave the disguised Demon King a reason to take off his shackles. And will the former Demon King bring down the old terror, or will the disguised Demon King bring new disasters? The future is still unknown. The rising of the new star will illuminate the road ahead. There were footsteps coming from the other end of the corridor. George, did you hear anything? Why don't we go over and take a look? I think it's the Ravenclaw people who are studying the ancient book. As the footsteps approached, Vezet looked up and saw 2 familiar faces, the twins Fred and George. Vezet. Fred said with a teasing expression. It's only the first day and you've inherited the fine tradition of Ravenclaw and woke up so early. It doesn't look like they are doing it voluntarily. George frowned pretentiously. Professor Trelawney must be itching to do some primitive divination. Got it? Fred nodded in understanding. Randomly select a freshman and perform a blood sacrifice to obtain the revelation of fate. Vezet didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The twins' ability to talk nonsense was somewhat terrifying. Is this lady also a professor at Hogwarts? Why is she drinking so early in the morning and saying a lot of incomprehensible things? Professor Trelawney is in charge of the divination class. George introduced. I remember that she is the great-great-granddaughter of a famous prophet. In fact, I think she is more like a dark wizard. Right, Fred agreed. She loves death predictions, and she wants them to come true. That's a death prophecy. If you really want it to come true, you can only rely on the evil black magic curse. Boom! Trelawney's eyes rolled back and he fell limply to the ground, his head hitting the ground with a crisp sound. The twins shook their heads and exclaimed as if they were appreciating the music of nature. It sounds so beautiful. This was the first time Vezet encountered such a weird professor, and she had no experience in dealing with it. Seeing that the twins seemed familiar with the professor, he asked, "What should we do now?" Fred stepped forward half-crouched and pushed Trelawney. Unconscious. As expected of Professor Trelawney, as a fortune teller, every step he takes is beyond my expectations. He looked up at Vezet again. What subject is your first class? Potions. Then let us do it. Fred put Trelawney's hand on his shoulder and lifted him up. George walked forward very tacitly and put his other hand on his shoulder. Fred said slowly, your first class is still with Professor Snape. Being able to recognize the way to the school hospital can increase your chances of survival. Yes, remember this path to survival. George said with a straight face, if Professor Snape says he wants to poison you, as soon as you find something wrong, go to the school hospital immediately. Poisoning? Vizet's eyelids twitched. Is this also part of potions class? No. The twins shook their heads in unison. This is part of Professor Snape's bad taste. In a sense, he is still very powerful. George recalled, many of our prank props are inspired by the poisons he has used. As long as he doesn't poison us. Fred winked at George. George said knowingly, the poison will become the gold galleons in our pockets. Vizet's curiosity was piqued. What do pranks have to do with poison? You are very sensible, Fred praised. I can see that you are asking us sincerely. You want to get to the bottom of everything. That's what Ravenclaw is all about. George agreed. You don't know much about the wizarding world. You definitely haven't come into contact with prank props. That's something you've never seen before. The collision of potions and creativity, the combination of magic and alchemy, can give birth to the great category of prank props. They have a strong belief in so-called prank props. Before leaving, Vezet released her magic eye and looked at the tapestry not far away. This tapestry is magical, and the characters in the painting come alive. A troll in a tutu swings a wooden club and keeps attacking a skinny wizard who jumps up and down. There was indeed something strange on the wall opposite the tapestry. A strong ancient magical power gathered there, forming the outline of an arched gate. Vezet thought to herself, could it be that this professor came out from inside? The magic world is really magical. The school hospital is located on the second floor of the castle. Before the door is opened, a strong smell of herbs hits you in the face. Madame Pomfrey is the manager of the school hospital, which is well-equipped and has a full range of potions that can handle most diseases and all kinds of magical injuries. A stern voice called out, Trelawney, you're drunk again so early in the morning. Vezet was about to knock on the door when a tall, thin, middle-aged woman came out first. Her temperament was somewhat similar to Professor McGonagall's. The clothes worn by the middle-aged woman were very distinctive, and the style was very similar to that of a medieval nun's uniform. The skirt had many pockets, and various tools and potions could be vaguely seen through it. Thank you. The middle-aged woman's voice became gentle. You helped carry her down again. The school has just started and a drunkard is lying in the middle of the corridor. It's really ugly. Fred walked over to Vezet and nudged her with his elbow. This is Madame Pomfrey. Vezet nodded, carefully observing Madame Pomfrey's treatment. Healed like new. Madame Pomfrey waved her wand, an emerald green light gathered on Trelawney's forehead, and the bruise caused by the bump disappeared instantly. She pulled another test tube from her pocket, pried open Trelawney's mouth expertly, and poured the medicine into her mouth. Trelawney coughed violently, exhaling puffs of amber smoke that tasted of alcohol. Disappear! Madame Pomfrey frowned and waved her wand again, and the unpleasant amber mist dissipated immediately. Professor Trelawney, I hope you can be more restrained. It's really too. Freshman, Trelawney covered his face like a cat whose tail was stepped on and disappeared around the corner of the corridor at an extremely fast speed. Cool, Fred and George whistled. If Professor Trelawney had become a seeker instead of a diviner, he would have done great things. Madame Pomfrey raised an eyebrow and looked at the twins. You too. Why do we give freshmen the Bayfy brain-stimulating agent? Although it has no side effects, it will cause dependence if you take too much. Who are you talking about, us? George pointed at his nose in confusion. Madame Pomfrey, you know us, we don't have the money to use this. Right, Fred nodded in agreement. The most we can afford is rosemary. How many galleons is the brain of a tree monkey frog? Vezet also helped explain, Madame Pomfrey, I didn't drink the potion and they sent Professor Trelawney over for me. Perhaps. Madame Pomfrey bent down and looked at Vezet carefully. Do you feel that your mind is empty? If you take the Buffy brain stimulant for a long time, this will easily happen. Vezet didn't want to expose the Guardian meditation method, so she could only stick to what she had just said. I didn't take the Bayf brain stimulant. Maybe I went to bed late last night. Maybe. Madame Pomfrey did not pursue the matter further and took out a bottle of clear purple potion. Just drink one drop, it will relieve the symptoms. Vezet asked curiously, Madame Pomfrey, is this lavender tincture? I saw a similar description when I was rehearsing this morning. Seems to be a clever Ravenclaw. Madame Pomfrey nodded and waved her wand to dispense a drop of lavender tincture. You still have classes in the morning. Taking these will be enough to relieve the symptoms without getting drunk. Since you are a student of Ravenclaw, go back at noon and find a crystal to empty yourself. You will be able to recover in the afternoon. After leaving these words, she walked into the school hospital without looking back. Madame Pomfrey is amazing, Vezet praised. He felt much better now. Fred laughed. Of course, it's a pity that Madame Pomfrey will be away from the castle during the summer vacation, otherwise we could stay in school all year round. That won't do. Madame Pomfrey came back. This is not your private clinic. Be careful when studying magic and let me worry less. Yes, Madame Pomfrey. Fred and George raised their right hands and saluted. We will definitely keep your words in mind. After collecting the ancient magical powers that could be obtained, Vezet came to the auditorium. This time he infused the power into the magic eye. Although the magic eye is still in its early stages, it has gained a special ability, making the magic circuits of magic materials clear and visible. Vezet walked towards the Ravenclaw table and an inexplicable malice emerged from the Slytherin table. I heard from Miss Parkinson that he is an obscurial, an extremely dangerous person. He looks very well behaved and good looking. It's just a shell. Find a healer to use permanent transformation magic to transform it. You can become whatever you want. I don't want to be admitted to St. Mungo's. The risk of permanent transformation magic is too great. If this dangerous person goes crazy in class, we will all be buried with him. Why did Dumbledore let him enroll? It's so dangerous, I don't want to die. People like this should go to Azkaban and let the Dementors kiss him. I think so too. Azkaban is where these dangerous people should go. Those Slytherins were talking loudly, as if they wanted to let everyone in the hall know that he was an obscure, a dangerous person. Vezet just laughed it off without any ripples in her heart. He lived in an orphanage in his previous life, and because of his special status in school, he suffered all kinds of criticism, exclusion, and even bullying. That was a common occurrence. So before he entered Hogwarts, he had already prepared himself mentally and could face doubts and rumors calmly. But to his surprise, it seemed that only the Slytherin table cared about this matter. The other three long tables didn't react much to this. Their conversation focused on Harry Potter, the boy who lived. The boy with a handsome nose and long black hair sat down next to Vezet. You are eating breakfast in the auditorium after all. Chris told me that you were captured by the senior students of Gryffindor. I was going to report you to Prefect Penelope. Michael, you just think that Prefect Penelope is pretty and you want to talk to her. The brown-haired Chris sat opposite and said with a smile, Good morning. A blonde boy asked, Why is your book so small? Is it a hardcover edition? Morning, Anthony. Vezet responded, This isn't a hardcover edition. I just copied down the contents of the textbook and Luna helped me with the illustrations and cover. Morning, Vezet. Another brown-haired boy appeared and asked with a frown, Luna, is she a girl? Good morning, Terry. Vezet nodded, Yes, she is my sister. Chris Moon, Anthony Goldstein, Michael Corner, and Terry Boot, the four people speaking, are all Vizet's roommates. I'm so happy to have such a considerate sister. My sister just cries all day long. Terry said with some discomfort, Will your sister go to school in the future? Chris also came over. Of course, Vezet thought, we'll be able to meet next year. Chris said in an envious tone, A sister who can help her brother draw, what a perfect life. His life is perfect, what should we do? Michael sighed, the first class is potions. Snape's reputation was indeed not good, and the freshmen who had just started taking potions class were already fearful of it. Despite this, they still took their textbooks and headed to the potions classroom. The potions classroom is very distinctive. It is as spacious as a medieval monastery and also as dim as a medieval monastery. The only lighting depends on a few torches. Before they even entered the classroom, a cold air hit them in the face. The classroom is located on the basement floor. Against the wall are rows of tall shelves filled with glass jars. In the dim firelight, it is impossible to see what is inside these glass jars that emit a strange smell. Terry approached the glass jars and immediately took 2 steps back. Hiss, are these animal specimens? Why are they all in such strange shapes? They should be specimens of magical animals. Vezet also came over and carefully identified the specimens. Some of the transparent furry monsters should be invisible beasts, and the snakes with bird heads should be bird snakes. Luna likes the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them very much. This book is also the first textbook he read thoroughly. In addition, these specimens were well preserved, so he could easily identify the corresponding species. What seemed like a matter of course to him opened the eyes of his roommates. Terry was amazed. No wonder you are the difficult student in the sorting house. You know so much. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them was so funny that I watched it twice, Vezet said. Isn't that just it? Chris interrupted. I thought you said you copied down the textbook. Michael scratched his hair. Really? Why didn't I know that? Chris teased, your mind is full of beautiful Penelope Prefect. It's strange that you noticed that. The long table in the classroom was scarred and covered with signs of burning and corrosion. The Ravenclaw students all arrived earlier, but due to Snape's notoriety, none of them chose to sit at the podium. Terry asked, Vezet, aren't you going to sit back? Vezet shook her head. The light here isn't very good. To be on the safe side, we should get closer so we can see more clearly. Awesome, Anthony said sincerely. There's a reason why you know so much at the beginning of the school year. Indeed. Michael agreed. To dare to face Professor Snape directly requires not only extraordinary wisdom, but also extraordinary courage. Vezet didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's not that exaggerated, it's just to make learning easier. And you haven't gotten along with Professor Snape, so why are you afraid of him? This potions class needs to be taken together with Hufflepuff, and there are more and more people in the classroom. However, no matter how many people come, they will choose to sit at the back, as far away from the podium as possible. Until there were 5 minutes left before class, no one dared to sit in the seat next to Vezet. Just as the bell for class was about to ring, a girl with 2 golden braids came hurriedly. Except for the tables and chairs under the podium, all the seats near her were occupied. She had no choice but to sit next to Vezet. It was Hannah Abbott, the girl who had been sorted first. She wiped the sweat from her cheeks and hurriedly put her textbooks in order, then she breathed a sigh of relief. Snape also followed the ringing of the school bell, his black robe fluttering as he floated into the classroom like a giant bat. He stood on the podium and looked down at Hannah, whose face was flushed. Hufflepuff. It seems that the only time you don't rush for time is when you are in the auditorium, right? Hannah didn't answer but just buried her head in her chest. Congratulations to Hufflepuff for taking first place. Snape said coldly, deduct 1 point. Hannah's face turned red and her body trembled slightly, as if she was about to cry at the next moment. The other students were silent and the whole classroom seemed to be frozen. Now, let's start the roll call. Snape said no more. His tone was cold and short. Hannah Abbott, here, here. The roll call was very quick and no one let down their guard and almost immediately called out their names as soon as they were called. Yes, there is only one fool today. Snape made sure that everyone was present, and his tone finally softened a bit. As beginners, if you don't even have a sense of time, my advice is to leave here as quickly as possible to avoid hurting others and yourself. Potions is a precise and rigorous discipline. Both destruction and rebirth are contained in a steaming crucible. I don't actually expect you to really understand the charm of potions and what they can bring to you. As long as you follow me completely and imitate every step, wealth, prestige, and honor will be within your reach. There was a reason why students were afraid of Snape. He was like a king, and the potions classroom was his palace, where he could control everything, even the students' behavior. After saying this, he did not start the formal lecture, but glanced at Vezet out of the corner of his eye. Mr. Lovegood, don't you have a textbook? Why are you bringing a children's picture book to class? This is not a painting class. Vezet stood up and explained calmly, Professor Snape, my scholarship is only 30 galleons. If I use it to buy new books, there won't be enough money left to buy the supplies on the list, so I copied down all the textbooks. Touching, like listening to a cheesy inspirational story. Snape had a blank expression on his face and spoke in a long, drawn-out voice, "Since you can make your own textbooks, I guess you know the contents well. What ingredients are used in the formula of Boyle treatment potion? What symptoms does it mainly treat?" Hearing this, the other students quickly opened their books. Before they turned to the page about Boyle treatment potions, Vezet spoke up. He spoke clearly: half a crucible of water, 4 ground snake tusks, 3 horned slugs to be steamed, 2 portions of dried nettles, and a porcupine quill. The Boyle treatment potion is mainly used to treat common pustules, measles, and boils. It can also have a good effect on some symptoms of lymph tuberculosis. As long as it does not involve magical damage, it is a special medicine. Before adding the porcupine quills, if the temperature is right, pink smoke will rise from the cauldron. The purer the pink smoke, the more skilled the potion master is. Snape curled his lips and swept his cold eyes across the classroom. "Why don't you start preparing the materials? Are you waiting for me to serve you?" Except for Vezet, everyone else shuddered in unison and frantically took out the ingredients and took out the corresponding quantities. Snape was not idle. He waved his wand and made various materials fly onto the table. He also wrote down the key points on the blackboard. Grind the snake teeth as finely as possible, open the lid and observe the steamed horned slugs more often, and it is best to see the black color under the transparent cortex. Boil until bubbling, stir 5 times clockwise, remove from heat and add porcupine quills. Although the preparation method of Boyle treatment potion is not difficult, it takes a lot of time to prepare the materials and the operation requires meticulousness. Even without counting the time for preparation, they would have to simmer the potion for at least half an hour. Within such a tight schedule, they also had to record the time taken for each step and endure Snape's round-trip inspections. Snape walked with his robes fluttering in the wind, wandering around the classroom like a ghost, and almost everyone felt a chill down their spine. Faced with the slug covered in mucus, Hannah held the tweezers but did not dare to touch it, and her body was shaking violently. Vezet noticed Hannah's embarrassed expression and pushed the snake tooth over. "Why don't you handle this? Don't worry, there's plenty of time." Hannah nodded with a grateful expression and began to grind the snake's fangs with great concentration. Vezet picked up 6 slugs with tweezers and placed them in the boiler. Under the effect of high-temperature cooking, the slug's mucus solidifies and its body shrinks. He cast his magic eye and noticed that the slugs in the digester were different. The slug's loose magic circuits are also closing in, and a regular symbol is about to take shape. Is this why slugs are steamed? Vezet thought to herself without opening the lid and just used her magic eye to observe the changes in the symbols. "Why don't you open the lid?" Snape appeared behind him, speaking in a sinister voice. "Or do you plan to follow the instructions in the book and steam the slugs for 10 minutes? Hannah's hands shook and she almost broke the mortar. The people around also reacted quite a bit. They held their breath and hardly dared to communicate. "Of course not, Professor Snape." Vezet didn't even raise her head, paying attention to the changes in the slug's magic circuit. "If you open the lid too often, it will affect the final product." "That's quite right." Snape pursed his lips and stood behind Vezet, keeping an eye on the timer from time to time. After exactly 7 minutes, Vezet picked up the tweezers, removed 2 of the slugs, quickly closed the lid, and recorded the time. Snape narrowed his eyes. The 2 slugs that were taken out were translucent, with a deep black color underneath the transparent skin. His cheeks moved, and he crossed his arms across his chest, still saying nothing. At 7 minutes and 40 seconds, Vezet opened the lid again, took out the remaining slugs, and recorded the time again. There are 6 horned slugs in total. After steaming, they are of the same shape and size, and their appearance is exactly the same. They are all high-quality products. Good. Snape looked at Vezet deeply and wandered around the classroom again. The potions classroom was still very depressing, but Vezet was not affected by the atmosphere. Instead, she enjoyed the quiet atmosphere. Whether it's a slug or a snake's fang or a dry nettle or a porcupine's quill, they all have their own magical symbols. With the help of the magic eye, Vezet put the ingredients into the pot one by one and boiled them, watching the symbols being broken and reshaped into exquisite and complex patterns. He enjoyed the process and felt like a painter, turning various materials into interesting pictures. As Snape said at the beginning, both destruction and rebirth are contained in the steaming crucible. The mixture in the pot turned into a deep green, then into a cloudy blue, and began to bubble up. Vezet glanced to the side. "Hannah, it's already bubbling. Now you should stir it 5 times clockwise." Okay. Hannah nodded repeatedly, picked up the spoon, reached into the crucible, and began to stir carefully. After stirring is completed, the big bubbles turn into fisheye bubbles. The turbid blue color gradually becomes clear, and the impurities gather in the middle little by little. The potion in the crucible turned into a clear light blue color, and the impurities suddenly flew up at this moment, forming pure pink smoke at the mouth of the crucible. "It's so beautiful." Hannah's face flushed with excitement. She couldn't wait to grab the porcupine quills and throw them into the crucible. Vezet quickly reminded, "Hannah, add the porcupine quills only after the fire is removed." "I almost forgot." Hannah said gratefully and quickly picked up the rag, picked up the crucible, and added the porcupine quills. The porcupine quills slowly melted in the residual heat, turning into starlight that dotted the potion. Snape came over again, picked up a spoon, and scooped out the boil healing potion to examine it. "First time making a potion, never learned it before." Vezet asked back, "I helped Mr. Lovegood squeeze the Goldudgeon to make tea. Does this count?" "Gordigan makes tea." Snape's hands trembled, and he looked at Vezet very seriously. "Don't be influenced by those ridiculous theories. Can you do it?" Vezet was confused. "You mean Mr. Lovegood? I think everything he said to Luna makes sense. You have some talent." Snape did not respond. His voice was dry. He changed the subject and continued, "Now that you have finished the potion, why don't you look around at the classmates? Do you want to stand out from the crowd?" Vezet remained calm and replied, "Yes, Professor Snape." Hannah followed behind him, and the two of them walked around the classroom like Snape. If Snape brought fear to the students, then Vezet brought hope. Vezet uses the magic eye to help improve the potion-making process by observing the completeness of the material symbols. Before long, all the students who were helped by Vezet successfully completed the potion. In the students' eyes, the originally boiling hot crucible now looked even more pleasing to the eye. Even the rising pink smoke looked as festive as celebratory fireworks. When the bell rang for the end of Get Out of Class, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief and leaned towards Vezet, wanting to say something. "Do you want to stay here and clean the classroom?" A cold voice sounded, and Snape lowered his eyelids and spoke slowly. Everyone was like a frightened bird. They quickly packed up their textbooks and rushed out of the classroom, pushing and shoving. Snape said suddenly, "Vezet, you stay and clean up." Michael and the others looked at each other with an expression of "May the best come to you," waved their hands and left the classroom. Hannah said weakly, her face already red, "Can I stay with you?" "Ha!" Snape sneered and did not give a direct response. Vezet waved her hand. "There's not much to clean, actually. I can do it by myself. If it weren't for you, I would never have finished the potion." Hannah didn't explain much, rolled up her sleeves and started wiping the table. "Thank you." Vezet said softly, picked up the broom and dustpan in the corner and swept away the snake tooth fragments and dry nettles on the ground. Dro, dro, dro. The sound of stone pestles hitting snake teeth echoed in the classroom, as Snape processed the materials to prepare a potion to treat boils without paying attention to anyone around. The cleaning work was completed quickly, and Vezet stood in front of the podium, carefully observing Snape's process of making medicine. Snape's movements were steady, without any unnecessary motions. After 10 crushes, all the snake fangs were turned into extremely fine powder. When handling the slugs, he did not use tweezers, but instead pinched the slugs with his fingers and put them into the steamer. The entire process of brewing the potion went smoothly. Snape was skilled and bold enough to use high heat to shorten the brewing time of the potion. In just 10 minutes, extremely pure pink smoke bloomed like a flower, announcing that the pot of potion was complete. Snape looked up at Vezet and asked in a cold tone, "What did you see?" Vezet thought for a moment and said aloud, "You are very familiar with potion materials. Whether you are handling snake fangs or dried nettles, you are always precise and accurate. The same is true for steaming slugs. You need the slugs with your hands to judge the quality of the material, so you don't need to remove the lid to get the best quality slugs. Before adding the porcupine quills, you used a scraper to scrape away impurities on the surface of the porcupine quills so that the potion was flawless. This was the point that benefited me the most. Yes, it seems you are not stupid." Snape said softly, without any emotion or anger. "Talent can raise the upper limit, but potions is not a simple subject. Experience is as important as talent. If you can use experience to judge the quality of materials, you can go further on the path of potions." 5 points for Ravenclaw. You can go back now. Hannah had an incredible expression and even covered her mouth. "Thank you, Professor Snape. We'll leave first." Vezet looked at Snape and seemed to see a hint of appreciation in Snape's eyes. But this touch of appreciation was fleeting, and he felt that he might have seen it wrong. Arriving at the door of the auditorium, Hannah was still a little dizzy. "This is the first time I know that Professor Snape can talk so much. He even gave you 5 extra points." 5 points? Wouldn't it be possible? Vezet asked. "I remember Qiu Zhang told me that every professor has the right to add or subtract points. Professor Snape is different." Hannah looked back and explained in a low voice, Professor Snape only gives extra points to Slytherin and deducts points from the other 3 houses. Is that so? Vezet smiled slightly. It seems I am quite lucky. After a morning of potions class, Vezet gained a lot of favor among the new Hufflepuff students. When passing by Hufflepuff's long table, the freshmen would smile at him. Madame Pomfrey's medical advice was indeed useful. After a noon of meditation, he appeared in the History of Magic classroom in high spirits. This classroom is located on the 2nd floor of the castle. The layout of the classroom is well organized. It is not only well ventilated but also has very good lighting. In the afternoon, bright sunshine shines into the classroom, nurturing a peaceful and warm feeling. As the only ghost professor at Hogwarts, Cuthbert Binns has a very special way of entering the classroom. Just as the bell rang, Cuthbert Binns came through the wall and floated to the podium. It's time to start the class. He did not call the roll, nor did he glance at the students in front of the stage, and began to lecture in a dull, toneless voice. There was a period of stability and prosperity between wizards and muggles. Wizards lived in muggle villages, trading potions and healing magic for the necessities of life. The devil Emeric rose up in southern England, where he reigned in terror. The emergence of this dark wizard was the trigger for the muggles to launch a witch hunt. And the relationship between wizards and muggles broke down, and wizards began to stay away from muggle villages. Although muggles could not deal with adult wizards, they could attack young wizard children. The bright and warm sunshine, coupled with the drawling sounds, is perfect for catching up on sleep. Around Vezet, those roommates who were planning to take notes seriously could not stand Cuthbert Binns' voice and dozed off like chicks pecking at rice. Before they knew it, there were only 2 sounds left in the classroom: Cuthbert Binns' lecture and Vizet's rustling notes. The book History of Magic is so thick that even if Vezet copied the entire book, it would still be difficult for her to remember all the contents. When Cuthbert Binns taught, he did not read from the textbook, but gave a concise summary of the content, which benefited Vezet a lot. Unfortunately, these contents are hidden in the drawling tune, and one needs to have the patience of a gold digger to discover the shining golden advice from them. Cuthbert Binns continued teaching. Some wizards have gone to extremes because their children have been killed and have taken revenge by killing muggles. The emergence of these dark wizards has intensified the muggles' fear of wizards. The witch hunt has intensified, leading to more wizard children being killed. Wizards developed methods specifically targeting muggles, such as muggle-repelling spells and muggle-proof door handles. The emergence of these methods further reduced the communication between wizards and muggles. It is said that history is a mirror that can help us understand the rise and fall of nations. Through Cuthbert Binns' lessons, Vezet gradually understood why wizards isolate themselves and form a magic world. Wizards are born with the ability to cast magic, and their way of thinking is very different from that of muggles. For wizards, when they encounter troubles in life, the first thing they will do is use magic to solve the problem. This is also the reason why muggle-repelling spells and muggle-proof door handles appear. However, this is the same end result. Muggles created various tools for production, and wizards invented various magics to deal with troubles. Thinking about this, Vezet felt more and more the charm of the history of magic. The bell rang for the end of get out of class, and my roommates woke up one after another, wiping the traces of saliva from their mouths at the same time. Terry rubbed his eyes and asked in a confused voice, Vezet, why do you look so energetic? I'm taking notes. Vezet said with great interest, history of magic is so interesting. Michael opened his mouth, slapped his face, and said, maybe this is what a real Ravenclaw is. He even studies so hard in history of magic class. Vezet smiled noncommittally and looked at the scenery outside the window. He suddenly felt that writing a letter was not that difficult, as there were so many interesting things to say. Lovegood House, Ottery, St. Catchpole, Devon. On a bright morning, the powder blue curtains swayed gently in the breeze. The warm sunlight filtered through the window, coating the bedroom floor with a layer of golden sand. The girl murmured like a cat and slowly opened her eyes. She slowly sat down on the edge of the bed, her light golden hair falling like a waterfall. Luna rubbed her eyes, stretched her waist lazily, and looked at the blue sky outside the window. What a nice day. Walking down the stairs, she looked at the closed door not far away, and the smile on her lips gradually disappeared. This door has not been opened since yesterday. Yesterday was the first day of school at Hogwarts. I will also be enrolled next year, yes. She whispered, as if reminding herself of something important. Xenophilius was already in the dining room, his hair a mess, a clipboard in his hands, a charcoal pencil between his ears, composing a new issue of the Quibbler. Luna, today is a good day for painting, he said, bringing over the prepared breakfast. Luna sat down at the dining table and took the knife and fork in her hand. Yes, the sky is like a blue curtain. The restaurant was very quiet with only the rustling of charcoal pencils and the occasional sound of knives and forks hitting plates. Xenophilius put down his clipboard. Luna, are you feeling okay? Did you find your breakfast unpalatable? I'm fine, Dad. Faced with such a concerned look, Luna shook her head gently. She didn't want her father to worry about her, so she changed the subject lightly. Is this issue of the magazine ready? I can't wait. The responses to the previous issues were quite good. That Vezet is quite creative, Xenophilius said excitedly. More and more people are submitting articles recently. They were very interested in the hometown specialties content and even sent me some samples. I added a little bit to my breakfast bread. The contributor said that this bee can collect laurel honey. People who use laurel honey can have good luck. How do you think it tastes? So it was Vizet's idea, Luna murmured. She forked a piece of bread and put it in her mouth, revealing a faint smile. I think it tastes good. Luna's life went on as usual, taking care of the entire garden like a hard-working bee. The owl Diana accompanied her, singing happily. Collect dew, loosen the soil, water the flowers, feed. She could still get happiness from it, but it was a little strange, as if something was missing. The mistletoe and blimp plums are growing well, and I didn't find any nymph hooks. Luna said as she picked blimp plums. Vezet, do you know about maggots? Dad told me that they are little creatures similar to maggots. They have 3,000 teeth when they are young, and they will grow more teeth when they grow up. They have 3 eyes and a sickle-like hook on their tails, which is why they are called nymph hooks. Isn't that interesting, Vezet? Oui, Zet. The gentle response she had expected did not appear, and Luna could only hear the sound of the wind around her. She now felt as if something was locked up along with the closed door. Yes, he went to Hogwarts. Luna stood up and walked towards the stream in the distance. She sat on the bank looking at the trickling stream and thinking. Only one day had passed, but she felt empty. There are more harassment flies. She muttered to Airship Lee. This feeling was familiar, she had experienced this before. Time can smooth out everything. Just give her a few more days, and she will be able to adapt to life without one person. This kind of change is commonplace to her. The sky was still clear, the stream was still clean, but even though everything was the same, she felt as if she was far away from everything around her. Luna sat by the stream for a long time, staring at the water, until she heard a familiar owl cry and quickly raised her head. Cluck, cluck. The owl was holding a large cloth bag, like a propeller plane with a damaged wing, and was about to slide into the stream. Luna quickly reached out and hugged Thor to prevent him from becoming a drowned rat. Thor, I got you. Goo, goo. Thor struggled and rubbed Luna's sleeve, and his eyes closed. You look exhausted after carrying so many things from Hogwarts here, Luna said gently, stroking Thor's drooping crest feathers. When they got home, Xenophilius had just taken off his apron and there was a pot of steaming stew on the table. I was just about to look for you. Why did you come back so late today? Luna carefully placed the cloth bag on the table, picked up the owl excitedly and said, I met Thor. That kid still remembered to send a letter back. Xenophilius raised his eyebrows and took the owl from Luna's hand. Look at what the boy wrote. I'll find some tonic to feed Thor. He looks exhausted. When she opened the cloth bag, the first thing she saw was 2 large boxes of snacks. The heavy weight made Luna instantly understand why Thor was so tired. There was another letter underneath, with a line of words written on the thick parchment envelope, to Luna and Mr. Lovegood. The words and Mr. Lovegood are a bit far apart and seem to have been added later. Luna placed her hand over her heart and felt it beat faster. She let out a breath and then opened the letter. Dear Luna and Mr. Lovegood, Saul brought me a bag of chocolate frogs, which are delicious snacks, and I wanted to share them with you and Mr. Lovegood. Hogwarts is beautiful and magical, and I saw so many interesting things that I can't describe them in words. I think it's okay, because you will be coming to Hogwarts next year and we can go around together then. How are the mistletoe and blimps at home? I remember the blimps were almost ripe. The last time I was fertilizing with you, you mentioned nymph hooks to me. What kind of creature is that? I'm still very curious. You kept it a secret from me last time. Are you willing to tell me about it now? There are many more wonders of Hogwarts. I hope you won't think I'm being too wordy when I write to you later. Furthermore, give my regards to Mr. Lovegood. Hope all is well with you. Vezet Lovegood. The letter was very plain, but it was precisely because of this plainness that Luna felt very close to Vezet. The Vezet in her mind is not someone as high-spirited as the sun, but someone as gentle as the wind who accompanies her silently. She can speak her mind without any burden, and Vezet can tolerate everything easily. Luna opened a box of chocolate frogs. The smooth and rich chocolate melted on her tongue and the sweet taste filled her heart. And, also, and again. Xenophilius' voice rang out, and the owl Thor on his shoulder regained some energy and could hook his arm around his shoulder and take a nap. Luna, are you going to write back to this kid? Then tell him to be more careful next time and not to add and also in front of my name when addressing me. Okay, Dad. Luna put the envelope away and took out a set of painting supplies from the cabinet. Xenophilius asked in confusion, what are you going to do? Lunch is ready. I know, Dad, Luna said as she ran upstairs. Didn't you tell me this morning that today is a good day for painting? It is a wonderful experience to be favored by Hufflepuff. During breakfast, Vezet always receives jams of different flavors from her Hufflepuff classmates. According to Hannah and the others, these jams are specially provided for teachers, and only Hufflepuff has the chance to enjoy them. Vezet had to admit that each of these specialty jams had its own unique flavor. Through the magic eye, you can see the magical symbols contained in it, and these symbols are the source of the flavor. At noon, an owl with shiny feathers flew into the auditorium. The owl circled over the auditorium and then landed on Vizet's shoulder. Vezet stroked Thor's crest feathers and said, "Thank you for your hard work. You must be exhausted from running back and forth, right? Goo." Thor rubbed his cheek with his beak, flapped his wings and left the auditorium again, probably planning to go back to the owl shed and have a good sleep. As soon as Vezet took off the envelope, her roommates turned around and looked at her with curiosity. Chris leaned over, looked at the envelope with a circle of mistletoe drawn on it and asked, "Who sent this letter? Why is it so fancy?" "It must be Vizet's sister." Michael was like a sharp hound and guessed the correct answer at the first time. "It's a letter from her." Vezet opened the envelope and found a small bottle and a flying ship pendant in addition to a text message. "What is this?" The roommates were even more curious. Mini carrots as pendants. "This is the first time I've seen such a novel gift." Terry asked, "What's in the bottle? Are they seeds?" "The seed of Airship Lay." Vezet nodded, held up the pendant and introduced it. "This is the Airship Lee pendant, which can improve the ability to receive abnormal things." Anthony frowned. "Airship Lee, improve your ability to accept unusual things. Can it keep me awake in History of Magic class?" "Cuthbert Binns's lessons have a special magic," Vezet said with a smile. "If you adapt to his tone, you will definitely gain something. As for the special effects of Airship Lee, Luna told me that it varies from person to person. At least for me, Airship Lee's effects are outstanding." Terry was eager to try. "Will you plant these seeds? Then we can give it a try." Michael immediately teased, "Maybe you still need a clever sister who can help you make a pendant." Vezet didn't care about the quarrel between his roommates. His mind was on Luna's reply. Luna's reply was simple, introducing her day in a long and leisurely manner. She harvested plums from the garden, tasted sweet chocolate frogs, and painted a picture in her bedroom. He also mentioned Xenophilius's praise of him and the Airship Lee pendant, hoping that the pendant could bring him inspiration. Vezet hung the pendant around her neck and looked at the red Airship Lee. Her mind seemed to travel through the Scottish Highlands and back to the garden full of strange magical plants. There is also a transfiguration class in the afternoon, and Ravenclaw needs to take it together with Gryffindor. When Vezet walked into the classroom, she saw that there were many Gryffindors standing by the podium. Before Professor McGonagall entered the classroom, they did their best to tease the tabby cat on the podium. They laughed and played, but the tabby cat was not moved at all. Vezet frowned. When he saw the tabby cat, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had seen it before. Soon, he remembered that when he faced the Runespur, an identical cat had appeared, and that cat was actually transformed by Professor McGonagall. Faced with the joyful atmosphere in Gryffindor, the roommates also wanted to join in the fun, but Vezet quickly stopped them. Anthony sat in his seat, still paying attention to the tabby cat. "Don't you like cats?" "The pattern of that cat is so beautiful, especially the black spots around the eyes, which are like frames." Vezet explained, "This is not just a cat, this is." Before he could finish his explanation, the loud school bell rang. The tabby cat squatting on the podium suddenly moved, took a big leap forward, and transformed into a human form in the air. "Professor McGonagall! Professor McGonagall!" The Gryffindors screamed, returning to their seats at a rapid pace. They tightened their faces, put on serious expressions, and sat upright in an attempt to get away with it. Anthony was still terrified and asked, "How did you figure that out?" Vezet whispered, "You just said it yourself, the dark spots around your eyes are like frames." "Such patterns are rare." Professor McGonagall said in a serious tone, "Perhaps in your opinion, transfiguration magic is like a cat which can be played with at will without paying any price. But the truth is, this is the most complex and dangerous magic you will ever encounter in school. I don't want you to get hurt or even lose your life because of it. Anyone who tries to cause trouble in class will be kicked out of here forever." Otherwise, he will get into trouble because of his arrogance. Please keep this in mind. Seeing the students nodding their heads, she softened her tone. As this is your first transfiguration class, what you need to master most is not the spell but caution. Take care of transformation magic. Even if it only looks like a cat, be cautious and prevent it from turning into the thing you fear the most. That's enough of my words of advice. Turn to page 4 of the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration and start learning how to perform transfiguration magic. Transfiguration magic is indeed a complex subject. Although Vezet copied the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration into a book, he still had only a vague understanding of its contents. At this time, an excellent leader is particularly important, and Professor McGonagall is such a leader. Based on her own experience, she deconstructed the textbook content, and the originally difficult and obscure deformation theory was no longer so difficult to understand. After half a class, Professor McGonagall finished explaining the theory from the simplest to the most complex and officially entered the practical operation phase. She gave each student in the class a match, and what the students needed to do was simple: change the match into a needle. After enduring half a class of theoretical knowledge, the students couldn't wait to start practicing. For a moment, the classroom was filled with the chaotic sound of chanting. As Professor McGonagall said, transfiguration magic may seem as cute as a cat, but it can actually be extremely difficult and dangerous. After a burst of colorful magical light, the matches in front of some students made a loud bang and instantly exploded into countless sparks that flew in all directions. Professor McGonagall was quick to wave his wand and turn the scattered sparks into birds. The bird chirped pleasantly, circled over the classroom, and then disappeared without a trace. Focus, be careful, Professor McGonagall shouted. You need to be more specific in your goals. Imagine the shape, size, and texture of the needle. This effortless transformation magic greatly increased the students' passion for practice. Not long after, Professor McGonagall patrolled over to the table where Vezet was sitting. She noticed just now that Vezet did not cast the spell right away, but closed her eyes and began to imagine. As if sensing Professor McGonagall's gaze, Vezet opened her eyes. Through his imagination just now, he constructed a clear enough image, and now he only needed the assistance of the spell. Great change. It feels amazing to perform transformation magic. With the help of the spell, Vizet's consciousness covered the surface of the match, as if it had turned into a pair of hands, able to knead the match as she wished. He had a sense of déjà vu, dreaming back to his childhood days of playing in the mud in his previous life. Clear goals. A silver needle appeared in Vizet's mind. He used his consciousness to knead the match, and it really began to stretch and become pointed. More details needed. He tried to replicate every detail of the silver needle as much as possible. It should have a shiny silver metallic color. The needle tip should be more delicate. It should have a needle hole that can be used to guide the thread. The matches on the table kept changing their appearance, their edges becoming softer, and the red and wood color on the surface gradually faded. The bright luster of the metal became more and more obvious, and the shape of the match became longer and longer, with the end constantly shrinking to form a sharp needle. This is the first time I cast a spell, and it actually worked. Anthony glanced at the match in front of him and couldn't help but praise, "Isn't this too fast?" Professor McGonagall also nodded slightly, acknowledging what Anthony said. Transfiguration magic requires not only caution, but also sufficient patience and imagination. Vezet took the first step of closing her eyes and imagining, and did not act rashly, which was a sign of caution. Professor McGonagall saw a methodical process of change, taking each step steadily, not rushing for success, but making changes bit by bit, which is a manifestation of patience. Vezet hadn't stopped casting the spell, apparently because the magic wasn't really finished yet. There is a pinhole at the end of the silver needle for threading, and fine lines appear on the surface. Professor McGonagall leaned over and saw that it was a pattern of mistletoe. The mistletoe pattern is the finishing touch, making this silver needle more than just a daily necessity. Generating complex patterns through will, this is the role of imagination, which is an advantage unique to wizards. She held the silver needle in her hand and shouted, "Mr. Lovegood has completed the magic and successfully turned the match into a silver needle. 5 points for Ravenclaw." The students all raised their heads and looked at her at the same time. Grow bigger quickly. Professor McGonagall cast a magic spell, and the tiny silver needle quickly stretched and thickened, turning into an exquisitely carved awl. She held up the awl and gestured to the students, "Everyone can take a look. This is a very successful transformation magic. In addition to the pinhole, Mr. Lovegood also created a beautiful pattern. Not only did you turn out a silver needle, but it also has patterns on it." Anthony patted Vizet's shoulder heavily. "You're giving me a lot of pressure. Stop the curse." Professor McGonagall restored the silver needle to its original size. Vezet, good job. Thank you. Vezet took the silver needle and suddenly thought of a question. Professor McGonagall, is this needle made of wood or metal now? Interesting question, Professor McGonagall laughed. You've only changed the appearance of the match, so it's still wood. Vezet asked, through transformation magic, can the nature of the match be changed so that it becomes a real silver needle? Of course you can, but I don't recommend you do that. Professor McGonagall explained patiently, this is where the danger of transfiguration magic comes from. For inanimate objects, changing their essence may just make them less fragile and more useful to humans. But what if you change your own essence? After changing your essence, are you still yourself? To have a true body of steel means that your essence must also become steel, and your original essence will be lost. The essence will be lost. Vezet opened her mouth and felt a chill on her back. Professor McGonagall saw Vizet's fear and nodded slightly. This is the essence. In my opinion, the essence of a wizard comes from his thoughts and wishes, that is, his soul. When your body becomes stronger but your soul changes, are you still the same person? If not, then who are you? These are questions that need to be considered. The soul is a wonderful topic. If you want to explore the mysteries of magic, deepening your exploration of the soul is an essential step. Many wizards will go astray and become dark wizards, playing with souls for fun. Professor McGonagall suddenly shook his head. I seem to have said too much. You just need to remember that if you want to go further on the path of transformation magic, you need to recognize and maintain your essence. If you are interested, go find some information about animagus. What Professor McGonagall said was undoubtedly beyond the scope of the curriculum, but it also benefited Vezet a lot. The magical world is like a big treasure. There are so many secrets to explore. He quickly picked up his notebook and wrote down what Professor McGonagall had said. There was still a long time left in the class, and many students gathered around Vezet, asking him for advice on transfiguration magic. Vezet was not vague and shared all her experience. In his opinion, being able to answer other people's questions can also consolidate the knowledge he has learned. You don't have to be so hard on yourself. Try to sharpen the end of the match first and take it one step at a time. Didn't you see? The color of the match has become lighter. This is a good start. Changing the color first is also a good choice. Don't be so nervous. Hold the wand farther away. The explosion just now was just an accident. If you are really scared, you can break the red phosphorus in front. The most important thing is to try. Looking at Vezet, who was surrounded, Professor McGonagall sighed softly. She now envied Flitwick. How could such an outstanding student choose Ravenclaw? In fact, Hermione's performance was also good, and she was able to make the matchstick take the rudiments of a needle. It's a pity that this child doesn't know how to get along with others, and he always sounds like he's being lectured when answering questions. Professor McGonagall finally understood why Dumbledore admired Vezet so much. It is really rare that one can cultivate such a humble character and get along well with people around him under the torture of the Dark Wizard. Vezet seems to have the potential for occlumency. In order to develop this potential, I wonder what Dumbledore plans to do and who he will find to be the guide. The first-year courses at Hogwarts are very easy, and there are no classes on Friday mornings, so students can do whatever they want. After breakfast, Vezet walked out of the castle and along the grass towards the Forbidden Forest. Just yesterday morning, Hagrid had sent him a letter by owl, inviting him to come over to his cabin and asking how he was doing. Before entering Hogwarts, Hagrid was one of the few people who had no prejudice against him, and his experience in Diagon Alley made him not refuse the invitation. What's more, he was also very interested in the Forbidden Forest, and Hagrid's cabin was right next to the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid calls the place where he lives the cottage, but Vezet feels like she has arrived at the giant's castle. The oak door frame alone was nearly 4 meters high, and the one-story hut gave him the feeling of a 2-story building. There is a farmhouse atmosphere outside the cabin with a lot of strange tools hanging on the wall. Before Vezet could knock on the door, a dull dog barking like thunder was heard from the side. Oh, it should be Vezet. Hagrid's voice sounded, "Yeah, slow down." This will scare him. Accompanied by the sound of whistling wind, a huge black dog suddenly came out. The big black dog stuck out its tongue and jumped up towards Vezet. Hey, Yaya, you're going to scare Vezet. Hagrid followed closely behind, pinched the big black dog's neck with his big hands and lifted it up. Even though the big black dog was 1 meter tall, it had no room to resist in Hagrid's hands because the size difference was too great. This is a Neapolitan Mastiff, which looks a bit like a Shar-Pei. It has wrinkles all over its face and looks very sad. It's just a little bit excited. There aren't many students here during the day. Hagrid greeted Vezet to come in. It's actually very easy to get along with, even a little timid. Woo-woo. Yaya stuck out his tongue and sniffed Vizet's body. Although he is a mastiff, Yaya is surprisingly docile and even turns over to let Vizet touch his belly. You are my friend, so it will treat you well. Hagrid said happily. It is just a little timid at ordinary times. If it really encounters danger, it will make the right choice. The layout of the house was simple, with only one room. There were tables and chairs of astonishing size placed next to the fireplace, and a large bed covered with patchwork cloth in the corner. There were various objects hanging on the walls, such as an umbrella, a huge leather coat, and a crossbow. The fireplace is also large enough to hang bacon and smoked chicken on both sides, with room for a copper kettle and baking tray in the middle. Have some tea, I just baked some cakes. Hagrid greeted enthusiastically. He placed the baking tray in front of Vizet, picked up the copper kettle, and began to brew tea. How do you feel about this place? He continued, grabbing a piece of scone and giving it to Yaya. It may be a little different from my previous life, but I think I'll be able to adapt to it. Clicky-click, Yaya's teeth fought fiercely with the scones, making a sound of gnawing on the big bone stick. Vizet's eyelids twitched, his teeth were no match for a mastiff's. Thank you, he took the teacup and blew on it. I came here after breakfast, just some tea will be fine. It was too early for him to have scones, but just right for Hagrid. You're welcome to come to my place. Hagrid grabbed a scone as wide as his head and began to chew it. You can treat Hogwarts as your second home. Regardless of his age or height, the first impression he gives people is always one of distance. Only when you really get in touch with him will you find that his heart is still simple. He speaks very frankly, and he is willing to share everything. He talked to Vizet about his youth, when he was expelled because of something and missed the opportunity to continue studying at Hogwarts. He also talked about the Forbidden Forest next to it, where there were a variety of magical animals and magical plants. Therefore, the Weasley twins always find ways to sneak into the Forbidden Forest and make some noise there. They were doing experiments in there, and a few times they even attracted centaurs. Not only could they be harmed by the centaurs, but the little cuties in the Forbidden Forest could also get hurt. These two guys are very slippery. Every time I try to find them, it takes me a lot of time. Fortunately, they are in the 3rd grade now, so I can relax a little in a few years. Little cutie, Vizet thought of Hagrid's unique understanding of little cutie. Hagrid, which magical animals in the Forbidden Forest do you like? That's a lot. When he talked about Hagrid's favorite words, his tone was much higher. The Strals, invisible beasts, bird snakes, hippogriffs, unicorns. He listed the names of various animals and his smile became brighter and brighter. They are all my good children. He lifted the copper kettle and pulled out the mat underneath. This mat is the crest feathers of the bird snake. It has a good heat insulation effect and can be stretched and shrunk. Interested, Hagrid brushed off the black and gray on the crown feathers, revealing the bright blue-green color inside. He pinched the 2 ends of the crest and gently pulled it outwards, and the crest became the size of a palm leaf fan. He pulled it back again, and the crest shrank to about the size of a palm. In addition to bird and snake crest feathers, there are also many materials from magical animals here. Like the bandage Hagrid casually hung on the wall, the woven material was actually unicorn tail hair. In addition, the dirty, greasy handbag at the head of the bed is also made of unicorn tail hair. Hagrid said casually, I sold some unicorn tail hair to buy Fluffy. I'll have to find some more when the time comes, otherwise we won't have enough bandages. Vizet covered her chest. Bandages? Collecting unicorn tail hair is just for making bandages. Yes, Hagrid nodded. You know, I was expelled from Hogwarts, so I haven't had time to learn more. There will be animals injured in the Forbidden Forest. Bandages made from unicorn tail hair are the most effective. Not only can they speed up healing, but they will not affect the activities of those cute little ones. Hagrid treats magical creatures with a sincere heart. Perhaps for this reason, he is favored by various magical creatures. But this reason was so crude that it made Vizet feel painful. He already knew the prices in the wizarding world. A unicorn's tail hair cost 10 galleons, and a bandage would require at least 10 tail hairs. Hagrid is definitely a hidden rich man. The value of her handbags alone is inestimable. As a gamekeeper, Hagrid also has a steady supply of materials, which is also very important. Vizet stood up and asked solemnly, Hagrid, when I master healing magic in the future, I will help you heal magical animals. Can you give me some unicorn tail hair? Ah, of course, no problem. Hagrid was stunned for a moment. He scratched the back of his head. Actually, if you want it, just tell me. It was noon when Vizet said goodbye to Hagrid and left the cabin. Before leaving, Hagrid took advantage of his physical strength and stuffed a lot of materials into his pocket. In addition to the unicorn tail hair, there were a lot of other materials that he hadn't had time to identify. Vezet felt her head was light and her current state should be perfect for the afternoon flying lesson. It's almost the weekend and there are so many materials. I can study how to make a wand, healing magic, and the animagus mentioned by Professor McGonagall. I need to learn about all of them. There are 2 more classes in the afternoon, a herbal class taught by Professor Sprout and a flying class which I have not experienced yet. The herbal medicine class is taught in the greenhouse, so first graders are not exposed to many herbs. Even before school started, Vezet had learned a lot of relevant knowledge from Luna. Whether it was digging, fertilizing, or taking care of the plants, everything was done with ease and he even got extra points from Sprout. Without even a moment's worry about the dirt on her body, Vezet packed up her textbooks and headed straight to the grassy field, which was the gathering place for the flying class. Chris quickly grabbed him and said, "Vezet, aren't you going to go back and wash up? It's not a good idea to go there like this, right?" The Slytherin who was taking the herbology class with them, a stocky black-haired female student, suddenly said, "That's right. A dirty obscurial can never be clean no matter how hard you try." Her tone was contemptuous, and she crossed her arms and raised her head, revealing her thick chin. "Really? I thought as a wizard I could use a more magical method." Vezet smiled slightly, pulled out her wand and drew a beautiful S-curve, "Clean it up." But in the blink of an eye, all the dirt on his body disappeared and his clothes became clean again. He continued to cast the spell and helped his roommate clean up the mud. He even spread out his hands and asked in a calm tone, "Do you need help cleaning up, or maybe you can do it yourself, please?" The female student's face turned red as liver. Seeing Vizet's humble action, the female student was choked and speechless, and his roommates all laughed. "Millicent, it's time to go," a thin-lipped girl interrupted, walking straight past Vezet. "Pansy, I'm helping you, Miss Bulstrode. Please call me by my last name, it will make you appear more educated." Pansy shouted harshly and left the greenhouse without looking back. Millicent's face became even uglier, and one could even see tears in the corners of her eyes. She couldn't say another word and ran away quickly, covering her face. "What's going on?" Terry asked curiously. "I wanted to ask you before, why are they so hostile to you? After all, he has the identity of an obscurial." Anthony frowned and said, "One becomes an obscurial if he is afraid of and rejects magic, and these characteristics are usually associated with muggles. Slytherin believes in pure-bloodedness and even despises muggle-born wizards. I am not surprised at all that this is happening. It's a pity that they don't know Vizet's magic." Michael put his arm around Vizet's shoulders. "Why can you be friends with Qiu Zhang and know magic that we don't know? I'm so jealous. I learned this magic from Qiu Zhang." Vezet explained, the descaling charm, a very useful magic for daily life. "Do you want to learn it? I'll lend you my notes. Let's talk about it when we get back." Michael waved his hands repeatedly. The flying brooms may have been displayed. "Let's go over and pick out a good-looking one." Since ancient times, people have been full of yearning and curiosity about the sky. It is precisely because of this yearning that various kinds of aircraft appear. Wizards had the same aspirations, so they invented the flying broom, and even a wizard sport was born, Quidditch. Mrs. Hooch is the professor of flying lessons. She is also a Quidditch referee. Quidditch at Hogwarts is judged by her. She arrived early and laid out the broomsticks in 2 rows on the ground. "It looks like an eagle's eyes." Terry came closer and whispered. Mrs. Hooch had short, neat gray hair and her eyes were a special bright yellow, indeed like an eagle's eyes. Her eyesight was as sharp as an eagle, and when she saw Michael pick up the broom, she pounced on him instantly. "Please put your broom on the ground first. Even if you know how to use a flying broom, please wait until class starts and follow my instructions to pick up the broom." Hiss! Michael dropped his broom to the ground again as if he had been electrocuted. "Sorry, Mrs. Hooch." "Ahem, Mrs." Hooch coughed twice, looking a little embarrassed. "I should apologize. I'm a little too sensitive. Yesterday afternoon I was teaching flying lessons to 2 other academies, and one of their kids had an accident, so I have to be extra careful." Michael and the others gathered together, wondering, who is it? "It's Neville Longbottom from Gryffindor." Hannah's voice sounded. "He broke his wrist. It must be painful." More and more Hufflepuffs gathered together. They knew a lot of anecdotes about the school and shared them with great interest. Draco Malfoy seems to have taken Neville Longbottom's things. Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy had a conflict. Harry Potter became a seeker. Michael and the others were even more confused. What's going on? How did he become a seeker? Didn't the Quidditch trials start this weekend? When the bell rang, Mrs. Hooch clapped her hands and shouted, "Now that everyone is here, let's start today's class. First, stand next to a flying broom. Remember, do not touch it with your hands, then wait for my next instruction." The students did as they were told, feeling both amused and annoyed as they all thought Mrs. Hooch was a little too nervous. "Okay." Move the hand closest to the broom over and don't move yet. Wait for my next instruction. After the students obeyed, Mrs. Hooch continued, you shout get up, and when the broom flies to your hand, catch it, then stop, waiting for your next instruction. The students said helplessly, yes, that's it. Madam Hooch nodded, we just need to take it step by step to avoid any accidents. After a series of get up sounds, not everyone can hold the flying broom. For example, Hufflepuff students would roll their brooms on the ground twice before slowly flying into their hands. Hannah's broom seemed to be broken and there was no response at all, which made her face red with anxiety. Perhaps because they live at a higher altitude, Ravenclaw performs much better. As long as you call it a few more times, the broom will respond to the call. Vizet's broomstick was very obedient. Before he even said it out loud, just thinking about it, the broomstick quickly flew into his hands. Being able to call upon a broomstick is only the first step. These brooms are quite old and it is not easy to call them. Some broomsticks would fall mid-flight even if they accepted the call and would drop branches as they rolled on the ground. Once everyone was able to get a hold of the handle, Madam Hooch continued to give cautious orders. She instructed everyone on the preparatory posture and precautions, taught some tips, and demonstrated how to ride without slipping. Okay, she became nervous, sweat dripping from her forehead. I'll blow the whistle and you'll get on the broom and kick your legs to fly into the sky. Don't be nervous, this is just a flying lesson, not a competition. There is no comparison involved, don't feel any pressure. Remember, hold on to the broomstick tightly. To go up, pull the handle up. To go down, lean forward and press the handle down. The broom will bring you to the ground. Listen to my whistle. Don't be nervous. She bit the whistle in her mouth and was the first to mount the broom, looking very cautious. The students followed suit and straddled the broomsticks. As the whistle sounded, everyone rose into the sky together without any accidents. Mrs. Hooch's tone was much lighter. Okay, try to land again. Don't be in a hurry, just take your time. After completing the descent, she instructed everyone how to hover and turn in the air. These are all advanced skills. Students who are new to flying need time to adapt if they want to be calm and relaxed. Seeing Vezet making a beautiful S-shaped detour, Michael couldn't help but say, Vezet, how can you do this? Madam Hooch hasn't even taught you yet. Vezet shook his head. He also found it very strange that flying was as simple as drinking water and eating. However, he soon realized why he was an Obscurial. When he came through, he was floating in the form of Momo Ran. It was because of Momo Ran's natural flying ability that he was so familiar with flying. If he wasn't worried about Mrs. Hooch getting upset, he would have flown higher and performed more difficult moves. Michael sighed, how come you are so skilled? I was the first one to come here and I was the first one to touch the flying broom. Chris teased, you were indeed the first person you ran into, and then Madam Hooch yelled and you dropped your broomstick in fright. Terry replied, that's right, you abandoned it first, so you are flying like this now. Michael raised his voice and said, this broom is too old. Look, when it flies, branches will fall down. I do this for safety reasons. Yes, for safety reasons, you have a point. You can replace Mrs. Hooch in teaching. Anthony was flying higher and teasing from above. You're not much better. Michael retorted immediately, you claim to have a distant Auror relative, but how can you ride a broomstick like this? He lay on the handle, clamped his legs tightly around the broom head and flew forward tremblingly, winking and saying, this is how you ride a flying broom, it's safe, right? How could I be like that? Michael's ridicule made Anthony's face turn red. You say. Am I like that? The only response he got was a few snickers. Vezet shook her head slightly. Safety first, that's right. Look. Anthony became more confident after receiving Vizet's affirmation. Michael chuckled, that's because Vezet is so easy to talk to. Didn't you hear Chris and Terry laughing? Damn it, just wait for me. Anthony was so angry that he gritted his teeth and rushed forward. Michael was still laughing and never stopped, not at all worried that Anthony would bump into him. Anthony had lost his mind and didn't show any fear at all. He ran straight into Michael and both of their broomsticks wailed at the same time. They were like magnets that repel each other. The moment they collided, they flew in two opposite directions. You too. Madam Hooch noticed something was wrong and blew the whistle immediately. Everyone, get back to the ground immediately. Get back to the ground immediately. Before she finished her words, she dived down at high speed on her broomstick and landed before Michael. She quickly dropped her broom and lunged forward just in time to catch Michael, and neither of them was hurt. Look up. The students screamed and looked up into the air. Green smoke came out of Anthony's broom, carrying him higher and crashing towards the castle. Can we still do this job? Mrs. Hooch's voice sounded somewhat desperate and she got on the broomstick again. She was too far away from Anthony. She was afraid that there would be another injured person in class today. She didn't know what Madame Pomfrey would talk about. At this moment, she caught a figure out of the corner of her eye. How could it be so fast? Vezet flew up into the sky on her broomstick, leaving a trail of shadow in the air. The strong wind roared in Vizet's ears, and the air flowed into his robe through his sleeves, making the robe rustle and rumble. The flying broom was indeed a bit old, and it was making a mournful sound when it was fully powered. But if he wanted to save Anthony, he couldn't let the flying broom stop. Just as Anthony was about to hit the castle window, Vezet just raised her wand, robes flying. Anthony's robe was suddenly pulled by a force, preventing him from hitting the window. The broom under him made a crackling sound and finally broke into two pieces. Anthony screamed as he fell and grabbed everywhere with his hands, as if trying to grab a life-saving straw, but unfortunately he could only grab air. The real life-saving straw Vezet controlled the flying broom, shot down like an arrow and cast a flying spell again. Anthony's falling speed slowed down again, but at this time his robe made a tearing sound. His robe could not withstand the third flying curse. Vezet was not surprised. He had expected this to happen and had a backup plan ready. He was not idle this week. In addition to integrating the knowledge he had learned, he used the remaining time to explore Hogwarts Castle. But this castle was too big, and it contained countless secret passages and rooms, so he could only try his best to explore. The ancient magical power collected during this period was enough for him to enhance and improve his magic. The summoning spell has many wonderful uses, and he decided to further enhance its power. The summoning spell can now capture larger creatures, such as Anthony, who is about to fall to the ground. Many students covered their eyes. A bloody scene seemed to appear before their eyes. The back of Anthony's head was torn into pieces and blood was splattered all over the ground. "Anthony, come here," Vezet shouted, and the ancient magic power poured into the wand, which instantly lit up with a brilliant silver-blue light. An invisible force enveloped Anthony's entire body, lifting him up a little until he stopped 10 centimeters above the ground. Anthony was gasping for breath, his nose filled with the smell of soil and grass. The feeling of surviving a disaster sent a chill down his spine. "Vezet, Mr. Goldstein," Professor McGonagall's serious voice sounded. "Why did something go wrong in your flying class again? Time goes back 3 minutes. Professor McGonagall, after the Quidditch trials tomorrow, can we use the Quidditch pitch? Harry is only a first year, he needs to practice cooperating with us more." Oliver Wood asked as he followed Professor McGonagall. As the captain of the Gryffindor team, he has always set his sights on the Quidditch trophy. With the graduation of Charlie Weasley, this goal seemed to be getting further and further away from him, until Professor McGonagall recommended Harry Potter to him. "I can negotiate with Professor Snape. He applied for the use of the stadium the day before yesterday." Professor McGonagall nodded. Wood was a little impatient. "How about letting them practice for 2 hours less? Half the time is just right for each side." "I'll try." Professor McGonagall turned around and looked at Wood with a serious expression. "I know you are anxious, and I am anxious too, but the court is for everyone to share." Looking at the anxious Wood, she suddenly realized something was wrong. "Mr. Wood, it's class time now. Why aren't you in the history of magic classroom?" Wood was instantly sweating profusely, and his eyes were darting around, trying to find something irrelevant to divert Professor McGonagall's attention. "Professor McGonagall, look, there's a flying lesson going on over there, and it seems like there's been another accident." Professor McGonagall was unmoved. "Mr. Wood, I hope you can answer my question directly." As the head of Gryffindor, she knew Wood too well. As long as it didn't involve Quidditch-related matters, Wood was very law-abiding. Once something related to Quidditch happened, Wood seemed to be a different person, becoming extremely enthusiastic. Just like now, incredible speed, beautiful dive, so agile. How come he seems to be born to fly? This is the Meteor, an antique from 1955. There are so many questions. Wood spoke at an alarming speed, saying a lot in a flash. "So they are trying to save someone. They should be able to save him." "No, Professor McGonagall, someone is going to fall." Professor McGonagall turned her head quickly, and when she saw that it was Vezet who was diving on the broomstick and another student falling to the ground, her pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. She quickly drew out her wand, and just as she was about to turn the lawn into an air cushion, Vizet's wand burst into a silver-blue light, stopping the student's fall. Professor McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief that nothing happened to the two of them and walked quickly towards them. "Vezet, Mr. Goldstein, what happened to your flying class again?" Merlin's beard. Madam Hooch finally arrived, panting. "Are you okay? Is there anything broken?" "I'll take you to Madam Pomfrey." "That's enough. Yesterday a kid was so competitive that he broke his wrist, and today the broom broke down. Why is it always like this lately?" "Mrs. Hooch, you are too nervous." Professor McGonagall adjusted his glasses. "It is common for accidents to happen in flying lessons. Please don't worry about it." "Vezet, Mr. Goldstein, are you feeling unwell? Do you need to be taken to the school hospital?" It's okay, it's okay. Anthony waved his hands repeatedly. It was quite exciting. I almost thought I was going to die. Stop talking, Madam Hooch covered her chest. This problem has happened for 2 days in a row. Professor Trelawney is right. I'm going to have bad luck recently. Professor Trelawney, Professor McGonagall raised his eyebrows and coughed lightly. You really don't have to worry about it. This is just an accident. Wood picked up the broken broom and inspected it. It was indeed an accident. The branches are too old to be used. Even if nothing happens today, something will happen someday. These flying brooms are antiques that are 40 to 50 years old. It would be better to replace them as soon as possible. If we continue to use them, many good ones may be buried. Mrs. Hooch, go back to class. I will submit an application to replace a batch of flying brooms. Professor McGonagall said, Wood, you should go back too. Madam Hooch took Vezet and the others away. Wood's face became very tangled. Professor McGonagall, can Vezet join our team? Although I haven't seen Harry's true strength yet, I have seen Vizet's. If both of them join the Gryffindor team, I can definitely win this year. His eyes seemed to be shining, revealing his full longing. If I can't win, I will eat pasta while standing upside down. Mr. Wood, please go back to class. Professor McGonagall raised his eyebrows. Otherwise, I will have to deduct points. Looking at Wood's fleeing back, Professor McGonagall covered his forehead with his hands. I also want Vezet to join the team, but unfortunately he is a Ravenclaw. Late at night in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Dumbledore flipped through a copy of Transfiguration today. It's been a week. How do you feel about it? Snape paced back and forth in the headmaster's office, his tone dragging like his steps, bad, very bad, as mediocre and arrogant as his father. He likes to break the rules and has the same passion for the limelight. He just likes to attract other people's attention, but he doesn't understand anything. It's ridiculous. Severus, you may only see what you want to see. Dumbledore said softly. Other professors say that he is humble and easygoing, has good talents, and is a likable child. Oh, so what? Snape responded expressionlessly. Dumbledore put down the transfiguration of the day in his hand. What about the other child? There was once a person who was similar to him, with outstanding talents and more handsome appearance. He has an extreme thirst for knowledge and is favored by professors, especially Professor Slughorn, who allowed him to join the Slug Club. I also heard an anecdote that you added 5 points to Ravenclaw. To achieve this, the difficulty is no less than joining the Slug Club. Snape seemed to be thinking of something bad. His expression became even uglier and he even stopped pacing. Dumbledore continued, Severus, what do you think of him? Snape's cheeks moved and his voice became more up and down. Since you have noticed the similarities, you can strangle him in the cradle directly without asking me. Severus, I have no such intention. There are no 2 people in the world who are exactly the same. Dumbledore smiled with interest. Just like 2 feathers from the same phoenix, as long as the wand body and length are different, 2 different wands will be born. Another weapon? Snape's face was very bad. A wand will not obey you 100%. You should know about wand backfire, right? Of course I know. Dumbledore sighed and frowned. In the past, I had to face Grindelwald and ignored Voldemort, who was still studying here. Severus, my energy is not as good as before and the situation is still serious. I need help from others even more. Why do you keep telling me this? Snape narrowed his eyes slightly. Just because I gave him extra points. He is different from Voldemort. He is willing to feel the beauty around him. Dumbledore shook his head slightly. You should have noticed his uniqueness, right? It's just a little cleverness. Snape did not deny it and sat down in front of Dumbledore. His eyes can see through the appearance and see the essence. As expected, no wonder, Dumbledore nodded, his brows relaxed. Not only did I tell you this, I also asked Minerva and the others for help. You don't have to do anything deliberately. You just need to give him proper guidance so that he can always stay on the right path. I believe that his character will allow him to make the right choice. Minerva and the others, haha. Snape crossed his arms and sneered, including Professor Quirinus. I don't need to tell you how important the defense against the dark arts class is, right? Dumbledore showed a pained expression. This is what I want to tell you. Please keep an eye on Quirrell, okay? It's him. Snape's eyes suddenly became sharp. Then why did you let him participate in the level on the 4th floor? A trap for you, Severus, Dumbledore said. At least for now, it seems that Quirrell is acting alone. I want to lure out the person behind him. And what about Harry Potter? Snape demanded. What would happen to Harry Potter if he really showed up? Dumbledore crossed his arms and circled his thumbs together. If the judgment made 10 years ago was correct, there should be no danger to life. The judgment made 10 years ago, Snape took a deep breath. Because of this judgment, he stayed with 2 stupid muggles for 10 whole years. And now you're making it so light that you need to let him face Quirrell or even the Dark Lord, and you're saying that his life should not be in danger. It's precisely because I need to focus on Harry that I can't be distracted. Dumbledore sighed again. Vezet is relying on you. I hope you remember what you said. Snape stood up, gathered his robes, and quickly left the headmaster's office. On weekends, Vizet's life is just as fulfilling. After I sent the letter in the morning, I came to the auditorium and several roommates surrounded me. Good morning, Vezet. Chris handed over a glass of pumpkin juice. I saw you doing your homework last night. Have you finished it? Thank you. Vezet took the pumpkin juice. I'm almost done. I want to find some information to enrich the paper on how to turn a match into a needle. How much did you write? Chris asked. Isn't it long enough? It's already been written in length. Vezet said, Professor McGonagall gave me some more knowledge, so I want to add some content about animagus. Terry immediately suggested, how about we go to the library after you finish eating? I didn't write the paper for Transfiguration class long enough. Anthony followed closely behind. There is also the homework for potions class. I feel like I missed something about the material properties of the boil treatment potion. Michael nodded in agreement. I haven't finished looking for that either. I haven't written the complete book of 1,000 magical herbs and fungi. I wrote a little less than Anthony did. The unpleasant incident in the flying class did not last long. He and Anthony had reconciled and started discussing homework together again. Looking at the buttered bread, bacon, and grilled ham they handed over, Vezet asked with a half-smile, Did you discuss this? My roommates smiled sheepishly. Terry said, We just need to finish writing some content. We can go out and play after that. Michael shrugged. There are Quidditch tryouts this afternoon. Anthony and I plan to go and check it out. Once the homework is done, there is no burden, Anthony added. Yes, Quidditch tryouts this afternoon. Vezet recalled that Qiu Zhang had also mentioned this to him last night. Qiu Zhang planned to participate in the selection to see if there was a chance to join the Ravenclaw team and invited him to come and cheer. With her roommate's expectant eyes, Vezet nodded and agreed. This is the first weekend of school, and there are not many students coming to the library. Most people who come here come in groups of 3 or 5. They either gather in front of the shelves to look for information or sit in the lounge area to discuss in low voices. That one seems to be Gryffindor, really strange. Michael looked towards the corner of the lounge area. Hermione was sitting there alone, her fluffy brown hair covering her cheeks, and she seemed to be doing her homework with her head down. Ravenclaw has its own library, but the collection is incomplete, so some information still needs to be found in the library. Vezet was not surprised at all, as he often saw Hermione here, always alone. He whispered to his roommates, regarding the potions homework, you can look for the 7th issue of Practical Potions Master in 1986. It contains relevant content published by Professor Snape. There is also the 2nd issue of Transfiguration Today from 1895, which contains an article about matches turning into needles, written by Headmaster Dumbledore. I also completed my homework based on these 2 magazines. Awesome. His roommates gave him a thumbs up. You've seen so many of them. Vezet smiled and waved her hand. It's all thanks to Madame Pince that I discovered that magic magazines are so interesting. Irma Pince is the librarian at Hogwarts. As long as she doesn't break the rules of the library, she is a fairly kind lady. Although she is serious, she reads a lot, and Vezet can always get the whereabouts of the books she wants from her. The roommates gathered in the newspaper section to look for magazines. Vezet came to Madame Pince and said, Madame Pince, I want to read a book about animagus. Where should I go to find it? At your age, Madame Pince looked Vezet up and down. It might be dangerous to come into contact with animagus. Vezet explained, Professor McGonagall asked me to find some information about animagus. I don't plan to practice this magic. So it's Professor McGonagall. Madame Pince said calmly, Theory of Metamorphosis and Transfiguration, Transfiguration section, shelf 103, row 7. She added this time with a much stronger tone, remember, don't scribble on it. The library had been expanded countless times by magic, with potions and transfiguration being 2 of the larger categories that occupied a large area. The entire library has thousands of bookshelves and hundreds of narrow aisles, filled with countless books of all kinds. It was Vizet's first time to go deep into the library. Many of the books in the library are very old. They are more outrageous than those in Flourish and Blots, and they can even talk. Some books will murmur obscure sounds, some books will howl suddenly, and some books will say some bewitching words. *%, they are all scum, they have tarnished Hogwarts. Magic belongs to pureblood families. Turn me over. The power is beckoning you. With me you can have everything, escape from death. Vezet was not scared by this but found it very interesting and even released her magic eye to start observing. As expected, the library, as a place that has existed since the school was founded, naturally contains a large amount of ancient magical power. Although he only took this one path, the ancient magical power he gained was considerable, enough for him to turn to the next page of the Wizard's Field Guide. Ancient Magic, Throwing Mastery. Master the power of ancient magic, hide the ancient magic power in objects, and unleash the ancient magic power after hitting the target. Judging from the description, this is an offensive ability, and it has a certain degree of concealment which can have an unexpected effect. Vezet stopped where she was, trying to digest this ability. He discovered that throwing mastery was not simple because the ability worked in conjunction with other magic. When used in conjunction with the summoning spell, it can summon surrounding objects to attack. When used in conjunction with the transformation magic, it can directly create projectiles. You can even use ancient magical power as fuel to increase the flying speed of thrown objects, thereby achieving unexpected effects, just like the nitrogen acceleration in racing games. The most important point is that this ability can still be effective even if you are unarmed. If he had this ability in his previous life, he could consider developing into a shot putter, basketball player, or baseball player. Vezet shook her head slightly and whispered, "But I prefer magic." Without the ancient magical power, those strange sounds weakened a lot, as thin as mosquito buzzing. Vezet continued walking, and it took her about 5 minutes to reach the bookshelf that Madame Pince mentioned. Vezet found Theory of Metamorphosis, a book with a jet black cover and an intricate pattern outlined in gold foil. This pattern gives me a sense of déjà vu of Vitruvian Man. The Vitruvian Man is a work by Leonardo da Vinci that depicts a man standing in the shape of a cross and fire. This pattern is even more complex, with the structural diagrams of countless animals included between the circle and the rectangle. Vezet could only see relatively classic images such as pigs, dogs, cows, sheep, lions, tigers, and elephants. He turned the page, and the first thing that caught his eye was not the prologue but a line of floating words made of magic, no scribbling in books. Even Headmaster Dumbledore is not exempted, Irma Pinso. Vezet smiled softly and left this message, which was in line with Madame Pince's attitude towards book collection. The magic text changed and became another string of text, it's true. When I was writing the annotation, the book flew up and hit me on the head. It hurt, you should be careful, Albus Dumbledore left. Vezet almost laughed out loud, but he was still a little confused. Would Dumbledore really leave such a message? The Dumbledore he met was a kind and amiable old man. Vezet couldn't imagine that such an old man would leave such witty words. Out of his desire to know the content of the book itself, he did not continue to struggle, but reached out and turned the page. As his hand touched the page, the magic words disappeared and the real prologue appeared. Transfiguration and metamorphosis, this is a topic that can spark debate among wizards. Many wizards insist that they change their own essence and take their own transformation magic to a new peak. As a person who loves to get to the bottom of things, after interacting with these wizards, I discovered a sad fact. They don't even understand themselves, but they think they have achieved growth and sublimation. In this book, I will serve as a guide to guide you to deconstruct yourself, recognize your essence, and even deconstruct everything. I hope that you can go further on the road of transformation magic. After reading the prologue, Vezet was deeply attracted and couldn't wait to turn to the next page. This book not only contains the author's insights, but also notes in the blank spaces to express his views. Combining the insights and annotations, he felt that he had a better understanding of transfiguration magic. Vezet even had a vague idea that this was his own unique path of transformation magic. Now he had reason to believe that the second paragraph of magic text at the beginning might really have been left by Headmaster Dumbledore. Focus. Start with what you are most familiar with. Relax. Don't let stress control you. Find a place to remember. Vezet tried as he read, pulling out a strand of his hair and placing it on the ground. A familiar garden came to mind. The tip of the wand hovered above his hair. Great change. The hair grew rapidly and became the size of a palm, a leaf-shaped bookmark. Vezet compared the deconstruction diagram in the book and perfected the details of the bookmark, making the color more emerald and the veins more distinct, just like a real leaf. He suddenly experienced a feeling of being a creator, as if he could really create things out of thin air. I seem to hear Luna's voice in my ear. You need to have a wish. My wish is for it to really turn into a leaf. Vezet murmured, and the magic wand emitted an emerald green light submerging the leaf bookmark. In Vizet's mind, a branch appeared, with a few lush green leaves attached to the stump, emitting a faint sandalwood scent. His imagination became reality. The leaf bookmark expanded outward, its texture became softer, its color became more vibrant, and it even grew branches little by little. Vezet. At this moment, Anthony suddenly reached out and shook Vezet, who was immersed in the book, to wake her up. Hurry up, if it's any later there might be no food in the hall, and we have to go to watch the Quidditch trials this afternoon. Vezet slowly opened her eyes and smelled the unique scent of sandalwood. In his hand a branch appeared, emitting sandalwood and with a mistletoe leaf attached. There is no doubt that this is a completely magical product with a sense of mix and match. Why do you have a branch in your hand? Anthony asked curiously. Because I want to borrow this book. Vezet smiled and tapped the branch with her wand. The branch rapidly shrank and turned into a mistletoe leaf bookmark with a sandalwood scent. Let's go. He put the bookmark into the book. Vezet benefited so much from the book Theory of Transfiguration that on the way to the Quidditch field, he was still waving his wand and trying more applications of transfiguration magic. If you have insights, you need to practice more. This is the learning method he summed up in his previous life. Now that he is in the magical world, this method still works. He walked on the grass, waving his wand like a symphony conductor, and every time he took a step, the grass he stepped on would change and turn into a sparse white primrose. A large number of structural diagrams are recorded in the theory of metamorphism and deformation, which are distinguished by difficulty from plants to animals. The primrose is one of the structural diagrams. Its structure is not complicated, and it is very suitable for practice. Vezet turned around and looked at Primrose disappearing behind him, a sense of accomplishment filling his heart. As an important branch of magic, transformation magic has its own unique charm. Freedom and unpredictability are the unique features of transformation magic, which make him immersed in it. In fact, Michael had noticed this a long time ago. He looked at one primrose after another with his mouth wide open, and finally he couldn't help picking one. The petals flew around, and the sparse white primrose lay in his hand, turning into a piece of grass. He pulled on Vizet's sleeve. How did it become like this? The most basic transformation magic, changing grass into flowers, is not very difficult. Anthony explained, it's just that Vezet is very skilled in using it. Very, very skilled. How can he be so skilled? He sighed in frustration. He can perform transfiguration magic too quickly. I'm afraid the first-year course has lost its meaning for him. Practice makes perfect. Vezet put away her wand and petals flew all over the place behind her. The primrose returned to its grassy appearance. I usually practice a lot, so it's no big deal. If you're interested, I can lend you my notes. He raised the book Theory of Metamorphism and Deformation and said, this book has given me a lot of inspiration. You can take a look at it. Anthony swallowed his saliva subconsciously when faced with the more than 10-centimeter thick Theory of Metamorphism and Deformation. Let's talk about it when we get back. It's a rare weekend, so we need to combine work and rest. That's right. That's right, Michael immediately agreed. Look, it seems the selection has already begun. Vizet's range of activities was still in the castle, and at most she could see the Quidditch field from afar through the window of her dormitory. The oval stadium is shaped like an olive and is the size of a football field. The serving area is located in the center of the field and is specially marked with a white circle pattern. As a ball game involving high-altitude confrontations, the stands are also built high up. They surround the stadium like the columns of ancient Greek temples. 3 gold-painted goalposts stand at both ends of the court, with rings connected to the top of the goalposts. The rings act like a basket. If you want to score in the game, you need to throw the ball into the basket. Facing Vezet, who knew nothing about Quidditch, the 2 roommates held their heads high with pride and seized this rare opportunity to talk about the player configuration and scoring methods of Quidditch. This is a project with a long history and has always been loved by wizards all over the world. There is even a large-scale project like the Quidditch World Cup. This event uses 4 balls, a quaffle, 2 bludgers, and a golden snitch. Each team will field 7 players, 3 chasers, 2 beaters, a keeper, and a seeker. The chaser's job is to grab the quaffle and throw it into the ring to get 10 points, which is the main way to score in Quidditch. Bludgers are magical and will attack players randomly. The hitters are equipped with bats. They need to prevent the bludgers from hurting their teammates and hit the bludgers to the opponents to create trouble. The goalkeeper is responsible for guarding the goalposts to prevent the opposing players from throwing the ball into the ring to score. The golden snitch contains the magic of flying. It is similar in size to a ping-pong ball and flies very fast and silently. The seeker needs to find the golden snitch as quickly as possible and catch it to end the game. Vezet asked curiously, 150 points. If we catch the snitch right from the start, we'll win immediately. This is the exciting part of Quidditch. Anthony danced with joy. The team that was originally behind seized the opportunity and caught the golden snitch to turn the tables. How exciting! Vezet nodded in agreement. The appearance of the golden snitch could indeed make the game more uncertain and more entertaining. As soon as they walked into the court, they heard Qiu Zhang's call, Vezet, come to me. There were already quite a few people sitting on the benches on both sides of the team lounge. Some of them, like Qiu Zhang, will bring their own broomsticks to the selection, while others will use the broomsticks provided by the school. Qiu Zhang wiped the broomstick and said hurriedly, I thought you forgot. Sorry, I almost forgot. Vezet sat on the bench, Anthony reminded me. Qiu Zhang waved his hand. Hello, thank you, okay, it's nothing just like that. Anthony's ears turned red and he lowered his head, not daring to look at Qiu Zhang's face. Yes, Anthony is right. Michael's situation was not much better. His ears were red as if they had been scalded by boiling water. Vezet couldn't help laughing. When the two were walking on the road, they were still talking about the world with great enthusiasm. But when they greeted Qiu Zhang, they turned into mimosas. It's not yet time for Qiu Zhang to be selected for her desired position, so she still needs time to adjust. In order to calm her nervousness, she chatted with Vezet about the team's recent situation. The Ravenclaw team has suffered a serious loss of personnel. Whether it is a seeker, a beater, or a chaser, there are vacancies. Qiu Zhang sighed, so the captain and the others are very anxious. Before you came, 20 people had already been screened out. How did you get eliminated? Vezet asked. He was quite interested in the Quidditch selection. Hover, accelerate, detour, sharp turn. Qiu Zhang counted on his fingers. The captain will randomly tell you the moves, and if you can't keep up, you'll be eliminated. Vezet recalled yesterday's flying lesson and felt that if he were to participate in the selection, he would at least be able to enter the second round. The second round of selection began, and the first to be selected were the batsmen. This position has certain requirements in terms of accuracy and strength. More than a dozen people participating in the selection rode on flying brooms, hung balloons on their chests, and were divided into two groups for testing. They were divided into groups of two, protecting the balloons on their chests while striking at the bludgers that might appear at any time. Just in time, a male voice came from behind. It was Oliver Wood, who had met Vezet once. Qiu Zhang obviously knew Wood. She asked in confusion, why did you come to the Ravenclaw tryouts? Wood put down his writing board, glanced at Vezet and said with a vague look, just come and take a look. After all, I'm the captain. It looks like he's trying to gather intelligence. Qiu Zhang smiled. I heard Roger mention you. He said you're a Quidditch fanatic who would sacrifice his life for Quidditch. Wood held his head high and looked proud. It's my honor. The batsman selection process continued, and Vezet found that becoming a hitter seemed to require taking risks. The bludger has an extremely strong desire to attack, and if it is not knocked away, it will hit the selector's chest hard. They were knocked off their brooms. Not only did their mouths hit the ground, but their teeth were also broken. It was difficult to fully describe the situation with just the word tragic. Such an accident scared away many people. They left the stadium in shame, using the excuse of sending the injured to the school hospital. So Ravenclaw is too precious. Wood muttered. He noticed Qiu Zhang turned and looked at him and immediately made up for it. Actually, there are some brave ones. Actually, these two guys are not bad either. They react quickly and are quite skilled. They just need to continue to hone their skills. The two people who received the spots are both juniors named Jason Samuels and Duncan Ingleby. After the batsman selection was completed, Qiu Zhang suddenly stood up with a swoosh and walked forward with a somewhat stiff body. Fred and the others told me that the sophomore. It seems that Cedric is interested in her. Wood muttered softly, writing something on the writing board. Her flying posture is very professional. She wore the Tuts Hill Tornado uniform before. It seems that she has loved Quidditch since she was a child. I guess she is the seeker. Vezet was a little speechless for a moment. You are quite professional. I'm just interested in Quidditch. Wood nodded. Anything related to Quidditch can't escape my eyes, including you, me. Vezet subconsciously shrank to the side. It should have nothing to do with me, right? Wood said seriously. I saw Harry's flying skills last night, to be honest. Although it's good enough, it's still a little worse than yours. If his flying talent is excellent, then it seems like you were born to fly. You can actually use an antique like the meteor to achieve amazing speeds. It's incredible. He lowered his voice and asked Vezet, are you interested in transferring to Gryffindor? I can risk my life to find Professor McGonagall to apply. Vezet shook her head without hesitation. I am very happy in Ravenclaw. I do what I like every day. I also like the atmosphere here. That's such a pity. Wood's voice sounded a little regretful. He didn't continue talking and focused his energy on the court, evaluating those seeker selectors. The most important thing for a seeker is flying speed so that he can catch up with the snitch. Qiu Zhang is slender, so he can fly a few points faster than others, which basically establishes an advantage. Roger threw marbles from different angles, and she was able to detect them quickly and catch them before they hit the ground. Being able to do this relatively easily shows that she has good observation skills and reactions. Just as Wood said, Qiu Zhang's level was much higher than the others, and he obtained the qualification of Seeker very smoothly. The future is really promising. Wood said with emotion, at least in the position of Seeker, Ravenclaw has found a good seedling. Qiu Zhang, who had obtained the qualification of a Seeker, was in high spirits, and he smiled even more brightly after hearing Wood's comments. The only thing left is the chaser. Wood wrote and drew on the board, I can go back and formulate tactics later. Just as he was muttering, a voice came from the side, Mr. Lovegood, so you are here. It was Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, and beside him was Professor McGonagall, who was dressed in a green robe. Could it be? Wood's eyes flickered as if he had thought of something bad. He sighed, smiled bitterly, and muttered to himself, Professor McGonagall, you are really too fair. Can you give some of your overflowing fairness to Professor Snape? Professor Flitwick is very small and can run very fast on his short legs. He came to Vezet in the blink of an eye. Professor McGonagall told me that you have a talent for flying. Do you want to participate in the selection? Vezet asked, I remember the bulletin board said that you need to be a sophomore to participate in the audition, right? Rules can be broken, Professor Flitwick said cheerfully. We feel that new students need time to adjust to Hogwarts, so we added this rule. But you don't have that problem at all. Whether it's your performance in class or your homework, your performance is excellent. This is obvious to all of us. Vezet nodded and said, since Professor Flitwick has said so, I am certainly willing to try. Flitwick immediately took action. Then come with me, I'll talk to Arsenal and the others. Qiu Zhang smiled and made an encouraging gesture. Come on, you will be fine. Anthony and Michael also stood up, trying to show their support with their eyes, but Qiu Zhang was standing nearby, so their actions were relatively restrained. Vezet, come on. Several more people cheered him on. It was at this time that Vezet noticed that many Hufflepuff students also came here. It seems that wherever there is something exciting to see, these people who are keen on anecdotes will appear. Vice Captain Roger is responsible for selecting the chasers, and the first round of screening needs to be handed over to someone else. Arsenal Vincent is the captain of the team. He is tall and strong. He is in charge of the goalkeeping position and is also a 7th grader. As a 7th grade student, he needs to prepare for the Newt test and does not have enough time. At the beginning of this school year, he handed over most of the team's affairs to Roger, while he himself read and reviewed books on the side. If nothing unexpected happens, Roger will successfully become a regular employee of Arsenal after graduating. I feel happy to see Wood look so unhappy. Arsenal smiled. He came to show off to me yesterday at noon, saying that Gryffindor has a talented player. He patted Vizet's shoulder and said, I heard from Professor Flitwick that you have great talent too. Then get on your broom and show me your strength. The first round of selection began, and just as Vezet expected, this part was very easy. Whether it is suspended in the air, circling, or even flying upside down, he is adept at all kinds of flying maneuvers. When he got back to the ground, Arsenal smiled and said, This is the first time I've seen a freshman who can fly so well on the meteor. This year is the most promising year for Ravenclaw. He was excited and excited. Have you considered which position to go to? Vezet suddenly remembered that he had gained new abilities in the library, and there might be a position that would be suitable for him. How about chaser? No problem, Arsenal said with a smile. I'll make you a chaser no matter what. As the captain of the Arsenal team, he naturally aspires to win the championship. Unfortunately, the team has suffered from severe talent loss in recent years, resulting in Ravenclaw's unsatisfactory results and always being in 4th place. There are only 4 teams in the Hogwarts Quidditch Cup, and 4th place is just a more comfortable name compared to last place. It's hard to understand why Ravenclaw prides itself on using the colors of the sky and the eagle, yet it always comes last in Quidditch. The emergence of Vezet gave Arsenal, who was facing graduation, hope of winning the championship. With excitement, Arsenal found Roger. Have you found a suitable chaser? Jeremy Stratton. Roger pulled a 3rd-year student over. His reaction and accuracy are pretty good. He should be able to play after some training. But we need 2 chasers and there are no more suitable candidates at the moment. We can only go through the list again to at least complete the team. Then let's meet Vezet. Arsenal raised his voice unconsciously. A genius recommended by Professor Flitwick. Her flying skills are impeccable. Really? Roger was a little surprised. Vezet, I have some impression of her. Is she a freshman? Arsenal was as excited as if he had won the lottery jackpot. I have taken him through the first round of screening. He even managed to fly upside down and dive. Both his balance and speed were impeccable. Roger's eyes lit up. Then I'll just add my name to the list. Arsenal nodded. Bring the quaffle and bludger, let's get familiar with them and have a brief training session. Riding on the flying broom used by the team, Vezet flew into the air with everyone else. Arsenal came to the goalpost. Jeremy and Duncan, you are responsible for grabbing Vizet's quaffle. Q, you and Jason are a team. Jason and Roger will hit the bludger together and the target is Vezet. Q Zhang frowned slightly, raised his hand and asked, may I ask? Why are all the targets Vezet? Of course I have confidence in him. Arsenal said with a smile, in the future we will formulate tactics around him. Now let everyone understand clearly. There is no need to explain more in the official training next week. Blurred balls are an important threat on the court. This training is also a test for you. It can expose your weaknesses. I will formulate your training tasks based on this training camp. When everyone was ready, they immediately dispersed. They kept a distance of more than 10 meters from each other, with Vezet at the center. Roger opened the box containing the bludgers, and the two bludgers flew out like cannonballs, whizzing in the air and drawing an arc, and began to attack the players on the field. Arsenal threw the quaffle, Vezet catch it. Vezet, hovering over the serving area, caught the quaffle and shot it out like an arrow. Roger moved quickly in the air, successfully intercepted a bludger and swung his bat to hit it hard. The bludger made a loud noise and drew a dark arc in the air, and in the blink of an eye it flew in front of Vezet. The distance between the man and the ball was no more than 2 meters. Qiu Zhang saw this scene and nervously gripped the broom. The reactions of the new players were very similar. They didn't expect Roger to be so serious and show no mercy at all. Isn't that too cruel? Roger muttered and continued to look for another bludger. Professor Flitwick, who was sitting in the viewing stand, clenched his wand, ready to help if Vezet fell off her broom. Professor McGonagall, who was sitting nearby, adjusted his glasses, but his fingers were still holding the frame and his eyes were fixed on Vezet above him. Wood narrowed his eyes and subconsciously clenched his fists. Such a short distance, most people wouldn't have time to react, right? Roger is obviously a chaser, but he plays bludger so hard. Arsenal held their breath, staring at the bludger without blinking. Vezet had already prepared herself mentally when she heard the whirring sound of the bludger. When he saw the bludger appear in front of him, he was not panicked at all. Instead, he felt a different kind of excitement that made him continue to speed up. The flying broom used in the competition is very easy to use, far superior to the meteor in terms of acceleration and stability. He made no attempt to slow down but bent down, clamped the quaffle with his elbow, and pressed his chest against the handle, narrowly avoiding the bludger. Vizet's speed was astonishing. She flew through the sky like a swift, leaving a trail of afterimage. He went from extremely active to extremely quiet, and in the blink of an eye he appeared in front of Arsenal, also less than 3 meters away. Ancient magic throwing mastery. He smashed the quaffle with force, and with the blessing of ancient magic power, the quaffle made a soft whistle. Arsenal subconsciously tried to catch the ball, but the quaffle left a bright red afterimage and flew straight through the ring. Less than 30 seconds after the serve, Vezet actually scored a goal, which was unexpected by most people present. Qiu Zhang smiled brightly and shouted, Vezet scores 10 points. Professor McGonagall, I don't know how to thank you. Professor Flitwick smiled broadly, I will definitely help you get the trophy from Professor Snape. It's too early to say that now, our Potter is not bad either. Professor McGonagall tried to force a smile. You will know after the competition. Anyway, it's enough to grab the trophy. Wood looked at the writing board, not knowing what to write for a moment. When the speed is so fast that it is unimaginable, you have to break through your imagination if you want to formulate tactics. Finally, he wrote down these words with a wry smile. Fortunately, Vezet is not a seeker, otherwise it is hard to imagine how quickly he would finish the game. Roger flew to the goal post and complained with a smile, Arsenal, don't let me go. I've been working so hard, why don't you resist at all? It's really hard to react at such a short distance. Arsenal said with a wry smile, give me another 5 minutes, you guys have to be more careful too, don't let Roger do it all by himself. The training camp almost became Vizet's solo show. Although they failed to understand the shortcomings of other players, as Arsenal said, they all had confidence in Vezet. If all else fails, wait until half a minute into the game and you can choose to trust Vezet directly. After becoming a chaser for the Ravenclaw team, Vezet immediately returned to the dormitory to write a letter to share the good news with Luna. Even in Ravenclaw, which focuses on learning, topics related to Quidditch can still cause heated discussions. The captain of Arsenal, who was preparing for the Newt exam, was not in the common room. The group lost their target and caught the vice-captain Roger. They surrounded him and wanted to know the specific list of team members. Except for me and Arsenal, the others are all newcomers. As you know, many people graduated last year. Next is second-year student Qiu Zhang. She's a seeker with a solid foundation and quick reactions. And Vezet, come on, say hello to everyone. Vezet, who had just come downstairs, was seen by Roger and called to the crowd. Roger put his arm around Vizet's shoulders and raised his voice to introduce her. Top chaser, even I am ashamed of myself. Even Arsenal didn't react. We can look forward to this year's Quidditch. We really have a chance to win the championship. With this introduction, Vezet became somewhat famous in the college. Ravenclaw's Quidditch performance was not ideal, which made many senior students hold their breath. After finally getting Roger's guarantee, they wanted to provide Vezet with substantial help so that Vezet could focus on training. Vezet did not refuse help, and he received a lot of useful notes from these senior students. This is also the reason why he likes Ravenclaw. The students here like to take notes, and these notes full of personal thoughts are very good learning samples. With the learning induction method he mastered in his previous life, he can sort out a set of unique insights from different notes on the same magic. Just like the healing spell that Vezet had just learned, this magic worked like a band-aid and could help ordinary wounds heal quickly. For example, the soreness left after exercise can also be eliminated with the healing spell, which is very helpful in daily life. After summarizing the 4 notes, he had his own understanding of releasing the healing spell. He recalled the doctor's advice in his previous life, which told patients to relax their body and mind so that they would recover faster. This advice can be applied to magic. Keeping yourself in a relaxed state of mind will make it easier to cast healing spells. Healed like new, Vezet took the lesson to heart, and as she chanted the spell, a ball of emerald green light emerged from the tip of her wand. The light enveloped the wrist, creating a sensation similar to a hot compress, and the soreness from throwing the quaffle disappeared instantly. You learned too fast. Penelope doubted her life again. I spent my entire weekend trying to master this magic. If I hadn't taken your notes, I wouldn't have mastered it so quickly. Vezet said quickly, I'm just lucky. I'm fortunate to be able to stand on the shoulders of giants. I'm very happy that you said that. Penelope felt much better and devoted herself to reviewing again. Vezet was also not idle. In order to continue practicing the healing spell, he targeted other Quidditch players and healed everyone he could catch. The next morning, before Vezet entered the auditorium, she was blocked at the door by Fred and George. I heard you became a chaser. Why don't you consider the seeker? I want to see you and Harry go head-to-head. Vezet asked, did Wood tell you? Fred shook his head. Of course not, Wood wouldn't say that. He only knows how to formulate tactics. Developing a strategy that would tire us to death, George continued. He sat by the fireplace all night and developed a plan as thick as a history of magic. Yes, it's terrible, Fred shuddered. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-mile run. The most important thing is, George's face suddenly became serious. You can't wear thick clothes in winter. You have to use your willpower to fight the severe cold. He has gone crazy, our hair will be frozen off. The twins' antics made Vezet unable to help but reply, don't worry, I just learned a healing spell that can be used to save you. Oh. That's great, Fred exclaimed. If I'm dying in the future, please remember to save me. George answered the previous question. If you want to know some news, it's best to find Hufflepuff. They always have the fastest news. I will, Vezet smiled and nodded. His life remained regular. After breakfast, he went to the library to continue studying theory of metamorphism and deformation. After an unknown amount of time, he heard Ronald's faint voice in his ears. Vezet, have you finished your homework? Vezet looked up. I finished it the night before yesterday. Did I miss something in my notes? You can ask me if you need any help. Ronald said to Harry next to him. See, this is the difference between him and Hermione. Harry glanced at Madame Pince in the distance and nodded in agreement. Vezet was a little confused about their purpose. What happened? Harry nodded quickly. Right, we were so caught up in thinking about that monster that we couldn't concentrate on our homework. Monster doing homework? Vezet was even more confused. Harry and Ronald opened up and talked about their experiences in the past few days. Malfoy proposed a midnight wizard duel to Harry. Harry and Ronald were so excited that they sneaked out of the lounge at night to keep the appointment. On the way, they met Hermione and Neville. In fact, the midnight duel was a lie. Not only did Malfoy not show up, he also went to Filch to report them, intending to make them violate school rules. While frantically avoiding Filch, the 4 of them broke into the restricted area mentioned by Dumbledore and encountered a 3-headed dog as big as a house. Vezet frowned. 3-headed dog guarding the trapdoor? Right, Harry nodded quickly. Did you know about the invasion of Gringotts? They must be guarding that package. I went to get the package with Hagrid at that time. Vezet said, I don't think this kind of thing should be your business. After all, Headmaster Dumbledore said it was a restricted area. so we're here to borrow homework. Harry said bitterly, finishing the homework is the most important thing. I don't want to be ridiculed by Snape. Ronald echoed, Hermione refused to lend it to us, so we had no choice but to come to you. Cheating homework is not a good thing to do. Vezet raised her eyebrows. With Professor Snape's ability, if you copy my homework, I'm afraid you will be able to see through it at a glance, right? Since you said so. Ronald asked quickly, then what should we do? Vezet instructed expertly, go to the newspaper section and find the 7th issue of Practical Potion Master from 1986. Read it and summarize the contents. It will help you complete your homework. Ronald and Harry received tutoring and finally completed their homework with great difficulty. Watching the two people leaving, Vezet began to think. No wonder Hagrid was so nervous when he mentioned Lou Williams before. It looks like Fluffy has become a trapdoor guard, helping to guard some treasure obtained from Gringotts. Why think so much? He changed his mind and smiled softly. This matter had nothing to do with him. Not long after, another faint voice was heard. Did you let Harry and Ronald copy your homework? That's not right. We're definitely going to get points deducted again. Hermione was holding a thick book in her arms, still speaking at an alarming speed with a look of doubt between her brows. Vezet looked up. What are you talking about? I saw it all just now. Hermione pointed to the back, which was her exclusive corner. Ronald and Harry brought their homework here. They must have come to borrow it from you. So where's my homework? Vezet asked quietly, holding out her hands to show the book Metamorphosis Theory. Hermione was speechless for a moment. Her ears turned red instantly, and she said in a panic, I'm sorry. I don't know. Vezet responded calmly, they completed their own homework. I just helped answer some of their questions, that's it. He now somewhat understood why Ronald and Harry sounded dissatisfied when they mentioned Hermione. Such an outspoken and impulsive character is really hard to accept. But that's what I told them too. Hermione said indignantly, I told them that if they copied homework they would definitely be caught and lose marks. Then I also said, if they don't understand, just come and ask me. I clearly explained it in class, why didn't they take notes seriously? Vezet suddenly found it a little funny. You said all of that? Yes, Hermione nodded. I told you everything. Vezet continued, do you think they like hearing that? Why would they be unhappy? Hermione hesitated, I don't think so. I'm doing this for their own good. Vezet frowned. Actually, I saw your transformation magic last time the matchstick turned into a needle. You are too greedy. You think you can complete the magic transformation in a short time like me? Do you think you have this ability? Hermione's body trembled, her eyes slightly reddened. Don't you understand yet? Vezet smiled slightly. What I just said was just imitating what you said to Ronald and the others. No one likes to be preached to, let alone someone telling them what to do, criticizing their shortcomings, or denying their abilities in a condescending tone. I know you're doing this for their own good, but if you want them to accept your advice, you can't just criticize them. It's almost time, I'm leaving first. He ignored Hermione, who was standing there in a daze, took Theory of Metamorphosis and Transformation and his notebook, and left the library. With plenty of time on the weekend, he planned to continue exploring this magnificent castle and gain more ancient magical powers. Defense Against the Dark Arts is an extremely important course. The course content includes seeing various dark magic creatures and understanding the evil spells, poison spells, and curses related to dark magic. This course also allows you to learn a lot of offensive magic and understand how wizards should fight. In addition, the course itself is also very topical. Since 40 or 50 years ago, no professor has taught for more than a year. Even Ravenclaw students would swear, I'm afraid this course itself is cursed. Finding a new defense against the dark arts professor every year has become Dumbledore's primary problem. Due to this reason, the teaching level of professors of defense against the dark arts has become uneven. For example, Quirrell, who is currently in charge of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, is generally not highly regarded by students. First of all, Quirrell's appearance is strange, with a purple turban that smells of garlic on his head. Students have to endure the ubiquitous smell of garlic while in class. The second is Quirrell's class content. He would stutter out the contents of the textbook, then stutter to explain the contents and slightly expand on them, lacking in real practical content. This kind of class experience is really not good. Many students call it a substitute for the history of magic class and catch up on sleep in class openly. The snot curse, this is an ancient magic. Quirrell began to teach stutteringly again. After the Wizarding World War, the improved snotlout curse has returned, back to the textbooks. The most dangerous of all dark magic is the curse, and the snot curse happens to be a curse. However, in Quirrell's explanation, the effect of this spell is very simple. It makes the victim have a severe runny nose, just like having a bad cold. The name and description of the snot curse were both very ordinary, and coupled with the stuttering voice, at least half of the students began to doze off. Even the Ravenclaw students couldn't hold on any longer and simply took out the homework Snape left them yesterday and started writing furiously. Vezet always completes the homework assigned in class on the same day. In addition, he had rich experience in teaching history of magic, which allowed him to organize the lecture content with difficulty and absorb a small amount of knowledge. It is also a pleasure for him to piece together the disjointed classroom content like a puzzle. The snot curse is not as simple as you think. According to Quirrell, this spell has undergone several changes, especially after the Wizarding World War, which completely reduced the power of the snot curse. Professor Quirrell, Vezet raised her hand. Excuse me, do you understand the original power of this magic? The clear and loud voice instantly woke up the students in class, and they tried to find out who was speaking. Oh, Quirrell also woke up from his dream, Mr. Lovegood. Why do you think so? Vezet said, because this is a curse, and as the most dangerous type of black magic, it shouldn't just make people have a stuffy nose, right? Haha, you listen. Very seriously in class. Quirrell laughed with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Among the students who were absent-minded, Vezet was so different because she listened carefully, took notes, and thought. Quirrell continued, this magic is ancient, inspired by disease or plague, a deadly plague. That is to say, the original effect of this curse can be used to kill people. It is a murderous curse. Murderous curse. A magic related to death would naturally easily attract the attention of the students present. The earliest snot curse was very complicated. It was a compound curse that could cause people to have severe diarrhea, a persistent high fever, and skin ulcers. Quirrell's stuttering was so severe that after only 3 minutes, the student, who had rarely been alert, could no longer hold on and nodded off. Vezet's seriousness touched Quirrell, causing him to open up and give an in-depth interpretation of the snot curse, as if he was sharing everything he knew. Only Vezet listened with great interest and wrote down a full page of notes. When the bell rang, Quirrell came to Vezet and asked with a timid expression and hoarse voice, How is it? Can you understand? Can you understand? Very exciting, Vezet smiled with satisfaction. This is the first time I've come into contact with complex magic. Do all the magics I've seen before have similar characteristics? Quirrell smiled happily and said, very interesting associations, no wonder Professor Flitwick. They always like to praise you. Want to learn more about this kind of magic? Come to my office at noon and I'll recommend some books to you. Vezet nodded and replied, of course, no problem. I'm sorry to interrupt your lunch break. It's okay. Quirrell waved his hands and smiled even happier than before. It's rare to meet a good, studious student. He walked heavily back to the office, his back against the door, pain in his eyes. I have to do this. This is the master's order. He said hysterically, but he is just a studious Ravenclaw just like me in the past. I'm sorry. Hiss. Quirrell gasped and covered his head subconsciously. The pain made it difficult for him to breathe. This was a signal from Voldemort that he was calling him. He walked to the middle of the office and took off the purple headscarf on his head in front of the mirror. The mirror reflected the back of his head, where a terrifying face appeared. The face looked like a snake's, with only 2 slits where the nose should be, and the sinister eyes flashed a strange red light. Voldemort, who was originally attached to the snake, was transferred to Quirrell, forming an irresistible subordinate relationship. Voldemort said in a cold voice like a venomous snake spitting out its tongue, Quirinus, I hope you bring me good news this time, Master. Quirrell's body trembled and his tone was respectful. I have invited one of the 2 boys you asked me to pay attention to. Harry Potter. Voldemort's eyes glowed red, then dimmed immediately. No, that boy is of low level. Did you invite Luna Lovegood? That's right, I successfully attracted his attention when I explained the snot curse today. Quirrell said quickly, I invited him to come over at noon and recommended a few books to him. As a Ravenclaw like you, the temptation brought by knowledge is fatal to you. Voldemort laughed sinisterly. Very good, Quirinus, you did a great job. After so long you finally did something for me. Hurry up and find out how to enter the room on the 4th floor. After that, I will give you everything you want. Thank you, my master. Quirrell closed his eyes, his cheeks twitching slightly. What should I do next? What is the content of your class today? Why did it attract his attention? The snot curse. I told you the history of this magic. Vezet felt that since this magic is a curse, it shouldn't be so simple. His intuition is very sharp. Voldemort sneered. In order to conceal the truth, those idiots used a silly and common name like the snot curse to cover up the real name of the curse. The spell of chronic illness. Master, you just told me about this magic yesterday. Quirrell asked in confusion, but I don't understand. What do you plan to do with Vezet? Don't you just want Harry Potter? Quirinius, do not second-guess my intentions, Voldemort shouted. Quirrell suddenly felt like his head was going to explode and even his body could hardly maintain balance. He instantly fell to his knees in a cold sweat. Master, I know I was wrong. He begged for mercy quickly, Master. What should we do? Let go of everything you have, Quirinius. Voldemort's voice was full of bewitching. I will teach you the secret of the spell of the deadly spell and you will teach him this magic. Quirrell didn't have time to respond. He tried to shake his head, but his consciousness became increasingly blurred. He could only nod with difficulty. He dragged his heavy body and tried to walk towards a chair not far away. Countless knowledge suddenly flooded in his mind, and the severe pain in his head caused him to lose consciousness instantly, and he fainted in his chair. The soul's resistance to me has become weaker. Voldemort smiled sinisterly. Apart from his incompetence, he is indeed a qualified servant. He put his eyes on the mirror. Obscure. It's not easy to find an obscure nowadays. I hope Quirrell can hold on a little longer so I can tap into the potential of this obscurial and make him a suitable vessel. At noon, Vezet knocked on the office door. Come in. This office is located on the 3rd floor of the castle. The lighting is good, but it gives people a gloomy feeling. There were not many things in the office. In the corner, there was an iron cage half covered with linen. In addition to the smell of garlic, there was another strange fishy smell in the air. Mr. Lovegood, Quirrell called out. Sit down, class is about to start. Compared with the morning class, his face was as pale as paper and his lips were bloodless, as if he had just suffered a serious illness. Professor Quirrell, are you okay? Vezet asked quietly. How about you rest first? I'll come visit you another day. No need. Quirrell said quickly, waving a chair and placing it behind Vezet. I remember telling you guys before that I met a few vampires and witches during the summer vacation. They cursed me together. This happens from time to time. It's the same in class. Too many people remind me of the original scene and I start stuttering unconsciously. I feel much better when there are fewer people. Vezet said politely, it seems that the curse is really terrible. Professor Quirrell, you should take care of your health. Quirrell shuddered and suddenly began to stutter again. You are also the first student who cared about me. Vezet smiled noncommittally and took out her notebook and quill, ready to take notes at any time. Quirrell did not hesitate and spoke coherently. I remember this morning you said you were interested in complex magic. Yes, Vezet laughed. Actually, anything related to magic is of interest to me. That's good, that's what a Ravenclaw should do. Quirrell forced out a kind smile, but it was a little stiff, as if he hadn't smiled like that for a long time. I will use the sickness curse as an example to help you understand what is considered compound magic and what characteristics this type of magic has. Vezet asked, the sickness curse, is that the real name of the snot curse? Quirrell nodded and said, yes, it was given a new name after its power was weakened. At the beginning of the lecture, Quirrell posed a question. Vezet, do you know what is called a breaking spell? A counterspell? Vezet thought back to the books he had read. There's a universal counterspell in the Standard Book of Spells, Level 2. Some time ago, Professor McGonagall also used this spell to eliminate the effects of the swelling curse, which left a deep impression on him. Quirrell smiled with relief. That's enough. The universal breaking spell is a representative breaking spell that can theoretically break all magic in the Standard Book of Spells. It's called the universal counteracting spell, so it's naturally very versatile, he explained. You can counter as many kinds of magic as you can in the Standard Book of Spells. The universal spell to break the spell is like a master key that can always open the lock. In order to deal with the prevalence of this magic, wizards have developed complex magic. Use more complex locks to connect various magic combinations in series. This is the basic concept of compound magic. I see. Vezet suddenly realized, just like drawing a picture, combining various shapes together will create complex patterns. That's a very good analogy, Quirrell praised. Now that you understand the basic concept, it's time to officially start learning the sickness curse. He waved his hand to summon a quill and a writing board. As he sorted out the principles of the curse of sin, the quill automatically converted the key points into text and wrote them on the board. As a complex magic, the curse of deep illness combines many evil curses and poison spells. Linking the evil curse and the poisonous curse together to form the most powerful curse gives people the feeling that quantitative change leads to qualitative change. During the course, Vezet found that Quirrell was not simple. His theories were very solid, and he could express even the difficult content in simple words. It seems that the summer trip had such a profound impact on him that it led to students' cognitive bias towards him. Quirrell's voice became even hoarser. Vezet, do you have classes this afternoon? That's right. Vezet nodded. There's also a transfiguration class in the afternoon. Then let's stop here for today. Quirrell's tone was a little regretful. If you have time, you can find these books and read them. He snapped his fingers and a piece of paper with wet ink flew towards Vezet. Vezet read out the titles of the books. A Guide to Medieval Witchcraft, The Crazy Magic of Strange Wizards Fighting Fire with Fire. It's still missing a signature. Quirrell pulled the paper back and signed his name. The original copies of these books are in the restricted area. Without the professor's signature, Madame Pince will not let you in. He handed the note back to Vezet. Give it to Madame Pince and she will understand. Professor Quirrell, thank you so much for sacrificing your lunch break. Vezet put the note away solemnly and thanked him from the bottom of her heart. A noticeable flush of color appeared on Quirrell's pale face. He waved his hands repeatedly and said in a loud voice, I am a professor, this is what I should do, but... Do you really think I'm a good teacher? He asked tentatively, looking a little unconfident. Of course it's true, Vezet nodded heavily. At my age now, I'm afraid I won't be able to access this information. Even if I could get access to it, it would probably be difficult to understand its meaning. Without your teaching from the basics to the advanced, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to master this knowledge. That couldn't be better. Quirrell smiled from the bottom of his heart. Then I'll give you a small homework. Summarize the evil spells I taught you today and combine them into a phrase that you think is appropriate and pronounces smoothly. Vezet thought about the contents of the notebook and asked, could this be the composition of complex magic? It seems you have mastered it. Quirrell smiled even more happily. Yes, this is exactly the purpose of the homework. Okay. Vezet nodded repeatedly. I will definitely complete it with all my heart. Okay. Quirrell opened his mouth to say something, but suddenly he felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. Hiss. In order to avoid exposing his ferocious expression, he immediately turned around and tried hard to restrain his body from shaking. Voldemort woke up and he didn't want Vezet to discover his secret. Vezet noticed something was wrong and asked, Professor Quirrell, are you okay? Quirrell waved his hands repeatedly, forcing out a voice from between his teeth. You, come back at 2 p.m. on Saturday. Saturday? Okay, please take care of yourself. Vezet put down a piece of chocolate frog, exhaled lightly and said, Professor Quirrell, you are actually a good teacher, keep it up. The door closed and the only sound in the office was Quirrell's painful breathing. Not sure whether it was out of pain or relief, Quirrell shed 2 lines of tears. He walked to the mirror again and pulled off the cloth on his head, revealing Voldemort's snake face. Quirinus, it seems you haven't corrected your attitude yet. Voldemort's voice was full of sarcasm. You're crying. Are you moved by the words you're fine or because of a piece of candy? Don't be so naive. He praises you only because I gave you the secret of the spell of sickness. Without me, you can't do anything. Do you understand? Quirrell realized something and his body shuddered violently. He wiped away the tears from his eyes and said respectfully, Yes, Master, I understand. Yes. Voldemort replied with satisfaction, How far have you taught me? Quirrell said quickly, he was taught the basic concepts of compound magic, and he was also shown the curses and poison spells that would be used. Voldemort questioned, Quirinus, I don't think I told you that. I told you to help him master the spell of the deadly sickness as soon as possible. Quirrell asked, struggling with the severe pain in his head, but in this way. He will be eroded by the curse. Are you concerned about the Obscurial being corrupted by the curse? Voldemort laughed strangely. Have you forgotten what an Obscurus is? He is a born dark wizard. The Obscurus itself is the ultimate curse. I am tapping into his potential, tapping into the 1 in a million Obscurus talent. Is that so? Quirrell knelt on the ground panting, his robes soaked with sweat. Master, are you planning to train him? Another severe headache came and Voldemort's contemptuous voice came to his ears. Quirinus, I don't need to explain anything to you. Just find your job well, continue to observe Harry Potter and find out his real strengths. The same goes for the Obscurial. Let him cast the sickness curse as soon as possible instead of mastering this magic. Do you understand? Also, find some time to enter the room on the 4th floor and see what's inside. You only took action once on the first night of school. Your efficiency is really too low. Quirrell closed his eyes in pain and said respectfully, Yes, my master, notes are flying. Vezet left her office, pulled out her wand, and cast a spell, summoning the hand-painted version of the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration that was far away in her dormitory. There is no doubt that the summoning spell is an extremely useful spell. Especially after becoming proficient in it, this magic can also be used to find lost items and summon textbooks in the dormitory. Magic, it's so convenient, Vezet exclaimed and headed to the Transfiguration magic classroom. Vezet. Snape walked out from the shadows with a cold face. Professor Snape, Vezet was slightly surprised. Good afternoon. Yeah, Snape responded and said quietly, come with me. The two walked through the corridor and came to a secluded corner. He then looked directly at Vezet. Why did you go to Quirrell's office? Vezet told him truthfully, I'm interested in composite magic, and Professor Quirrell wanted to recommend me some books, so I went over. He didn't know why, but when he looked into Snape's eyes, he felt as if his thoughts were being seen through, which made him feel very uncomfortable. He instinctively performed the Guardian meditation method, and his perception instantly became clear and the uncomfortable feeling was dispelled. Oh. Snape groaned, his eyes narrowed slightly, so that's how it is. It looks like you have indeed gotten started, although it's easy to detect. Vezet asked in confusion, Professor Snape, may I ask what was discovered? Snape did not answer his question but continued, what did you learn from spending the whole afternoon in the office? I learned the basic theoretical knowledge of compound magic and learned a few evil and poisonous curses. Vezet spread out the signature Quirrell gave him. Professor Quirrell asked me to find the originals of these books. Besides that, what do you think? Snape's expression was a little unnatural, as if he was reluctant to say such a thing. What do you think of Quirrell? It's a good professor. As long as you are willing to listen to the lectures patiently, I can still learn a lot of useful knowledge. Besides that, is there anything unusual about him, or anything that strikes you as odd? Vezet took a step back calmly. It's not something a student should do to criticize a professor, right? Hee. Snape sneered twice. Gryffindor won't think so. Gryffindor will be deducted 2 points. Vezet smiled inwardly, not knowing what to say for a moment, and inwardly observed 3 seconds of silence for Gryffindor. Less than a month after the start of the school year, Gryffindor's house points have already dropped a lot and are currently at the bottom of the list. The house scores of Ravenclaw and Slytherin are quite close. If you only look at the house score hourglass, it is difficult to tell who is first and who is second. If I must tell you, Snape repeated his previous question, is there anything unusual about Quirrell? Or anything that strikes you as odd? Vezet had no choice but to say, Professor Quirrell. His room has a strange fishy smell. Even though the sun is shining outside the window, I feel cold and gloomy. Is that all? Snape seemed a little disappointed but also relieved. Yes, so what kind of compound magic did he teach you? The sickness curse is a complete version of the snot curse and possesses the power and effect that a curse should have. You are also interested in the dark arts? Snape narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone much colder than before. Vezet shook her head. I haven't been exposed to that much dark magic. I can't say I'm interested in it, but I can't say I'm disgusted by it either. As long as it's about magic, I actually want to learn about it, and I think magic is like a knife. It can be a weapon that pierces the heart of an innocent person, or it can be a scalpel that saves a dying person. What it is not that important. What is important is what the person holding it wants to do. Ravenclaw, Snape said emotionlessly, you speak nice words and have a lot of theories. In that case, show me this magic. Let me see how much you have mastered and whether you can make it as powerful as it should be. Should I learn it so quickly? Vezet was stunned for a moment. He is still teaching me the theoretical knowledge. Teaching me about the evil spells and poison curses. Professor Quirrell gave me the signature so that I could consolidate my knowledge. He also asked me to explore the pronunciation and try to construct a suitable spell. Did he teach you this? Snape frowned with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Didn't he teach you how to chant spells and cast magic directly? No, Vezet immediately shook her head. Professor Quirrell also introduced me to the breaking spell. He said that wizards created complex magic to deal with the breaking spell. He can only go so far, Snape sneered. Using magic to fight magic is only an unstable solution. Vezet responded immediately, Professor Snape, you can still use potions, right? You're smarter than him. Snape curled his lips and snorted softly, expressing his approval. When did Quirrell tell you to go see him again? Vezet responded, Saturday at 2 p.m. That way we'll have more time and should be able to practice some magic. Then come to my office at 2 p.m. on Sunday. Vezet was a little unresponsive when she heard Snape's words. Snape frowned and said, if you don't want to, you can refuse. Vezet waved her hands, of course not. I'd love to learn more. Snape immediately poured cold water on her. Then prepare for the worst. I can kick you out at any time. I'll try my best, Vezet said with a smile, raising the beginner's guide to transfiguration in her hand. Professor Snape, I have to go to class. After sending Vezet away, Snape went directly to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore asked in a low voice, is he okay? Snape said expressionlessly, Vezet is so popular that even Quirrell is willing to teach her everything. Really? Dumbledore's eyes lit up. What did he teach? The curse of sickness, a curse that is evil enough. So, Quirrell didn't force Vezet to cast a spell but took the simplest approach and taught her step by step. Yes, your worries are unnecessary. Quirrell is not such a bad guy, that's a good thing. Dumbledore was visibly relieved. What about you? Are you willing to? Snape said reluctantly, I sacrificed my own precious time to have him come to me on Sunday afternoon. I won't treat him like a treasure like you do. I will make up for the time I lost through him. I understand. Dumbledore's tone was much more relaxed than before. I am very happy that you can accomplish this. Snape curled his lips. I understand.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.